I am not hungover.
Which camera are we on? Which camera? Good morning. Good morning. My name is Nico Johnson, and I am live here at the PowerUp Live Stage with my ever beautiful, illustrious, and wonderfully intonation grabbing. I can't sing in the morning like you can, especially after Solar Fight Night.
I can't sing because of my voice right now, but
My
can fake
illustrious
it.
co-host Lisa Ann Pinkerton from
Hi, everybody.
Earthlings Podcast and Technica Communications. How are you?
I'm pretty good because I went to bed last night.
I did go to bed last night. There have been years where
There was no bed.
bed was a fleeting thought. But since we started, actually becoming professionals and hosting stages, I've had to actually go to bed on time.
Well, I mean, you can sleep when you're dead sometimes.
So Lisa Ann, for those who are unfamiliar, what exactly is the PowerUp Live Stage? Why the heck are we here, and why are they watching us perhaps
These
on the
are
Jumbotron?
the cliff notes for your day. We're going to tell you what's important to pay attention to, where you want to show up. We've got some fascinating speakers that are going to be up here giving you a good lay of the land in terms of the industry, what's happening, what's coming, make you sound really smart when you memorize those talking points and use them later.
Yeah, so please come on down. Alex is right here. He's got some headphones if you want to tune in like our friend Peter Kelly is doing. Solar Boys over here at the Bloody Mary station. Bloody Mary is brought to you by Landgate. Thank you, Landgate, for helping us keep ourselves healthy in the morning after what no doubt was a long night for many of you.
Yeah.
I am enjoying a Virgin Bloody Mary.
You're doing a fantastic job this season.
Yep, Virgin Bloody Mary. I'm actually completely dry.
I
this year
know.
for our
I'm very
request.
impressed.
Completely dry. Everybody else is too. Everyone was trying to shove drinks at me at Fight Night last night. How many went to Fight Night last night?
Oh, yeah.
Was it not the best ever? It was absolutely off the hook. How many went to the block party? I heard that the block party, which I didn't get to go to, was unbelievable as well. Did you get to go in the batting cage? Yeah.
Oh, fun.
There's so much fun had last night. What was cool is for the first time we actually put Fight Night right across from the block party.
Oh.
So you could walk out of the block party and queue up for I think was like an hour to get into Solar Fight Night. So it was a fun time. It was a fun time by all yesterday. It was a really full show. We've got more people than ever, a bigger campus than ever. Did you get a chance to walk around?
I went to the Marriott, checked out what I like to call the primordial ooze of the innovation zone, and check out what might be crawling out, in terms of interesting startups.
What's being incubated over.
Yes, exactly.
Fantastic. Well, I had a lot of folks come up and bring their swag.
Oh, we have so much swag.
So much
Thank
swag.
you all. It's going to be a very tough competition.
Just so folks know, we are running a swag competition. If you want to have your swag considered, your marketing manager should come see this tall guy, Graham. Give him your business card and your best swag to be considered. We will give a prize tomorrow. In fact, the grand prize winner will get a chance to stand right here on stage with us at tomorrow's morning show, among other things.
Yes.
So I would encourage you to get into the swag contest. One of the things that I love doing on day one is cruising the show floor. Lisa Ann, did you find anything interesting on the show floor? And I'll include in that category the best coffee stations.
Well, Fluence always has the killer coffee station.
Amazing.
And so I would just go there for your coffee. There's a couple other drip coffee locations, but I'm sorry, I don't remember those because it's drip coffee and I don't drink that. I drink a latte.
Exactly. I will give.
I have sophisticated coffee here.
We'll give props to Fluence. They have this like copper kettle thing.
I know.
That is magnificent.
Very cool. Somebody else was serving lamb. They were carving lamb
amazing.
at lunch, which was amazing.
If you're serving lamb, just bring some on down because I didn't get a chance to leave the stage. I'd love to. That's right. Fluence is already on point. They are on notice. They've got to bring me an oat milk cappuccino today.
Yes.
And another one that surprised me. Did anybody see the SEG Solar booth? Did anybody see this? They actually had a mechanical bull. They were like your colleagues were literally like riding a mechanical bull. They built a big factory in Texas, so they thought it would be clever, and I guess it was because every time I went by, they had a crowd wanting to ride the mechanical bull. It was pretty wild. What's happening on the show, not here at the convention center? What about the actual education session?
Oh, well, if we want to get smarter at 9:45, which is right after the show, you can go see the Danielle Farrell, who's Diane, thank you, Deputy Undersecretary of the U.S. of Commerce. She'll be speaking, and that's about the Global Market Summit that's in the Hilton. Level 2, Ballroom D. I feel like I'm giving the morning announcements now.
You are.
At 2 p.m., there's also insights on clean energy opportunities in the Southern Cone. Then we've got Women in Clean Tech and Sustainability, my nonprofit, which I
Yes.
founded. I'm not the chairwoman anymore, thank God. Sarah Fuentes
much
is.
work.
Yes. We have a male allyship panel at 3 o'clock. And what I'm really excited about with this panel, if you don't mind me giving a shameless plug,
Please do.
we have both men and women on this panel who have actively worked to integrate more diversity into their companies.
Amazing.
And have real world results and case studies and things to talk, tangible results about how that has improved their business.
And this is 3 p.m., room 204B, level
Upstairs.
2. And I neglected to say yesterday, I think I did, but I'll say it again. Not only on level 2 is our education, but all the way on level 3, there are actually more booths. It's basically anywhere you go, you're going to find something that represents a brand that you can engage with. So please explore. There's so much to see, not just down in Hall E. Hall E has people in it waiting for you to come visit as well. The Marriott Ballroom, the North Hall, the arena.
The Horizon,
Horizon Hydrogen Race.
Hydrogen Race is
It's
going
fantastic.
on. That's super cool. If you got kids, go out there, get some video, take it back to them, show it to them,
It's
and help
so-
educate, help them understand that there is this thing called hydrogen energy in RC cars, and they could do it too.
I was going to try to get my 13-year-old in for next year, but next year's in Vegas, and there's no chance in hell I'm taking my kid to Vegas. So I would.
Vegas can be family friendly.
So they say. We're not the only stage at We're not the only stage at the show this year either. We've got obviously the Grid Edge Theater stage, which lots of folks love and spend a lot of time at. Industry Trends Theaters, they're both in Hall A. Storage Central is in Hall B. Innovation Stage, which is where a lot of these new companies are pitching their ideas, is down in the lobby of the Marriott. And then the Electric Drive Theater is on the opposite side of campus by the hydrogen race in the arena.
I hope you're all wearing tennis shoes. That's what I'm going to say.
Well, we'd like to kick the show off with our presenting sponsor, Prevalon Energy, to talk a little bit more about the state of battery energy storage markets. We're going to invite Tom Cornell, the CEO, up to the stage. Tom, welcome to the
Lovely
morning show.
mugs from Prevalon. Thank you very much.
Indeed. In the running.
Absolutely
for what
in
it's
the
worth.
running.
These
I feel like I
are-
should have my coffee in
these are
here and not in
quality.
here.
They're
Very nice.
Very nice, nicely weighted.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very clearly thoughtful. And Rob Garay, kudos.
Yeah, nice to see the bling.
Yeah. Tom, it's good to see you. You guys are a subsidiary of Mitsubishi Power Americas. You're pushing the boundaries on what's possible with renewables, especially considering there's so much at stake right now with how battery energy storage is developing. Could you just characterize for those who maybe aren't as deep into the battery energy storage market, what is the market looking like right now in terms of how quickly it's changing, and what is, what are the core elements of the market and how it's moving?
Sure. It's well, as you can imagine, it's changed dramatically here over the last even 10 years, given to where we are today. The systems we were designing, 5 years ago were very short duration, very low density.
It was in its infancy.
Oh yeah, but now it's really wasn't adapted and recognized from a lot of utilities, but now it's getting a lot of credibility in the market, and really the technology is changing dramatically compared to last year.
Yeah.
Last year when we were walking the floor, you'd see very low density, 3 to 4 megawatt hour
Right.
containers. Now we're up, 320 amp hour cells,
Yeah.
5 megawatt hour, containers. So
Yeah, I
it's
think
really-
the prevailing question last year was, when are we going to get beyond 4 megawatt hours?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
this year it's how can we fit more than 5 megawatt hours in a 20-foot high cube?
yeah. And next year it'll be 6, it'll
Yeah.
be 7.
Amazing.
It's just going to keep going.
And
Yeah.
Tom, what drives the actual capacity inside of that container? What are the limiting factors for that?
Really, it's the cell density,
Yeah.
right? So it's the technology to try to make the cells actually within the same form factor, more dense.
Yeah.
So, there's a lot of great companies here that are putting a lot of money in the R&D, driving
Yeah.
that technology even farther.
Yep.
So as I mentioned, 320 is kind of the norm right now,
Okay.
amp hour, but right now there's developments to go up to 600.
Amazing.
So it's
Yeah,
crazy.
we had some really incredible conversations that hopefully folks will watch on SunCast.live, where we streamed all this with a number of different battery experts yesterday that talked specifically about what are the limiting factors and how can we outgrow the current boundaries of how energy storage works, and also what are the potential risks of going too big too fast and,
Right.
and trying to pack too much in this footprint, right?
Always a challenge.
The reality is, on a utility scale site, you're not as limited with space, right? So there's always the balance of on a utility versus C&I, et cetera.
Yeah, and Tom, how about some of the trends that you're seeing with renewable energy and battery storage, especially in looking to the future?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the trends right now, I think we talked about the 3 Ts, right? Technology,
Right.
taxes, and tariffs, which are driving a lot of what's happening in the market today. So, I mean, right now, the way we kind of see the market, it's going to evolve. It's unpredictable,
Yeah.
but what we do know is that energy storage is going to be playing a huge role in that
Without a doubt.
advancing. So we're playing very close to the tariff issue. You know, that's driving a lot of globalization in manufacturing. The IRA, the tax, implications, that's driving a lot more domestic manufacturing.
Yeah.
So I think, from our standpoint, we're looking to be diverse. We want to have a manufacturing, relationship in the U.S. for customers that want to have domestic content, maximize the IRA, but also looking at the global supply chain to see where we can get, the most, bang for our buck.
Yeah. Tom, for those who are, again, maybe at the 30,000 foot level, the different componentry of battery storage, a lot of folks focus on the cell and the container, right? But it's more than that. The battery energy storage system contains an EMS. Could you talk about the importance of getting that piece right and
Sure.
how Prevalon is thinking about specifically domestic content and why that's an important key to your differentiation in market?
Yeah, the EMS is critical because that's what's really touching the grid.
Right.
So that's what interfaces with the grid. So there's a lot of cybersecurity risks and issues, anything that's touching the grid. So, at Prevalon, that's, our EMS, proprietary EMS system, which came out of Mitsubishi,
Yeah.
is a system that's, we think is proven. It interfaces very well with the grid. But it's getting more intelligent too,
Yeah.
right? So AI is coming into play, learning. The analytics right now is growing almost as fast as the density of the actual lithium technology as well, making these systems much smarter on the grids. And all the different applications, putting them, behind the meter, in front of the meter, looking at microgrid applications.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
When you talk to your customers in the development field, what kind of analytics are they asking for?
What they're looking for basically is, the thing that they're most concerned with is the reliability
Okay.
and the availability of the asset.
Okay.
So anything you're going to put on the grid, it's got to be designed to have a 20-year plus life, right? It's got to be financeable, but it's got to be very reliable.
Yeah.
So what they're looking for is to make sure that we've got the right analytics, looking at voltages, temperatures, looking at degradation, efficiencies, everything that's going to basically make sure that asset, when it's called upon, can perform.
Yeah.
That reliability is what the utilities are looking for. And
Yeah.
if you can't depend on it,
Exactly.
not going to buy it.
Yep.
After all, batteries are what we're relying on for providing firm power. This is the only way we compete with
Yeah.
fossils, right?
Yeah,
Right.
We
It's
have to
the
provide firm
enabler.
power.
it is the
Yeah.
Yep.
foundation.
Agreed.
Are there any particular long-term goals, Tom, that for the industry you sort of want to put out there, and how do we all move towards a sense that we all have a stable market for energy storage?
Sure. I mean, energy storage, my mind, and I think our view is that it is the enabler, right?
Yep.
It is what's going to enable more renewables.
Yep.
So whether it's solar, wind, green hydrogen, or what other system you're going to put on there, energy storage is going to be the vehicle to do it.
Yeah.
Right now, we're focused on lithium. Lithium's great, and we're looking at lithium now 4, 6, 8, even 10-hour durations. But we also need to look at non-lithium solutions as well.
Right.
That can take us 10, 12, and a little bit beyond that. So we're looking at all those, and there's a lot of companies here today that are focusing on those next technologies.
Yeah.
So we make sure that we can pivot as an industry. We need both short duration, but we also need mid and longer duration.
Yeah, you thinking like the thermal battery storage?
Well, we're looking at, sodium cells, we're looking at solid state, we're looking at flow technologies. There's a lot of other technologies there that we think can bridge into that longer duration realm.
Yeah, I think one of the fascinating things as well is this co-location of long duration and short duration
Right.
on the same site. There was a fascinating conversation yesterday about that. We've got another expert talking at noon about different ways, different types of chemistry for that. Well, Tom, it's fascinating to hear how Prevalon is looking at the market and where you see everything going. Thank you for taking the time
Okay.
to join us here on the stage, and thanks for supporting the PowerUp
Yeah,
Live Morning
sure.
Show.
Thank you for being our
thank you.
sponsor.
Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Tom Cornell, sorry. Tom Cotter is not. Tom Cornell.
You need
Prevalon
more of
Energy.
a more
Apparently I
Virgin
should have
Bloody
gotten-
Mary.
Apparently, I should have gotten the spiked version.
I'd like to invite to the stage Peggy Flannery. She's the managing director at Generate Capital, where she's at the forefront of financing clean energy projects.
been
And
a minute.
Peggy was a part of the highly anticipated panel yesterday called Clean Energy Shark Tank. Will your project pencil? And so she's here to give us a recap on that and how to make clean energy investments viable. Thank you, Peggy, for being here.
It's so good to see you again.
You too.
It's been a minute.
I think I was thinking back, my first SPI was 2010. I know
Yeah.
you were definitely there.
I was, absolutely. Yeah, I've been since 2006.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, well, good to see you, and good to see you,
Yeah,
Lisa
good to
Ann.
see you too. Now, was that in Dallas? 2010?
2010, I think, was in Dallas.
That was my
Okay.
first
Yeah.
SPI too.
I think it was LA.
Oh, was that
Was it
LA?
LA?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that would
Yeah.
make sense.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It was 11 was Dallas.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, Peggy and I were developing solar projects in California back in 2009, so it's been a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's good to see you.
You too.
Well, tell us what you experienced yesterday in the Clean Energy Shark Tank. You know, you guys are known for this innovative approach to technology.
Well, first I just want to say it was a really fun panel.
Yeah.
I was so thrilled to be on it, and I had a lot of really great panelists who enjoyed the format. Generate broadly invests in projects, companies, and then we also do credit. But for our panel, we were focused on projects. So the
Yeah.
tagline was Clean Energy Shark Tank, will your project pencil? And we had each of our panelists pitching a project that they wanted an investment in. And then we had the other panelists acting as sharks. So
Oh, fun.
we had some Shark Tank fans there.
So fun.
And we had a good time with it.
Yeah.
Each of them focused on kind of one key risk that you might see in a clean energy investment. Our first panelist talked about revenue risk that we see in community solar projects that may have some curtailment risk, for example.
Yeah.
Our second panelist talked about refinancing risk for an Alaska project.
Yeah.
And then our third one was pitching a development capital opportunity.
Amazing.
So, did anybody play the Mr. Wonderful role?
Yes.
Is that you, Peggy?
there was a pretty broad mix in terms of Shark Tank fans. So some people were huge fans, you know, watched basically every episode, and then one person had never seen the show. So my job as moderator was to try to get people into
Yeah.
that role and create some lively discussion.
That's so fun.
But we decided that we would be kind and respectful sharks.
Oh.
So nobody was getting their idea, you know, really crushed
Got
on
it.
stage.
What was? Go ahead.
Go for it.
What was a project that really stood out
That was
one day later?
Yeah.
Well, the winner, we did a poll,
Oh, okay.
and the clear winner in the audience was a portfolio of Illinois community solar projects.
Yeah.
That was presented by John Murphy at NextAmp. And he really convinced the audience that he had a plan for how to address revenue risk in this particular portfolio. And I think I would definitely invest in
Yeah.
those projects. You know,
Amazing.
Generate
course.
is an investor in NextAmp, and we also invest in community solar projects. But our panel actually was most sold by Tony Grapponi's development capital opportunity that he was pitching in Puerto Rico, because
Cool.
there was a large, there was a really great return
Big
opportunity on that.
arbitrage
Yeah.
opportunity, yeah. So at Generate, you guys evaluate thousands of deals a year. I'm sure you come across lots of entrepreneurs like Tony. I'd love to know, what are some of the things that help determine if a project does pencil financially, and then what advice do you have for those entrepreneurs that are pitching those ideas?
Yes, there are so many factors, and I think they all have to come together, right? So we talked about some of the key risks around revenue. So understanding, what does your revenue stream look like? How solid is that? Is it contracted? Is it not? That's
Yeah.
a key component. Understanding your cost structure is really important. So upfront costs, how are you going to manage that? And then finally, the long-term risk of actually owning and operating those projects. So that came up a little bit when we talked about markets where there might be weather risk, extreme weather risk, like in Alaska or in Puerto Rico. And so I think for us at Generate, when we evaluate investments into portfolios, we think about all of those things, and we think about how can we mitigate those risks, so that we can have a good sense of the projected returns for those portfolios. So having a really strong capital partner is important, but also really understanding all of those things that need to come together, as a lot of times these developers know these projects
Right.
and markets best. They've been there for years. They've been talking to the local communities. They know all of the things that need to come together in order to make the project successful. So in terms of advice that I have for entrepreneurs or developers that are out there, I think the number one thing that I see is building clean energy projects is very capital intensive. So understanding what kind of capital do you need and when is really important, and then having a lot of flexibility in those capital partners that you work with, because we've seen that be a pitfall, I think, for a lot of developers, where if they don't have the right access to capital, it can really crumble.
Right.
Project can not become a reality, or you can have really significant troubles in terms of liquidity at the company. So that's really number one advice: make sure you understand where you're getting your capital from. And then secondly, expect the unexpected. And I think a lot of developers and entrepreneurs are great at that. But just taking that next level of, okay, well, what if this happens, and do I have a backup plan? I think that will serve folks really well.
Peggy Flannery is Managing Director of the investment team at Generate Capital and was the moderator of the Clean Energy Shark Tank yesterday. Thank you for joining us here on the PowerUp Live Morning Show.
Thanks for having
Thank
me.
you, Peggy.
So good to see
Bye,
you.
Nico. Bye, Lisa Ann.
Take care. Okay. And next to the stage, we would like to invite SMA's Director of Applications Engineering, Ravi. See, I shouldn't be introducing you because, thank you, because there it is.
I practiced.
You practiced, I did not.
Ravi, good to see you. Good to see you. Ravi's coming to the stage at the PowerUp Live Morning Show. If you are joining us on the Jumbotron or live at SunCast.live, we are here live in Anaheim, California, RE Plus 2024. Ravi, it's not your first rodeo at RE Plus, is it?
No, I've been with SMA now 13 years. So it's I've come here, come to RE Plus every year.
Yeah, and you're a classic engineer. In the conversations I've had with you, you have a very analytical, scientific mind. I'm curious what stands out to you as you walk the show floor, right? Because you have the privilege of being able to walk around, and obviously you've got a lot of meetings, but you look through the lens of someone who has actually built battery storage projects or products, and you've built conversion devices, energy conversion devices. So what do you see when you walk the show floor this year?
Lots of super exciting things happening, and especially in the energy storage space.
Yeah.
Tom mentioned how the energy density has gone from 3 megawatt hours in a 20-foot container to 5.5, people talking 6 megawatt hours. Especially on the energy storage side of things, that creates a lot of challenges for us, lots of opportunities for us, because every challenge is an opportunity for a product developer. And we have to keep our product development on track to meet these, kind of anticipate these demands that are coming from the customers and the markets. We have to keep track of what the battery guys are doing, what the PV panels were doing.
Right.
We saw kind of this trend in the PV space.
Right.
Everything was 1,000 volts DC.
Yeah.
When I came to SMA, we transitioned to 1,500 volt DC, and everything's 1,500 volt DC, lot scale. Same things kind of happening on the energy storage side of things. It's they are still on the evolution curve.
Yeah.
We haven't settled on that perfect design yet. So different companies, different approaches.
Yeah.
It's a super exciting time to be in energy storage, for sure.
You know, the conversations that I've had, Ravi, that have impressed me are about how you think about product development. I know that you guys are slated to bring out a solar-only plus a storage application in the not-too-distant future. I'd love a preview of that, but I'm also curious your perspective on the mind share of a company like SMA, which has a legacy of nearly 40 years, or more than 40 years, of power conversion devices specific to the solar industry, now shifting into this battery energy storage market. There's got to be some dichotomy around the sort of the science side of this and your team's thoughtfulness around the building the product versus the existing portfolio of products. So talk a bit about what you guys are planning and your vision or your insights into how the team spends their time at product development stage.
So business drives mind space.
Yeah, exactly.
And R&D dollars follows where business is. For multiple years, maybe even till 2020,
Right.
most of the business came from PV.
Right.
So a lot of the mind space was PV.
Absolutely.
But the last 4 or 5 years, that needle has completely shifted. We are half of our business, if not more, comes from storage. Storage designs are still not settled.
Yeah.
So every
Moving
company
Yeah.
has their smartest idea, and that demands flexibility from our products.
Yeah.
And that's the thought process behind the introduction of our newest product,
Yeah.
the Sunny Central Flex. Stands for flexible. So we saw a lot of storage kind of gets coupled into energy storage, but there are different kinds of storage. You have DC coupled storage that has very particular use cases, lots of advantages. Then you have AC coupled storage, you have short duration, long duration. Tom mentioned different use cases for AC coupled storage. And then storage is enabling utilities to make use of a lot of services.
Right.
And those services are further enhanced by grid forming technologies. So storage is an engineer's dream because you have so many use cases, so many different architectures that it's a super exciting time to be part of SMA.
Yeah.
And part of this technology evolution that is happening.
Yeah.
Well, and because of all this growth and all this change, and how do you future-proof projects when things are changing so much?
Well, that is where picking the right product, picking the right architecture, picking the right design really comes into play. And our newest introduction to the market, the Sunny Central Flex, is a platform that's designed for a PV application, for a DC coupled application, for an AC coupled, short duration, long duration, grid forming, all of the different use cases you get with AC coupled applications, and power to gas. So you get the same platform,
But the adaptability.
with the adaptability, and that is kind of the futuristic way all companies will have to go, because from an end user standpoint, the synergies that you get with spare parts, service, all of those things really matter for developers.
Yeah. I'll tell you what else matters for developers is that the sun is less hot today than it was 3 days ago.
Oh my God.
So when they're visiting you in that massive installation you have out in the promenade, you and your team aren't just having to chug liters of water just to attend to folks.
Yeah, yesterday was a challenging day
I
for
can
sure.
imagine. I can imagine.
Yeah.
You guys are
So-
located just behind the fountain. How do you always get the prime spot right where everyone's
They're
walking?
SMA. Come
Yeah,
on
there
now.
you go. She answered it for me. Thank you.
The answer is all the points we've accumulated over the years of being here,
That's
right?
right.
That's
right.
true
I
too.
got
That's
seniority.
true too. Absolutely.
Yeah, well, it's not lost on anyone when you walk into RE+. SMA is here, and they're here to stay. They're here in force. Ravi Dadbalapur, thank you for taking time with us on the stage to explain how developers can future-proof their projects and how they can have flexible applications and storage that couple with their PV.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Yeah,
Great
you're
to see you, my
welcome.
friend.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ravi Dadbalapur from SMA.
Davalapur.
I just keep practicing it.
You gotta practice.
Last but certainly not least, we want to bring up someone who has their finger on the pulse of energy policy. I'd like to take attention to one of the critical topics that we have to tackle collectively, especially how the clean energy movement and virtual power plants are giving our grid context and better equity, right? Will Kenworthy is the Midwest Regulatory Director for Vote Solar. Will, thank you for coming to PowerUp Live.
Thanks for having me.
So, Will, how does the I can't even read my thing here. So you've got this distributed capacity procurement proposal, and it's fitting into this larger conversation. How does it do that around virtual power plants?
Yes. So the distributed capacity procurement that Xcel Energy put out in their own reply comments to their own IRP on August 9th was a really interesting development in the way that I think distributed resources are being managed and thought about by utilities in their resource planning. And basically what they proposed is they said, we're going to go out and procure, what they put on the table was something between 400 and 400 megawatts of storage and 440 megawatts of solar.
Yeah.
And it was going to be distributed and distribution connected, but customer sided resources that they were going to treat as an energy supply, selectable energy supply resource in their IRP. And so it was it's a brand new way that of treating distributed energy in resource planning. So we've been talking about it for years. We've been participating in previous Xcel IRPs as the distributed solar parties, along with a coalition of other, some frontline groups and policy-oriented groups, trying to encourage utilities all over the country, but Xcel in particular in their previous IRP, to treat distributed energy resources as something they can do something about and use, rather than something that just happens to them.
Do you think that we're finally at the place where distributed energy resources are able to really replace traditional fossil fuel assets?
I think that, we've been talking about this for a long time, and like I said, they traditionally treat it as something that happens to them, and so they build it into the plan and they solve everything else based on that. And they don't think of it as something that that can, like you said, replace fossil fuel assets. The difference here is both the approach to it and the scale that they're talking about. They're talking about, combined 800 megawatts of capacity. And when you get to that scale, you can actually move the needle in a resource plan.
Absolutely.
So I think that proceeding is ongoing right now, and it's scheduled to be resolved by the commission, the Minnesota Commission, in February.
Yeah.
I think the commission's open to it and is excited to see it, and we're excited to see it too. We have some things that we're going to be suggesting that there be more behind the meter, customer-sided, potentially customer-owned resources that could participate in this, and there's going to be questions about ownership and control of the assets. But potentially, this could be something that is going live or being actually used to solve their problems now.
Do you see Xcel Energy and what's happening in this particular part of the Midwest, like we saw with community solar, as a bellwether for what other utilities will begin to follow, or is this right now still in its infancy, sort of an incubation phase, and none of the other utilities really taking note?
I hope so. I mean, I hope it's like there was a panel yesterday that Jigger Shaw moderated, where Ryan
the Master
Long,
Speaker Series,
that Ryan Long, who's the president of Xcel, and a guy named Pierre Lafarge from Spark Fund were on the panel, and they were talking about this, and the way that Ryan Long was talking about this sounded like, okay, this is something that we're ready to get our arms around now, that we're going to try and figure out how to use this in a way that benefits not just the customers where the resources are sited, but also their whole rate base, and helps them solve big problems they have about how they're going to accommodate new load and continue to retire the fossil units that they've been talking about retiring.
This is fascinating. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks.
It is always wonderful to learn what's actually happening in the field. What we try to bring to folks is this vision of where the market is moving, and Vote Solar always has their finger on the pulse. Thanks for bringing that.
Yeah, thank you for all your hard work.
Thanks for giving me a chance to talk about it.
Appreciate it, Mr. Kimmer.
Take care.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'll take that headset. All right, as we wrap today's PowerUp Live Stage, I want to remind you of our swag contest. If you or your marketing manager bring your content, bring your swag, like this beautiful CPS bear.
If you want to go gardening, Women in Clean Tech and Sustainability's got some stuff.
Bring your swag down to the PowerUp Live Stage reception area and leave your business card, because we will be choosing a winner. And we can't choose a winner if we don't know how to actually contact you. Up coming up in just a moment, we've got everything from geek worthy to this.
How do we look?
This is Fractal's new shirt, by the way.
I think that's going
Fractal.
to look really good on you.
Borat, yeah. Coming up in just a few moments, we're going to bring the American Made Challenge prize winners to the stage in about 3 or 4 minutes. Lisa Ann is going to co-host that session.
I will.
You have been a wonderful, lovely co-host for this PowerUp Live morning show. Lisa Ann also hosts the Earthlings podcast. If you have not tuned in, you should definitely subscribe to the Earthlings podcast. Landgate has a full Bloody Mary bar. Obviously, very few are drinking the virgin version, which I can attest is delicious. Good morning, and thank you for taking time out of your busy day to join us at the PowerUp Live morning show. We have a full day of programming. You can get the schedule by scanning this QR code, and you can enter our giveaway to win a sweet backpack cooler from REI by coming over and either picking up a headset or checking in with our guys here, Graham and the team. Thank you once again. We'll be back in just a moment with the American Made Challenge prize winners.
All righty. Ready? Greetings, Earthlings, and welcome back to the PowerUp Live Stage. I'm your host for this segment, Lisa Ann Pinkerton. I host the Earthlings 2.0 podcast, which you can find on the Resource Labs Network. I'm the founder and CEO of Technica Communications. We handle PR for a lot of the companies here at the show. And I founded Women in Clean Tech and Sustainability many years ago, and some of my ladies are here for that as well. And I'm here with Becca Jones-Albertus, and she is the director of the DOE's Solar Energy Technologies Office. And we're going to talk about this year's American-made Solar Prize. It's been going on for 7 years. The U.S. Department of Energy has led this competition, offering the most promising innovations in solar a chance to scale and put their ideas out with real-world impact. So thank you for being here, Becca.
Thanks so much for having me, Lisa.
And thank you all for putting on this prize, because what we know about the life of a startup is that you need to establish credibility, validity. You need to be able to prove what you're doing is actually going to work in the field. And contests and competitions like the one you're putting on with the work you're doing is one of those ways that helps these startups prove to others that they actually have something here. So thank you for that work.
Yes, and thanks for having us up here to talk about it. Our real goal is trying to accelerate the progress of entrepreneurs who have great ideas so that they can get their products to market faster. And that's part of the way we do that is we bring together a network we call the American Made Network of support through the national labs, through experts in the field. And we try to make those connections with the support that entrepreneurs need much, much, much faster and help accelerate their progress.
Mm-hmm. And so explain, how is the competition structured? And maybe you can move your mic up a little bit closer. There you go. Yeah.
Yeah, so the competition has 3 phases. We call them Ready, Set, Go. And the first phase, we're looking for entrepreneurs who have a great idea. They may, still be really just at the concept phase, but we want them to share their idea and their plans, and then they can win $50,000 to take the next step. They then have a few more months, and they have support from our American Made Network to move forward. And then there's the set stage, where we select 20 winners who win additional funds, and then they win vouchers to work at DOE's national laboratories. This can help with validation testing. Yeah. It can help fill expertise gaps that they have.
That's huge, have access to that network.
Yes, so that's another set of expertise that we bring in. They're a key part of our American Made Network. They have a few more months before, so now we're at about a year later. We bring them to what we call Go Demo Day, and we hear from our 10 finalists, and they pitch their products, their progress, and have a chance to be one of our 2 grand prize winners, winning $500,000 and another $75,000 of support in vouchers to work with our national labs and the continued support of the American Made Network.
That's tremendous. I mean, for some companies out here raising tens of millions of dollars, that might not sound like a lot, but when you're a startup and you're trying to pull yourself out of that primordial ooze, that money can go a long way.
That's what we keep hearing, and that's why we keep doing this prize.
So then let's bring on some of the winners so that we can talk about the very interesting companies that are ready to gain the spotlight. You want to introduce the first winner?
Yes, so our first winner is Fram Energy, and we have Charlotte and Lauren.
Come on up, Charlotte. We got a headset for you. You can take off your badge if you want. So we have Charlotte and we have Lauren Block as well. Ladies, I really appreciate that we're starting with the ladies today. Tell us about your company.
Yeah, so thanks so much for having us, Lisa Ann. And we're very pleased to be here, of course, representing Fram Energy and the American Made Solar Prize as winners. Fram Energy is focused on bringing solar to the very underserved rental market segment. Currently, there's practically in the residential segment, like mostly solar deployment on owner-occupied homes, and a key reason for that is split incentives. So less than 0.1% of rentals currently have access to solar, because why would the landlord put panels on the roof if the tenants generally pay the energy bill?
Yep.
And they would get all the savings? And that is exactly the problem that we're fixing with our software solution that enables the solar panel owner, whether that's the landlord of the building or a third-party solar developer, to put panels on the roof and then sell the solar kilowatt hours to their tenants. Yeah.
That's fascinating because that is a big problem that the industry has struggled with for a long time. There was the incentive structure of the landlord.
The split incentives,
It hasn't been working for us for a long time. We also see that in EV charging and other aspects of rentals. And what we know about the rental market is there are more rentals than there are people owning homes. So you have a big population of people, specifically in the underserved communities, who could really use those energy savings that solar provides.
Exactly. Our team is very motivated by that as well. It's a very important part of our DNA, and it really motivates us to be bringing clean energy and energy savings to that group as well. Yeah.
So tell me about your process going through the solar prize. What was the first stage that you presented?
So the first stage, I actually think Charlotte can really speak to this because she put a lot of work into the first stage and throughout the process.
Yeah, Lauren joined in January, so kind of leading up to the second set phase. So as Becca mentions, the competition starts with the ready phase, and back then we'd just kicked off our pre-seed fundraise, but it was mostly me, 2 fantastic part-timers, and an idea. We didn't have a product yet. And the competition really helped us through the American-made network, through the connectors, the power connectors, to both start that process of hiring great team members, to start to unlock dozens of discovery conversations to discover what this high-over thing should actually look like in kind of technical setup and design. And that's also how we were able to bring fantastic team members like Lauren, our founding engineer, on board. And then I think you can also speak to what happened afterwards in the competition since you joined around the set round.
Yeah, with the engineering, what are some of the challenges that you are going to tackle related to physically being able to generate this solar and then track all of the use of it so that there can be better incentives between the landlords and the renters?
Absolutely. So some of the biggest challenges are actually data access and just the extremely complex nuances between different utilities in different states, and there's also even regulatory complexity in the technical side just because of the way that, say, taxes and other things are implemented. Because for us to do this successfully, it's really important that we're very, very accurately calculating the bills, and to do that, we have to understand how things are different in different places.
Mm-hmm. How do you plan on? Do you feel like you're going to have to collaborate or integrate with utilities at all related to this? And how are you planning on tackling that?
Absolutely, and so we actually already integrate with some companies such as Utility API that allow us to access that utility data, and then with the more resources that we have now, we can also focus on expanding to other utilities and geographies that aren't currently something we could serve, and figuring out ways to get that data in a creative way.
Okay.
And it is very much our strategy to never need a kind of custom partnership or collaboration with the utility. We very much, at this point in the company, surf the waves of the existing structures and programs that either the local energy regulator or the utility has put into place to not delay us as a startup wanting to be high pace with needing to form all kinds of complex custom pipeline with the utilities.
Now, when you think of multi-unit dwellings, there's a lot of people living sort of stacked, so the roof space might not be as much as we might need for all of the energy that might be used at the complex. So about what percentage do you think you might be able to serve with solar?
Yeah, that is very different for a garden-style apartment versus a super high-rise. If you look at the kind of, for example, New York City stereotype, what people think of an extremely high-rise building, that is actually a quite small part of the market because it is very expensive to develop extremely high buildings. So in geographies where it's possible, developers do like to not go that much higher than maybe 5 floors. So in general, and Lauren can also speak to the numbers a little bit here, but I think we usually are able to achieve, I'd say the range is 45 to 90% covering the loads of the building. And obviously every building we get in our pipeline is a bit different. We sometimes also have either a more efficient building or like a tenant population in a geography where they need more AC, will be consuming more electricity. So there's all these other nuances besides just the roof versus unit ratio.
It depends on like how old are the washing machines and the dryers and
exactly.
Yeah. Well, thank you, ladies. Congratulations on your win, Fram Energy. And we will be watching you to see how you are able to facilitate all of this great support for multi-unit dwellings. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. And Becca, let's introduce the other winners.
Yes, our other grand prize winner is Grit Robotics. We have Puneet and Vishal here to talk about their technology.
All right, come on up, gentlemen. Welcome. Go ahead and put a headset on.
Having us.
You're welcome. You're welcome. So let's get started with the basics. What is Grit Robotics?
Grit Robotics is automating renewable energy construction. We're starting first with solar because it's the fastest growing construction sector. It also lends itself very nicely to robotics and AI because it's repetitive. And the demand is through the roof.
So explain us a little bit more. What do you mean by that?
So many steps in the renewable construction process. Let's start with solar, right? So solar would have, first you'll lay the ground, you'll do the civil work, then you'll come and you'll do the mechanical installations, you'll do these piles. I'm talking about utility scale solar.
Okay.
Then you'll put these very heavy and long torque tubes, and then you'll start putting these modules on, which is like a giant test. So to give you a context, a 700 megawatt project would have 1.5 million solar panels. Right? Each of them are being picked up by hand. They all weigh 90 pounds, 80 to 90 pounds. In the middle of hot Arizona and Texas sun, right? The companies are struggling because they typically will hire 200 workers that they need 100, 70% attrition, 30% of the workers can't even pass a drug test. And these guys are struggling to finish the projects today, let alone bidding on future projects. They're super nervous. And just to put this in context, US needs to build its largest solar power plant almost every 3 days for the next 25 years.
Wow.
That's the kind of...
That's a lot of
that's
capacity.
A lot, exactly.
So how are you using the robotics with this?
And just to put this in context, the labor force availability has become flat. So there's no new people entering. And this is the only sector where the construction productivity is actually declining. So you have the perfect storm.
Yeah, so tell us, how are you going to use robotics for this?
Yeah, so think of dull, dirty, and dangerous jobs on these sites where you basically have people lifting heavy things like solar panels and carrying them. What we do is automate those steps. We have our robots, which are typically off-the-shelf hardware. We don't build any novel custom hardware. We just use off-the-shelf hardware. And then we develop cutting-edge AI software to power all these equipment and make them intelligent enough to perform all these tasks. Our machines will, for instance, carry these solar panels. They'll pick and place them. They will perform assembly tasks, essentially automating a bunch of the mechanical, dull, dirty, complex work.
Could you move your microphone a little bit closer to your... There you go.
Is that better?
Okay,
Perfect.
thank you, Herman. Continue.
Yeah, so again, as I said, automating the dull, dirty, and dangerous tasks of moving heavy things, of picking and placing heavy things, of just carrying stuff around these massive 3,000-acre sites using automation.
So are your robots, is it gonna be the same type of robot that can do multiple things, or are you gonna have different types of robots for different jobs?
Yeah, so fundamentally, the vision of the company is around developing a single platform that is able to do multiple tasks. So, we can take the same construction vehicle, for instance, and the same vehicle is able to do things like just moving heavy pallets around the sites. But with a quick software change, we can make it pick and place panels if we need to. So really the scalability of our solution comes in the fact that we're developing AI that is able to do multiple tasks on the site.
And then I assume you'll have to have operators of these robots. And so what are the human roles that will integrate with the robots?
So I think we are of a firm believer that you should never try to automate things 100%. Because humans are really good. We have got these 10 fingers. We're very good with dexterous tasks, putting bolts in, putting switches in, putting wires in. Those things still should be done by people. But then why are we doing this repetitive, heavy lifting in the middle of the hot sun? Can we help automate that? Then there is a lot of movement of material which is happening on these sites, which is you got to pick up the pallet. These are dangerous jobs when you have like a 4,000-pound pallet on a small forklift and you're driving it across the site. Can we automate some of those things? And there are these very, again, repetitive tasks of putting some of the mount rails on where the solar modules are installed. So can we automate those too? And like how Vishal was saying, essentially what we are building is, we're building a virtual operator. That's what we call it. It's like an AI stack. We call it the virtual operator. We're asking it to first help with module installation. Then it'll help us move material. Then it'll help us with some of the assemblies. But the delicate task will still be done by people. There'll be people monitoring these machines at all points of time because robots do stupid stuff, right?
Humans do stupid stuff too.
Yes.
Robots are held to a much higher bar than humans.
So, I mean, the idea is, you know, you want to have this human-machine good
like
team.
a partnership.
Exactly. And you want them to be able to improve productivity, guide the robot, and then that's the model, honestly. So a single person will be able to overlook 8 or 10 of these machines in the field anytime. Each machine is working with a person on the site, so they're overlooking it independently. But now, because we need to install 5x or 6x amount of solar every year, and globally it's almost 10x the solar every year, we can help multiply this workforce. They're able to do a lot more, earn a lot better. Basically, you're making like any other skilled work.
Yeah.
So we're essentially also helping train the workforce of tomorrow. So we are basically letting people now work with robots. You know, train them, work with them. So that's like the next dimension for us.
And then do you anticipate that we'll be able to install these panels and get these sites up and running faster?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, that's actually a massive advantage because, you know, as we said, our robots are a force multiplier for the workforce, which means we can amplify the output 8 to 10x. So they can actually construct all these sites 3 to 4 to 5x faster, right? We can actually deploy that much more solar every year and hence decarbonize that much faster.
Yeah. Maybe we could get some more interconnections that much faster too.
Hopefully.
You guys can work on that at the DO.
Oh, we are. That's a hard one.
Well, thank you, gentlemen, from Grit Robotics.
This was a pleasure.
Congratulations on your win. We look forward to watching you evolve.
Absolutely.
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you so much.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate the opportunity.
And thank you, Becca, for being here and all the work that you do with the Solar Prize. We're going to wrap it up early so that we can get back on schedule. Hope you don't mind. My name's Lisa Ann Pinkerton, host of the Earthlings 2.0 podcast, Technica Communications, and Women in Clean Tech and Sustainability. Thank you for joining us.
I did this for you, by the way.
All right, my name is Nico Johnson. We are live here at the PowerUp Live morning portion of our show. The PowerUp Live Stage is brought to you by Wärtsilä Energy Storage and Optimization. We have a really interesting session coming up right now. If you can hear my voice, you should come on down, put on one of these fancy headsets. We've got Erin Greason right here. She can hand you a headset so you can listen in and tune out the rest of the world. I'm going to try not to project so much, so I can save the rest of my voice for the rest of the day. Well, as long as humans have inhabited the earth, we've all had roofs over our heads. What those roofs are made of and what purposes they serve, who even installs them is evolving. So are the industries that support protecting our most important asset, the home, and keeping us safe from the elements. No company in the U.S. moves more roofing products than ABC Supply, our nation's largest building products distributor. James Mason, VP of Renewables of AB Supply, has been with that company for nearly 2 decades and has led their renewables division launch over the past 18 months. Today, you'll see what James brings unique insights into the intersection of solar and roofing. You're going to explore some of the current state of the solar market through his roofer-centric lens and how roofers are evolving to meet this booming opportunity. James, welcome to PowerUp Live.
Nico, great to be here, man. Love the energy.
Yeah, man. Likewise, I love that pen. You've got a nice Renewable Energy or Resource Labs pen
Yes,
on the lapel.
I do.
Looks good.
I love that outfit, I got to say, man. You made me step up my game.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I at least gave you a heads up. I'm wearing my granddad's green leisure suit. You know, one of the things that Jiggershaw said at our dinner the other night is that we got to leave some things behind, like our claims to climate change and greening the industry and adopt a new vernacular. But I'm still going to hold on to my green suit.
Well, you're making it look well.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Well, you guys certainly are embracing a new wave, and that is sort of the revival within the roofing industry, that the solar industry isn't necessarily a laggard when it comes to business opportunity.
Right.
But your renewables team, as it currently stands at ABC, is only about 18 months old. I'm very curious to understand, why did ABC enter the renewable sector and why now?
You know, very good question. And at that dinner you were talking about with Jigger, by the way, excellent dinner. But just being with a lot of like-minded people about leaving things in the past and transforming into the future. So the question, why ABC? You know, why now? So back in 2017, when I was out running the operations for Southern California, we had the California mandate, the solar mandate out there in 2017. I'm going to paraphrase it. That kind of just basically stated that any new building over 2 stories had to have some type of photovoltaic system. Right. And so the light went on for me, right? So we are the largest exterior and interior building products distributor in North America. And so because solar goes on top of the roof, and we do about 1 in every 3 roofs, it made sense, at least for me. That light bulb went on.
That's remarkable. ABC is 1 in every 3 roofs.
Just about.
That's amazing.
Just about. And so seeing that, you know, mainly if you know anything about roofs, I'm not going to go too deep down the rabbit hole, but usually your roof is usually either going to be, you know, composite shingles or it's going to be tile. And of course, out in Southern California, it's hot. We have stucco. You've got the Mediterranean kind of Spanish-style homes, so a lot of tile, right? And so just how the industry is built, you know, it was a little more profitable for us on the asphalt shingle side. Right. The tile, not so much so. So with that mandate, that changed the profit trajectory of every roof for me. So now I want all roofs because I can put solar on top and integrate that. So you could see how those economics worked. And so starting that in 2017, that kind of got us into it, and then we had a thing called COVID. I know a lot of people have forgotten. I haven't, but we've come back from that, and we got pretty good in 2020, 2021 to the point where we were going to take it nationally. Hence, we stood up the renewables energy division, and that's kind of where we're taking it now. You know, going from all the power markets, California, Texas, Florida, North Carolina, so forth and so on, and just taking solar nationally.
Yeah, and there's a confluence of sort of geopolitical and political events, weather events that are pushing a lot of the key states that you serve into a more of a renewable renaissance, so to speak.
Absolutely. You know, one in particular, like Texas. Yeah. Right? Let's just take that. You know, Texas. You think Texas, oil and gas, right?
Yeah.
That's where it is. But maybe 2 or 3 years ago, we had the Texas freeze, right, where that really affected them. And that's one that really stood with me. I remember seeing the reports of people, starting fires in their living rooms.
Right.
Out of necessity to keep
amazing.
warm.
Yeah.
Right. And not trying to politicize the situation of what was going on with the utility company there, but for whatever reason, they did not have the resources to give power to the business and to the residential, and you had that situation. And you fast forward till now, Texas has jumped over even California as one of the solar leaders, strictly for the opportunity to have energy independence, so they wouldn't be in that situation, and that's because of solar, right? That's allowed for that to happen. So if that can happen in Texas, it can happen anywhere.
Yeah. I wonder, is there a moment in time where you remember having the light bulb go off for yourself? You kind of became a true believer, like this solar thing is actually, this is a real thing. I need to pay attention.
Man, I have probably multiple moments, but I think the biggest one, when I realized that the market was being disrupted, right? And that concept of creative destruction, right? Something is being destroyed at the same time, something is being created. And I think the light bulb, the most significant one, went off for me. I'm a pretty good student of history, but I was looking back, I was kind of doing my due diligence to see, man, I think we have something here.
Yeah.
We're being disrupted. How big is this going to be? And I looked back to a couple of events, and then the main one was from a case study. You're going to laugh, but Blockbuster. I don't know how old you are, but do you remember Blockbuster?
Yeah,
okay.
Rented it from Blockbuster.
Friday night, you used to go stand in line,
absolutely.
the one movie you could never get because
That's right, yeah.
Mr. So-and-so would never return it on time. And you could never get it. But that study of Blockbuster, because I remember, man, that was the place, right? You went there, you got your videotapes, you had to wait. And then it moved from the videotapes to the DVDs and then the Blu-rays. And then you had this thing called Netflix that kind of came on. And at one point, it started as that, mail-in subscriber service.
Right.
And
Don't have to go to Blockbuster anymore.
No, well, Blockbuster doesn't exist anymore because that disruption came. And there was a new way that you could stream. Now, if you would have thought about it back in Blockbuster's heydays, that streaming would take over and that, Blockbuster wouldn't exist anymore. You'd be like, no, that wouldn't happen.
Right.
And so that was that aha moment as I'm starting to see, how big solar is going to be. And I started to do some more research, and there was this article in The Economist where I was looking at, okay, let me see kind of the baseline, the tracking of when solar probably, when they started measuring it and really seeing how far it was going to grow. And give me a little rope here, like 2004.
Yeah.
I think from a worldwide lens, let's say we could probably install about a gigawatt of solar. It would take us about a year to do so, right? Let's fast forward to 2010. We could probably install that in 6 months.
Yeah.
Fast forward to 2016. We could do that in a week, right? Let's fast forward to today. There's days where we can install 1 gigawatt. That's so thinking it from that perspective, that's when the light really went off. Like, this is one of those moments. This is that Blockbuster moment. This is that. The other analogy is the phones. You remember you used to have to make a long distance call. You would have to call that 1-800 number on your phone to get to the.
That's right.
So that kind of perspective is when it kind of hit me. Like, this is different. This disruption is going to be something new.
When we think about the way traditionally solar products have been distributed or supplied, it didn't go through the roofing industry. So in many ways, for ABC to come to sort of go into now the renewables mix, I'm curious, how do you fit into the overarching industry mix, and what makes you different from the incumbents who have had decades of runway?
Yeah, well, we have more than decades. So ABC Supply being the largest exterior and interior, the solar is an adjacent market, right?
Yeah.
So there's 15, 16, 7 different verticals that we operate in where we're the #1 leader in, right? So if you think of a home, you're talking about windows, doors, siding, gutter, stucco, waterproofing, any of those things. We already sell and distribute those things. So adding solar to that mix, right? For us, we already have the infrastructure in place, right? We have over close to 1,000 locations nationwide, a true footprint. So for us, it's more just adding a product or hitting a switch. So what difference for us is that one-stop shop, right? And that's kind of when we talk about redefining, distribution through the lens of not just a roofing, which is our core, but all exterior building products, right? The infrastructure that we bring, the scale that we bring, the 40+ years of experience is what sets us apart, right?
Yeah.
The service doesn't change, the products do, but the blueprint service is still the same, and I think that's where we fit in.
One argument for why roofers haven't entered into the solar industry is that it just isn't as easy to do business in solar as it is in their traditional market, right? It's adding on an additional context. There's electricity that flows.
Right.
Can you talk a bit to that ease of doing business from the perspective of the roofers and how you see that evolving?
Absolutely, and like in our mission statement, we say something that we're the biggest and the easiest, right? So making it easy, right? Removing the friction is something that's very important to us. That value add, and believe it or not, 25 years ago, roofing wasn't too much different than kind of what we're seeing solar now. It wasn't very easy, right? It wasn't very organized because it didn't have the infrastructure, but over time, it was built, for roofers, by roofers. Like our company, our founder was a third-generation roofer, right? So he started this company to actually support his roofing company, but he got so good at the distribution side of it, but he serviced the roofer like he thought a roofer needed to be serviced, and of course that expanded to all exterior building products, and so we understand those lessons and those best practices, and so getting bringing that simplicity, that ease of doing it. Like I said, the service is the same. It's the products. Yes, there's some learning curve that some education and some training. But once that happens, and over time, the ease of doing it, right? It does become easier if you have the right infrastructure, if you have the right partners to make it happen.
Do you find that there's a lot of pushback from roofers still? Because back when I first started, there was a lot of pushback. Roofers were really antagonistic to solar installers. That was, of course, 18 years ago. I'm curious what you see in the market. What pushback do they have, and how do you presently raise awareness with those roofers who still haven't embraced the solar revolution?
Yeah, that's a good question. Yes, there was a lot of pushback, especially 18 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
It was kind of like the invention of fire. Like, oh, that's not real. You're like, that's magic. It doesn't work, but when you really think about it in its most granular form, it does make sense. But getting out of your comfort zone, it's not easy. Sometimes. So yeah, we do get the pushback, but I will tell you, timing makes all the difference, right? And there's some things that have happened, I think, that's helped us along, the policy, the technology, and just like you said, some of the climate events that have happened has made the timing now where people are a little more open into it. So even in the past 3 to 5 years, I've seen the momentum pick up and the acceptance. So it went from this is not real, or I don't think it's sustainable, I don't know how this works, to okay, I don't think I don't have a lot of arguments about is solar power real. It's more now what we talked about. How do I get in? How do I fit in? Can you make it easy for me? Can you help me connect the dots? How can it help my business grow? And so those are some of the things that we are addressing with our roofers, and kind of how we're overcoming this, like training sessions, webinars, partnering with guys like you to get the word out.
Message out.
Yeah, and stopping by our booth to kind of see, 'cause seeing is believing, right?
Totally.
Come and see what we're talking about. Come see our truck. Come see what makes us different.
Yeah. You mentioned that you guys have created, bespoke products like this truck that makes the work easier.
Yeah.
How would what would the solar industry find surprising or beneficial if they began to interact with ABC that maybe is a differentiator of how you do business.
Yeah, that's
compared with how they're working now.
So once again, not wrong or right, but electrical distribution is set up a little bit differently from exterior and interior building products distribution. Meaning, if we think about it in its most granular form, what you need to support a roofing contractor or what you need to support a framer is going to be a little bit differently inherently. From what you need to support an electrician, right? The products on this side are bigger, they're bulkier. You have to have the equipment, and you can't really put a lot of that to the roof with the ladder. So you have to have
a lot of it's you going to them too. An electrical supply they come to you.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, because the roofs are kind of on buildings, and just inherently most electrical components are on the ground. So that's just kind of the way the apple falls. But I think what solar contractors will find is they'll be able to benefit from the ease of how we're able to get things to the roof. Like one of the biggest challenges, especially in the C&I side, is the loading. Right. These big buildings, these large logistics warehouses. We did a project, and once again, you can stop by the booth. It's filmed. You can see. But I'll just give a few statistics. It was a decent size, but not large. But we really actually talked to the owner of the building, and we got pretty granular. So he knew exactly how many times he had to carry a panel up and down the ladder.
Right.
And I don't know about you. I picked up a panel.
It's not easy.
No, it's not easy. 120 times. Up and down the ladder. So it said it took him about 6 hours, to load this building. And we came out and we loaded it in 45 minutes. And that took a lot longer because we were filming. Because we were bringing the product up. And so we had a knuckle boom where we could articulate it to where we actually just swung the panel out and we took it and they could put it right into the racking or right on top of the ballast system. But in a normal situation, we could do it in 20 minutes because we just go up and place it in the four corners or however you want to do, and we're out.
And then cart it across.
Right, so think about that. You're saving production time and efficiency and safety, right? Your people aren't walking up and down. And so he was able to increase the run rate of his jobs by 2. So think about that. Not 6 hours going up and down, 6 hours. He can install almost half of those arrays and be done and move on to the next project. So those are just some of the things that we can bring to the solar contractors.
Have you begun to expand to service solar only contractors?
Absolutely. Now, I listen. I'm agnostic. I'll service anyone that wants to buy the products that we sell. But yes, we have. And in that, I'd like to think of this analogy of the train station. Right, where ABC Supply is a train station. Just come to the train station. We'll get you on the right train. We'll get you on the right track, and we'll get you to your destination. But to answer your question more specifically, yes, we deal with solar contractors only, but we try to expand the pie and say, hey, we'll teach you how to do roofing, and vice versa. We teach the roofing guys how to do solar because we're from the perspective of, give me a little time frame here, 5 to 7 years from now. If you're doing solar, you're going to be doing roofing. And if you're doing roofing, you're going to be doing solar. And if you're not doing both, you're probably not going to be doing a little bit of much. It's not, James Mason, this is what the market is asking for, right? Single source, one wraparound warranty. It makes it really simple.
Amazing. How do you train for that? How do you help those solar contractors who in California just maybe only have their C46 license? How do you help them move into all the things they need for roofing?
So one, our strong vendor partner network is probably the key, right? All of the products that we sell, right? We top people who have good training platforms. We hold training events, and we bring them all together, right? Because for us,
so your vendors help to train,
absolutely,
and bring up the education level.
They're the experts of it. It's their product, so they're the ones that are writing the install manuals and the tech manuals and the cut sheets. So for us, if we're saying we're going to make it easy for you, we're going to help you grow your business, we mean that we're going to provide the platform, the area, and the space for you to train, right, and to talk to the experts, the people that made the product, and put together that comprehensive solution that is going to make it easy for you to grow your business and go win market share, which is going to help elevate the entire market. And that's something that we've done for the last 40 years. If you think about it just from if I could, just the roofing standpoint, it's inherent to us because that's just how we've grown. That's how we've evolved. 50 years ago, it was all about EPDM roofing, and then we went to built-up roofing, and then we went from built-up roofing to single-ply roofing, and then from single-ply roofing to coating. The entire industry had to do that. We did that together with our vendor partners, with our contractors.
Makes sense.
So, believe it or not, roofing contractors are very adaptable. They're used to change just because it has to, and it's going to continue to.
There used to be an advantage with the mix of the trades where companies like ABC would start to pair companies together, right? And I worry that at this point where we're seeing this roofing 2.0, as you've put it in the past, that there won't be this complementary nature where roofers see that they can work with solar installers and solar installers see that they pair services with roofers, because as you say, they're going to start competing on services for one, sort of forwards integrating each one for the other. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I'll say this the same that I said in the past. There's enough sun for everybody, right? And listen, if we get really granular, there's just not enough solar contractors anyway, right, to help this scale to the level that we need to, and without politicizing this to hit the certain climate targets that we're trying to do.
Sure.
We need solar and roofing contractors together, and there's more roofing contractors because this trade has been around a little bit longer, but even those combined, we're still going to need even more, right, to continue this. So I think competition is not a bad thing. I think it's a good thing. You know, Coke is Coke because of Pepsi, and Pepsi is Pepsi because of Coke. So
that's true.
Yeah, so there's enough. There's just not enough. So we do need this convergence. And what I'm seeing in this field is not so much competition. I'm starting to see more collaboration.
Yeah.
Where there's a lot of people that have joint ventures and they actually work together.
Yeah.
Not so much to compete. It's just to help grow and expand their businesses. So, and I'm seeing it both ways. I'm seeing, roofing companies forming with solar companies, and I'm seeing solar companies bringing roofing in-house and vice versa. So, no, it's wide open. So I'm not seen as more of a the end all, like, hey, it's me against you. It's more of a, hey, does our values align? Can we work together? How can we win? And when they get out there, they see what me and you see, that there's not enough contractors anyway for us to hit these 2030 targets, these 2050 targets. We need all hands on deck.
Yeah, and what's also missing is the workforce development or rather the workforce to develop. A lot of young folks are not choosing to go into the trades the way they did in our generation. And they miss the opportunity because they think that white-collar jobs, working behind a desk, is going to be the big payoff, not realizing that some of their peers that didn't take the desk and the pencil-pushing route are pulling $200,000, $300,000, $400,000 a year, some in very well sort of supported union jobs.
Nico, and I know we talked a little about this offline, but I do want to take this time to kind of pitch this because we think we need this for the industry.
Yeah.
Listen, there's a lot of money to be made, a lot of good money, like six-figure plus salaries that aren't white collar, and I don't think people got into trades because it wasn't sexy, right? It wasn't dirty, but I'll say it, solar's sexy.
Yeah,
it's cutting edge. Like and I know you experience when I go somewhere and I start talking about renewables to somebody, and I turn around and it's like that old commercial E.F. Hutton. Maybe I'm aging myself. Everybody's listening. They turn around and there's a crowd of people because people are interested. And so if there's anything I could put out there for young people is, listen, get involved in these trades, right?
Yeah.
There's money to be made. There's businesses that need to be created. There's more technologies that are coming, and it's only going to come as we are able to hand this off to that next generation to help push us. And I'm optimistic that it's going to happen, strictly because I don't think they see the trades the way we do, Nico, because look, we're up here and we're talking about solar and this convergence of construction and the energy industry and the technology. It's kind of all blending this nice, renewable energy gumbo that I'm getting a little hungry here. That's out there for people. And so listen, you can make a great living in the renewable space, and I think we're seeing it as manufacturing is coming back, and these are good paying American jobs that are being here, and I think we're just scratching the surface that we need as we scale, and as we build this thing up together.
Well, one of the things that we need to scale is money, and private equity is pushing back into roofing as they did with HVAC a few years ago, and electrical a decade ago. So ABC has a private equity division, mostly because customers are grabbing rooftop businesses and rolling up opportunities. Could you talk a bit about where you see the money flowing and what opportunities you might sort of signal for both roofers and solar contractors alike in terms of how the industry is going to scale?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a crystal ball here, but I will tell you something. Yeah, the private equity, and it's come fast, has moved into the exterior building products, mainly roofing, fairly quickly over the last 24 months.
Yeah.
To the point where we talked about that we actually had to stand up a private equity department to kind of address that, because that was a different customer segment that we weren't used to, right?
Yeah.
So we went from one day of dealing with companies that have been in a company, been in a family for 2-3 generations, and all of a sudden we get a call from, hey, this is private equity firm X. We just got this company, and
we're going to change the way things are working.
And that's okay, and it's been a learning curve, but that's the beauty of dealing with a company with the size and scale and experience of ABC Supply. We were able to adapt.
Yeah.
And what we're seeing is that thing jumped, I mean, exponentially.
Right.
And so now, how do I think that this money can flow? It's going to be interesting with the new ruling from the IRS on how tax credits now can be sold and transferred.
Right.
I was looking, I do follow you, I was looking in some of your stuff about that REIT company that just did that first transaction. I think that's going to be one of many. And if that's the case, and this is me just speculating a little bit, but some of those national players and national companies, I think are going to align with some of these private equity companies. And if you have a company, I'm not saying that they're doing it, but just as an example, like a Prologis, that's something we all know. They have warehouses.
JLL, Prologis,
all these guys. What wouldn't stop them from putting solar on these assets and producing these tax credits that they can sell out in the market? So I think this is going to open up an avenue of something of scale and size that we haven't seen before. It's new, so I'm excited. I'm watching. Whatever it's going to be, I can tell you this, Nico, it's going to be big.
Absolutely. You're referring to the Renewable Energy World, or Solar Power World had an article on Evergrow that did the first.
That was it.
Yeah, the first REIT to do a tax credit transfer of $600,000. It seems small, but it's that first domino.
Yes.
And it's the domino in $1 trillion market.
Yeah.
So I absolutely agree. There's a lot happening. I mean, that covered a roof portfolio from Washington, D.C. all the way. And it was California, Washington, D.C. It was everything from 66 kilowatts up to 200 kilowatts. So when we're seeing money flow through tax credit transfers at that small of a scale, we know there's a tipping point already reached. And I agree, the private equity is going to be the first to jump in and see the froth in the.
And absolutely, and we're starting conversations. I'm not going to say people's names, but we're having those conversations like we're having right now, and just having those beginning conversations. The light bulb's going off again. Just FYI, for those who are, it's right above my head. I'm like, yeah, this is another one. Now you can see why I said this disruption is kind of different.
It really is.
From the other ways, because of how much money has already been in and how it's going to go. And you and I we didn't even start to talk about AI and cryptocurrency.
Oh yeah, we'll get there.
Things are going to keep
in our next conversation.
Keep going.
Well, James, you've got a lot of innovation at your trade show booth, actually your exhibit floor space. One of them notably is this truck that you guys have that moves product up, and it's a proprietary truck. What's your booth number so folks can go and check it out if they want to see it?
Oh, you had to ask me, man. You stomped me. I got to look. I think it's...
C37050. All right. 01. 3C37015. These numbers, they're amazing.
That's why you always have to bring your marketing department with you.
I know that if you walk into Hall C, you'll see ABC Supply. You can't miss it. They've got a huge truck. Hopefully they'll get a chance to meet with you and your team and learn more about the ABC way. James, it's so nice to get a chance to learn more about how ABC is supporting the growth of this industry and supporting the handshake across the aisle between the roofing industry and the solar industry, training both to scale at the pace that we really do need. Thank you for taking time to come join us at the PowerUp Live Stage.
Nico, I appreciate the invite, man. I love the passion. I definitely want to come back, but I want to say this. the industry is going to be successful because of people like you that are helping spread the word and helping to get that handshaking reached across the aisle, because we can only get this done together.
Thank you so much.
All right, man.
James Mason, ABC Supply.
Welcome to the PowerUp Live Stage presented by Wärtsilä, Energy Storage and Optimization. I'm Sean Swentek, Vice President of Marketing Omnidian. I am joined today by two industry heavyweights from Gould Group. Really excited to have both of you today. Can you quickly introduce yourselves and what you do at Gould?
Yeah. I'm Jimmy Herring. I am Director of Solar Development at Gould Group for energy and financial analysis. So I crunch the numbers on what savings are going to look like for commercial real estate portfolios and also ROI for our projects, and make an investment recommendation or this recommendation, as the case may be.
And I'm Gavin Dillon. I am the COO at Gould Group, and happy to report just started with the company on July 1st. So I am new to the renewable energy space. I spent over 2 decades in telecom, helping a little company called LIVESTREAM Wireless turn into T-Mobile and scale, and that's what I'm helping Gould do. This small company is on a rocket-like trajectory, and we need to figure out how to scale to support our customers.
Why energy efficiency, and why was Gould Group created?
Yeah, I can speak to that a little bit. Our CEO, Brian Gould, is a master of building relationships. We were talking about this a little bit earlier, and started out doing LED retrofits and variable frequency drives, other upgrades at commercial real estate buildings. And at some point, I think a client asked, can you do solar? And Brian said, of course I can do solar. And sort of the rest is history as far as solar goes. We've really taken off from there. But that's in a quick nutshell, that's how Gould Group got started. And I think those relationships are really the sort of key to all the rest.
How much does solar, battery storage, EV make up the mix of your products nowadays when you look at it from a holistic view of energy efficiency, solar, HVAC, all that?
It's going to be about 90%, 10%. So it has really shifted to that space.
Excellent. Not surprised given the IRA and everything that's impacting that.
Mm-hmm.
I was looking at your website, incredible list of clients you have today. What does an ideal client look like when you're having these meetings? What is it that you look for that says this is someone that is a great fit for us to work with?
Well, the first thing is they've got a need in the renewable energy space or energy efficiency space that we feel like we've got the core competency to match up and deliver. Well, we talk a lot at Gould about three certainties. It's execution certainty, quality certainty, and budget certainty. When a customer has a need to deliver some sort of energy efficiency across that spectrum we talked about, we think we can go in and add value.
Yeah, I would also say, clients with a portfolio of real estate assets are also attractive to us because we want to build that relationship over the long term, and we want to add value across that portfolio. So if we have the ability to take a look at that portfolio and say, okay, we can go inside the building, we can do LEDs, we can do variable frequency drives, then we can do other improvements like solar or energy storage or linear generators, other ways to reduce energy costs, and then that elevates the value of the whole portfolio.
Are there certain sectors of real estate or corporate world that you're seeing are more ready to embrace sustainability initiatives, or are you seeing it across the spectrum?
We're seeing it across the spectrum. With our customer base, what we have noted in particular is they're motivated by two big things. One is they've made public commitments to the street that they are going to meet some sort of goals, ESG or otherwise. That combined with the second piece, which is, hey, we need projects that are ROI positive, and we need help figuring out across our portfolio of hundreds of different facilities which are great candidates for making that happen. And that's where we begin with them to help them there.
So whether it's industrial, office, multifamily, you're investing across the spectrum with those types of clients. What about data centers? I'm seeing a lot of that. Have you invested in any data center clients yet?
We've not worked with any data centers, and just looking at the energy load of a data center, at this point we do primarily rooftop C&I solar. A data center is, the load is not going to be impacted by that. So to do that, you need probably an offsite setup of some kind or a lot of land connected to that building. And so far that has not come across our plate, but I think we'd certainly be interested, to do that type of work.
Yeah, it seems like a big opportunity. Given your background at T-Mobile, and you talked about scaling and being sort of that partner for growth, what do you think you bring to Gould Group as far as that and to your clients?
Well, the thing that reminds me a lot about my telecom days in the space we are right now is that the massive amount of disruption that is happening in this world. And when I first started, over 20 years ago in telecom, that was back when there were still landlines, long-distance calling cards, and then this little handheld device came out that completely disrupted that old monopolistic world. And that just injected huge amounts of change and opportunity for companies to go find value in different ways using these technologies. Same thing is happening here. Now, when you're going through that kind of change, there's a huge opportunity for chaos, inefficiency. Everybody's trying to figure it out as you go. And what you need to do is you need to bring standards to bear. You need to understand, okay, here's what great looks like for this type of solution and how customers can use it and benefit from it. And then you build processes and you build systems, management systems for ensuring that you deliver on those standards of excellence that are going to result in the outcomes that your customers are looking for.
Gould Group's been around for 10 years now. You've been through the ups and downs of fluctuating interest rate, policy, all that. What are you seeing today as far as preferred ownership structure? Is it own? Is it lease? And where do you see that going? And what is sort of the cost-benefit analysis that you look at with clients?
So our clients so far have been interested in owning the assets that we build. So doing cash purchases and viewing those as ROI projects for their portfolios. I gather that's a little bit unusual, that financing might be more common in the market as a whole. It really depends on what the client wants, whether they have a long-term perspective, whether they have the capital, you're going to increase real estate value either way because you're generating those cash flows over time. So whether that's through saving, an upfront investment and saving on your utility bills over 25 or 30 years, or whether that's just through, nothing upfront and perhaps a smaller reduction in your savings in your OPEX at that facility. Either way, though, you're shifting the cash flows on that building and increasing value. So that's really the pitch we make, and we try to be agnostic about what the best approach might be because it's really going to depend on what the client's priorities are and what their values are. So we try to be flexible and able to do whatever's going to be best for the client.
It says a lot about where we've come on the solar coaster that these large corporate clients are willing to make that long-term investment in a sustainable future for their business. So personally, I love to hear that. I know talking to you both earlier, you were saying this conference is a great opportunity for you to engage with potential new EPC partners. What do you look for in a great partner and someone who's going to build these assets for you? What are sort of the the necessary deliverables they have to bring to the table?
Well, it's funny. We talk a lot about being a trusted advisor to our customers. We look for partners in the same way. Can we trust you? Can you be a trusted advisor to us? We don't know it all. I think that's a mistake that a lot of companies make when you're in a disruptive space, trying to win market share and make a difference. You try and be everything to everyone, and hey, we'll figure it out. We recognize we've got a few core competencies, things we do really well, and we need partners that can do other pieces of that value chain for the customer. And so we look for those folks that we can build that trust with. They're willing to give it to us straight, and that includes delivering bad news, just like we have to do sometimes with our customers. And that instills trust and enables us to move forward and work together.
Yeah, I think trust is the key word there, especially in our industry, right? People need to be able to trust the solution we're bringing. When I visited your website, I saw that trusted advisor. I saw terms like a fiduciary with this responsibility to the client. Your culture and your values are front and center on your site. Can you talk a little bit about that and sort of why that was built that way at Google Group?
Yeah, I think it is about the relationships. Recognizing that we're not in it for a short-term profit, but that we want to have these meaningful relationships based on trust over the long term. So we do a lot of upfront work to make sure that when we pitch a project to a client, we know that it meets their ROI thresholds. We know that it's actually going to be a good financial decision for them. And we have that trust that when we make those recommendations, we've done our homework. And they know we're not just trying to pull a fast one and build a project and get out of there.
Yeah, and I'd add one thing. When you think about these customers that we're doing work with, this is not an area that they're familiar with. They are purchasing assets that they don't fully understand, and they need somebody that can help them understand what it means to take this on and how to really generate the full value from those assets. And so that means having really open conversations, setting expectations really clearly from the beginning to the end. Hey, you're going to have a monitoring system on this. You're going to need to check and see if you're getting the production that you need on this. Hey, these things sometimes break, and you're going to have to get those fixed. And that's why we look for partners like Meridian to come in and help with O&M on the back end.
Yeah.
When you're talking to a client, what objections or concerns, whether real roadblocks or maybe just a myth, are you hearing raised, and how do you overcome those or solve for those?
Well, one is not too sexy. It's kind of tactical, but it's about budgets. And if you think about the capital required to put these solutions in place, every business decision maker is going through the same kind of exercise, which is where is the next best place to spend my next available dollar? And it's not always an energy efficiency project. It's usually a revenue driving growth project. And so they want certainty. They want to understand that if we're going to spend this dollar, that return is going to happen, and we have faith that who we're working with is going to enable us to deliver that. They're going to set us up for success so that we can achieve that outcome.
I also think that there's not always a full awareness that there are these other options. We could do a PPA, we can do different types of financing where if they want to put their investment capital somewhere else, we can still do a project and still save them on their OpEx over an extended period at that facility. And getting more awareness about that there are actually a range of possibilities here, a number of options for structuring these projects on a financial level. I don't think there's a lot of clear awareness about that yet.
And you bring that expertise around the financial solutions to the relationship.
Yeah.
You mentioned it is a long-term investment. You mentioned the O&M need. What does it look like really for a relationship for you? What is sort of the timeline, and what are you guys building when you're with these clients? Like, to me, it sounds like it's probably a long-term relationship here that they're investing in and that you're committed to maintaining.
Yeah, well, as Gavin mentioned, a lot of times clients will have publicly stated sustainability goals. So we're not just, sort of giving them random one-off projects, but also saying, okay, you have these goals. What would it actually take? How many projects would we have to do? How many megawatts would we have to build? What kind of investment would that look like? And this brings us back to, well, if it's more than they want to spend, then it's like, well, okay, now maybe a PPA does make sense. Maybe we start looking at some of these other options. Yeah.
What's the secret to Gould Group's success so far?
You've been here longer. You start.
Okay. I think it's what we've already said. It's the people and the relationships and the values. Bringing those values of being a trusted agent, a fiduciary, and getting face time with our clients. Having that time in person to get to know each other and to build that trust. That's my sense.
And I would elaborate a little bit just based on my for several months there. If you think about a relationship, any relationship you have with a customer, it's a journey. And it starts when they first get to know you, become aware of you. You go through a selling process. They purchase. There's actually a design, a build, construction, and then you got to operate this new asset. And that's a journey for a customer. And oftentimes, as I mentioned earlier, this is new to them. But there are these touch points during that journey. Some people call them moments of truth, where something goes right, something goes wrong. How you behave and interact with your customer and take care of your customer during those moments of truth, it's essential. And Gould Group does that in an exemplary way. Again, thinking of ourselves as that trusted advisor, you react in a certain way when something goes south during that construction build, or that first break that happens on a roof that needs to be fixed. That's a moment of truth, and you need to make sure you deliver in a way that just blows your customer away.
Yeah, the best brands shine in the toughest moments, right? It sounds like that's what you've embraced. Do you have, Jimmy, maybe a favorite story, a customer success story that you can share, a case study, or something that sort of rings true to all the things you just said?
Yeah, I mean, I know there was a time when we had a strange relationship with a particular client, and I think remaining calm and just continuing to show up to that relationship, even when there was not that was not being reciprocated for a time, continuing to show up and to demonstrate our, the trustworthiness that we were aspiring them to believe in. I think that went a long way, and I think that we were able to restore that relationship and come back much, much stronger after having gone through that challenge. Yeah.
You've worked on a lot of projects, installed a lot of megawatts. Is there a favorite project that you've worked on or something that you look back on fondly as a really unique build or something you're really proud of?
Mine's an easy one because I'm so new. My favorite project is the one I was on last week. We went up on top of a customer's roof to check out a completed project, do a little QA, QC. And it was fantastic to see both the fruits of all the labor, but also to identify, we could make this a little bit better, and let's go tweak that, make sure the customer gets the full value. So it was cool to be up on a roof, actually seeing a working system.
You bring up a great point with QA/QC. How important do you see that to the process of commercial construction nowadays for solar? For us at Omnidian, it is like there's either you didn't do QA/QC and we see the difference in the long-term operation of that asset, or you did and you're able to solve those problems up front.
It's imperative because we are making a promise to our customers when we sign that deal. Hey, you're going to get this kind of value, this kind of production, this kind of energy efficiency and savings. And if you don't check your work and make sure it's actually delivering to those specs, you're going to have really disappointed customers. And you're going to be having one of those moment of truth conversations that ideally you don't have too many of.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, it's essential.
Jimmy, I know Gould Group gives back a lot to the community. You have your organization, Light Up Hunger. Can you tell us a little bit about that? And what
Yeah, Light Up Hunger was started in partnership with one of our largest clients. Basically, the idea was that when we do a solar project in a particular community, we would look for ways to give back to that community. So in collaboration with this client, we identify a local partner, usually a food bank that has a distribution center of some kind, and we'll go and do an energy analysis at that facility. In the past, we've done LED retrofits for those kinds of projects. And right now we have some old solar panels that are coming off of a facility that we're going to replace. So we're going to be able to have those available to do hopefully a few solar projects at some food banks as well.
That's amazing. Yeah. If we look to the future of solar, of the commercial real estate space, what do you think the future of sustainability in the built world looks like? If you can put on your future thinking hat for a moment.
Well, I give you my new guy answer. And this may be too idealistic, but I feel like I see a world where you've got more and more, whether it's companies, entities, facilities, independently generating their own power. And obviously we're not there yet, and there's challenges to overcome, but just looking at all the innovation I've been seeing in my limited time, it feels like that is imminent in the future.
I would agree with that. It seems we've encountered a number of cases where a facility, either existing or new construction, just isn't able to get the energy they need from the grid. So building, distributed generation for them, microgrids, things like this. It seems like that's going to be really important.
I would imagine this allows a corporation, a business owner, a commercial real estate owner, the ability to protect themselves against climate change disasters and fires and flooding and things like that. Is that what you're seeing driving this?
It's a big part of it, but it's also just grid infrastructure is also very limited. In terms of sustainability, I think there are also, lots of different ways that companies might generate renewable energy in addition to just putting solar on a building. But it's sort of being explored at the moment. Yeah.
Speaking of the future, there was a presidential debate last night. Is your team talking internally about if it goes one direction or the other, how that might affect your business?
Yeah, I think everybody's talking about that, aren't they?
Yeah.
Your thoughts on it?
Well, I just came out of a session where I thought there were really pragmatic views offered from, there was an individual from the IRS, someone from a major accounting firm, people who are deeply vested in what the outcomes would be. And there's kind of a spectrum of thoughts. One is, the feeling is this isn't going to be rolled back immediately. And so the worst case scenario, I don't think is going to happen. But there will likely be some changes, and companies are going to have to be nimble and be able to react and adjust as needed. But I think there is a ton of momentum, and there's so much value being added across the board, regardless of whether you're blue or red, that is going to carry the day. There may be changes, there may be some painful changes, but I don't think we're going complete rollback.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's a win-win for everyone. I think when you look at it objectively. So hopefully, as Gavin said, that will carry the day. Yeah.
This conference opened with Abby Hopper and someone from the IRS as well, having this conversation, and that political component played a part. And I think Abby's done a great job of straddling both sides of the line and selling it as really an economic benefit, a labor benefit, and I really love that perspective, and it makes me think about two of the big issues facing the industry overall, labor shortage and like prevailing wage requirements from the IRA. How are you looking at that? Because you work with EPCs in many different areas of the U.S. Is that affecting your business in a large scale, or how are you addressing that today?
It's absolutely directly affecting it. In fact, that's one of our current operating projects is, hey, how are we going to take care of and make sure our customers are compliant? There's all sorts of guidance that's been released. That's going to take resourcing. It's going to take process. It's going to take documentation. And so we're going to have to adjust and build that capability into the company's tool set, if you will.
Excellent. If anyone wants to get a hold of either of you from Gould Group at this event or after the event, best way for them to contact you?
GouldGRP.com is our website, and also LinkedIn is a pretty reliable method as well.
Yeah.
So Gould Group is at Gould, GOULD-GRP.com. Jimmy, Gavin, I really appreciate you coming on today and meeting with me. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Sean.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you, SunCast, Nico Johnson, and Ari.
What are they needing to plan for? What are they doing? Yeah, so over to you, Seth.
Great. Yeah, thank you so much for the chance to speak here. This is my first time hosting Sports Center. I don't know about you, but I don't get to do this all that often. Yeah, I mean, I think that what you're describing, this sort of potential that everyone's talking about for flexibility comes from that thing you mentioned about intermittent renewables, right? So you're going from a world in which you used to be able to just dispatch thermal power plants to match whatever the demand was. Now you kind of have to schedule and flex demand to match when the power is available from the wind or the sun. That just creates lots of new complexity in how we run the grid. It requires that you be able to sort of, I forget what the term is, shape, shift, shimmy, and shed, something like that. Yeah, you need a lot of flexibility to move demand around and shape it to match those renewables. And then at the same time, you have all this electrification that is causing new pressure on the grid. And so giving flexibility to both sort of meet bulk supply issues and also just avoid making existing problems worse based on that electrification is where the opportunity comes from.
Yeah, and actually you said a couple of words that I think we'll dig down onto. You said we have to do more of this load side management, or we get to do it, right? So like in some cases, is it a challenge or is it an opportunity? It's both, because I think you used both the word challenge and at the end opportunity.
Yeah.
And when I was preparing for this silent disco, I was trying to reflect back on the DOE's liftoff report on virtual power plants, and they have a number, something like, I keep turning around, 80 to 160 gigawatts of demand-side flexibility, but I couldn't remember if it was an opportunity for or a forecast of. So when you talk about it, do you change that framing depending on who you're talking to, or how do you think about this as a challenge or an opportunity?
Yeah, I think there's kind of two ways to look at it. If you look at it like top down, I think where those numbers come from is if you say, all right, the bulk power system is however large it is. I think it's like, call it 1,500 gigawatts in the US of installed generation capacity. If you turn that over to renewables, you're going to have, let's just call it 1,000 gigawatts of renewables. There, a lot of academics have looked at this, like how much flexibility do you need sort of per megawatt or gigawatt? Our opinion is you need like roughly a gigawatt of flexibility for every 3 gigawatts of intermittent renewables. That's why you get these ranges, right? Mm-hmm. But from our standpoint, you might even need, I think the 160 number is like 2030-ish. Yep. If we think 2035, it might be like another 3x that. It might be 500 gigawatts. So I think that's the challenge. But the cool thing is that the opportunity is just presenting itself magically at the same time, which is that people are installing all these flexible DERs. Every time someone buys an EV or a smart thermostat or a battery or whatever, that becomes a latent piece of flexibility that the grid can sort of tap into to meet that challenge. And so that's challenge meets opportunity.
Awesome. Yeah, I want to sort of go into some definitions, and there probably are a lot of definitions of virtual power plant. Energy Hub probably has one. I know the DOE has one. But you mentioned all of these different assets, EVs, thermostats, hot water heaters. How do you think about a program that may manage or optimize individual assets, and then how does that differ, or is that similar to what you would call a VPP?
Yeah, I think this VPP term is going through maybe like an adolescent phase. I think that term means a lot of different things to a lot of different people, and that tends to be sort of like the problematic part of the hype cycle when like everyone agrees we should use this term a lot and no one's quite sure what they mean by it. So like, look, if you have a bunch of DERs that you're aggregating together and having participated in an energy market and trading energy or providing capacity, I think it's pretty easy to call that a VPP because it's kind of performing like an IPP, right? But if you have, let's say, an aggregation of 3 EVs and 2 batteries that are behind a piece of like a service transformer on the distribution grid, I don't know that it makes sense to call that a virtual power plant. It is an aggregate resource formed out of individual DERs, but maybe VPP isn't quite the right term for it. So I think my guess is that in 2 or 3 years we will have a little bit better language for this.
Yeah, that's helpful, because sometimes I think about a power plant is typically bidding into a market or being compensated by a particular mechanism, and perhaps that's one way we can use to define this aggregate of DERs. And the other, I don't have an opinion on this, but to be a VPP, do you have to actually inject power into the grid, or do you just have to affect a change in the load shape, which has a similar impact?
Yeah, I mean, I think those things are fungible some of the time. At the wholesale level, if I remember my FERC orders right, I think FERC order 745 was the one that said basically a negawatt is essentially the same as a megawatt, right? And I think that makes sense because essentially if you're just looking at balancing the system, saved is the same as earned. But I think when you're looking, let's say you have, let's say you're looking at the distribution grid and you've got excess solar on a feeder, right? And that solar is starting to backfeed back into the, up the distribution system and into transmission. If the utility decides that's a problem, they might say, okay, what we want to do is actually to sponge up that solar. So let's take this group of batteries and make sure they're charging at this specific time. Or let's take some school buses that are plugged in down the road and make sure they're charging exactly when that solar is available. And so that is not injecting power back into the grid, right? That's actually saying we want you to use more load, but we want you to do it at this exact time. And so I think that's a lot of words to basically say it's probably both.
Yeah, and VPPs are in some ways more valuable than a traditional generator because they can do just that, right? They can take up excess generation. All right, well, let's sort of pivot and get a little bit more into the weeds. You have used the term aggregated, and I think in my notes we have an aggregator model. So can you help me understand when you're talking about our Energy Hub, the cross DER type of VPP versus the so-called aggregator approach?
Yeah. So I think like maybe, I don't know if I've tried this particular framing before, but let's think about like the verb to aggregate or the noun, an aggregation versus sort of the entity, which is an aggregator. I think that the idea of an aggregator came out of the C&I world, I think, where you said, okay, like you've got a cold storage facility next to a highway. It's not really hooked up to the internet, but if you hooked it up to the internet and put some controls in that allow you to flex the refrigeration in that cold storage facility, it can become a negawatt, right? And so the role of an aggregator was basically to go find that facility and pitch the owner of the facility on, here's an economic opportunity, we'll set you up, we'll do all the work for you, you don't have to do anything, and then we'll take on the financial risk, we'll do all the hassle of bidding you into the energy market, or we'll sign a contract with the utility. In the DER world, I don't think you need that. And in fact, I think the aggregator, that entity, has actually shifted to the technology company. So all the companies that are here exhibiting at RE+, who install batteries, who install EVs or EV chargers or smart thermostats, those companies, their own software platform and the sort of the operation of like selling products to customers and then enabling them to just use that product, that becomes like the aggregator. But then going back to the sort of now what, the aggregation is now a thing that you do to say, okay, I've got a battery, or I've got 1,000 batteries, or I've got 100,000 batteries. How do I bundle them together in a way that can provide value to the grid? And how do I do that in a way that is super flexible? So one of the core things that we have learned over the years is that when you go to a customer who's not spending any time thinking about grid flexibility, you're really saying, do you want to do this grid flexibility thing in exchange for fair compensation? And customers will say yes, and they are relatively open to kind of a broad contract of like what they'll sign up for. They're not necessarily saying, I am willing to curtail my HVAC by this much between the hours of 4 and 9 p.m. for 80 hours. They're kind of like, that's in the details for them. So the future of this is just going to the customer and saying, can we do stuff with your energy so long as it isn't too much of a hassle and so long as we're fairly compensating? And then we'll use that for whatever the grid happens to need, whether it's at the local level or at the bulk level.
Excellent. So I want to kind of dig into this, how you approach a customer and like the importance or not of them understanding the energy system, the energy market, because like you said, they don't know that it costs more, they can make more at certain times of the day, or there's more valuable for a faster responding one. So when you're approaching a customer, and maybe it differs if it's a commercial versus a residential, like what is the way to do that education just enough so that they get that it's a value and it's not complicated and it's not going to cause them a burden?
I think it's just to keep it simple, right? It's like they don't necessarily need to know why you're doing what you're doing. They do need to know what you're doing, right? So if you go to me, if I pull my EV into my driveway for the first time, and something pops up on the screen or pops up in my EV app saying, hey, do you want to sign up for managed charging? You're going to get paid this much, or you're going to save on your charging, or you're going to get greener charging. I basically understand why I'm going to do that, and then it's going to have a very short bit that basically says, we're going to change the time at which you charge, but we promise you're going to be charged by morning or whatever preference you set. That's kind of it. They don't need to know that much more than that. Similarly, a thermostat, we will occasionally make a few degree change to the settings of your thermostat, and we will do this no more than this many times per year. You can always override, you're always in control, and here's what's in it for you.
So curious on the they need to know why they're doing it, compensation, they need to know what you're doing, but do they ever care why you're doing it? And what I mean is, if you're doing it for lower carbon intensity, is that helpful in getting them to allow you to do that, or is it just don't complicate it, you're getting paid, we'll shift it?
I think it's helpful, but I don't think it has to be like, it doesn't have to be a long menu of options or reasons. It can be, you can be broad strokes. You can say, by doing this, we will make sure that your car gets the cleanest charge, you'll save money, and we'll avoid overstressing the grid. And this is not to say that like, customers like don't get it. I actually think that you see surprisingly high levels of energy literacy as customers get DERs. Like a customer who has solar, who has a battery, who has an EV, suddenly does understand what a kilowatt hour is. They do understand the concept of sort of when they use energy, how that relates to when their solar puts out energy, how much they can store at any given time. So there is actually a fair amount of sophistication that happens just naturally as people adopt these DERs. But you still want the pitch to be simple, right? Like if you're buying car insurance, they don't explain their actuarial tables. They just say, like, if you're a driver who meets these criteria, you'll save money.
Yes. Yeah, so keep it simple, keep it easy.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's sort of go a little bit more into the technology side of things. As you were, like, sort of a two-part question. When you're thinking about aggregating different assets, does it matter, or do you get different capabilities in the VPP if it's all storage or all thermostats or all EVs, or do you get some more value when you're sort of creating a mix of those and you can get different attributes?
Yeah, good question. You definitely do get different capabilities, right? There are, at some level, there are physics involved, right? So if there's HVAC involved, there's occupant comfort, there's what's the thermal envelope of the building. If there's a battery, you have this super high-performing asset. It can respond very quickly, but it has a finite amount of state of charge available, and you can only dispatch it for so long, and then it just runs out. The EV is subject to people's charging behavior. Is it plugged in or not? So there is a lot of individual variability in what the performance of a type of DER is. There is incredible variability in like what your DER has available today versus what mine does. But the great thing about DERs is that they're distributed, and so it kind of all averages out. And so you can look statistically at what's the performance of 100,000 or a million customers, and you can use, I would say, a relatively simple form of AI to figure out, okay, if I have a particular grid objective, how do I put all these different objectives together in a way that allows us to deliver a particular sort of grid service? And so an example of that would be, okay, let's say that you have, you're trying to deal with a traditional system peak that is mostly caused by air conditioning. You can use smart thermostats to handle the worst of that system peak for 3 or 4 hours, but let's say the grid actually needs a little bit more than that. You can stretch that out by putting some batteries at the end of that. You might then put EVs at the back end of that, and over time, as you get more and more DERs, you give the utility or whatever the grid operator is the ability to sort of draw an aggregate load shape and say, just figure out how to make that load shape from these DERs.
And the request to figure out how to do that, is that what machine learning is doing, or how are we evaluating what is possible and then sending disaggregated dispatch signals to them to have some aggregated impact?
Yeah, it's machine learning. It's figuring out what is the optimal dispatch strategy that is equitable to customers, that gets you essentially the desired outcome at the lowest cost and the lowest burden to the customer.
All right, well, let's nerd out a little bit more. When we were talking earlier, you were bringing up grid DERMs and edge DERMs, and I had not really heard that term too often, so if you want to kind of educate me and our listeners.
Yeah, so I mentioned how, VPP is an immature term and how that's going to grow up. DERMS was there like 4 or 5 years ago, and over time, the industry sort of realized, like, everyone's saying this term DERMS, we mean different things. And broadly, we figured out as an industry that there were sort of two categories. There's the quote-unquote grid DERMS, and there's the edge DERMS. Energy Hub would fall into the edge DERMS, which means that we are focused on the stuff that is at the edge of the grid, that is connected to the grid, but it is not the grid itself. Whereas the grid DERMS is the piece that's like kind of closer to the metal, right? It tends to be, first of all, it's probably an on-premise piece of software that the utility runs in their data center. It has special permissions where they're able to monitor the state of the grid directly. They can forecast, like, is this component going to get hot? They know what the mapping of everything is. So which pieces of equipment is my car hooked up to? It's this transformer up here on a pole going down this wire, et cetera. Those two systems work together where you bring the grid DERMS, which knows everything about the grid and what its state is and what its problems are, and then the edge DERMS, which essentially takes those as problem statements or as constraints and says, all right, I'll deliver you the outcome you need to keep things reliable and safe.
And so these are physically two different systems, or they're mainly software, right?
Yeah.
How are they interfacing, or are they yet interfacing in a way that they talk to each other to the degree that we would like them to?
Yeah, I think the industry is, so the short answer is there are APIs between them, right? So our system, the edge DERMS, is sort of is creating abstractions saying, here's a resource that represents, 3 cars that are behind a service transformer. Here's a larger, that is a child of a larger resource that has 10,000 customers that are in this section of a city and are a diverse mix of types of DERs. But rather than sort of burden the grid DERMS with all of that, which it doesn't need to know, it really just says, here's what's available to you. Here's how many megawatts you can get. Here's where those megawatts are available. Here's how quickly they would respond. And so short answer is there's some APIs that make that work. Long answer, no one has done this truly at scale in a mature way. Okay. And so all of the implementations that are out there right now, I would say, are sort of early experiments in figuring this out.
Well, we have 5 minutes left, and I want to sort of make sure that we have time to address. For me, when I used to think about VPPs or managed charging, we were talking about managing to a bulk signal for generation cost reduction with sending the same signal to everybody. But now we're here talking about transformers and feeders and sort of moving towards that more distribution level optimization. So SEPA just put out a report last week in partnership with Energy Hub and Toyota and WeaveGrid, where we explored specifically for EV managed charging, sort of how we're at the dawn of distribution level optimization. But I haven't really been educated on other assets or VPPs broadly. So can you tell me a little bit about where the VPP industry is at? Are we still managing to bulk system, or are we doing distribution level optimization?
What I would say is we are doing both, but we're probably only getting credit for the bulk system for the most part today. So most utilities have, some kind of core metrics about if I can offset this many megawatts at the bulk system level, that means I need to procure less capacity, or it means the transmission charge I get from my local ISO RTO is going to be lower. I can look at energy prices and say, well, if I dispatch correctly and I have the right optimization strategy, I can save money. And they can just kind of put that together and say, all right, if I put together some DER programs, hook them into my DERMS, and turn that into a VPP, here's what I get from it. They can use those same set of tools to say, all right, let's make sure that we don't blow up these transformers or that we don't overheat this overhead line. But most utilities do not have the number that can tell you exactly what that's worth today. And I think we're in a bit of a chicken and egg problem of the folks who have been thinking about energy markets are energy markets people and customer programs people. They're not necessarily grid planners and grid operators. And so there's a decade of experience, maybe more, in the first group, and the other folks are kind of new to the party. And so the other folks need to get comfortable, and this becomes like a big cultural change of how much can I count on this resource? Can I actually plan the grid for the next 10, 20, 30 years based on this local flexibility? And once they get that comfort, maybe they can put some numbers to it, but this is going to be a lot of work for the industry.
Yeah, it sounds like really there are 3 issues, right? It's not that easy to determine what that value is, because that value changes if it's on transformer 287 or one over here.
That's right.
And time of day and time of season. But making it even more complicated, there's not, at least my understanding, good mechanisms to compensate people for shifting things around to avoid overloading a transformer, right?
I think the mechanisms can be simple. I think that I think the reality is utilities are really good at taking a lot of complex costs and calculations and design constraints and basically saying, all right, it costs this much money to run the grid, and then let's just divide it by something, right? It's either dividing it by volumetric energy sales or maybe looking at customers' peak demand. Ultimately, they're pretty good at essentially socializing costs to run the bulk grid. I don't think we have to be like, as a matter of fact, I think we should not try to get so specific as to say your transformer is more overloaded, or you're at year 15 and I'm at year 5, so yours is worth more. That's just, that complexity doesn't really get anyone anything. So we're much better off just saying, all right, on average, if we can extend the life of these components for every EV that we enroll, that's an extra $50 or $100 worth of value. That's the value, and we're going to just do an incentive program that is based on that average number.
So yeah, you keep it simple. Everyone gets sort of the same payment regardless of if you're contributing 10%.
Very important.
Well, how do you think, I tend to agree, let's keep it simple, but now I'm thinking about PG&E has a pilot where they have 61 different feeders and they're trying to dispatch differently. I don't actually know how they're compensating, but you could see a regulator or an intervener saying, we need to compensate them for what they're providing.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that if you start with the simplicity, you could have sort of a default path where you could say, look, the average customer's got a battery, can sort of choose the just the simple path. But if, let's say they're working with a local solar and battery installer who says, like, I think I can actually get a little bit more squeeze, a little bit more juice for the squeeze here, let's take you down the more complicated path that has more upside. Maybe that works. I think the bigger thing, though, is less about, like, what does your battery put out relative to my battery, or how important is your... It's more about how do we just get more batteries in the right spot. Most of the time, if you have reoriented your grid planning mechanisms around that, you're going to know years out, right? Then you can start saying, we're still going to treat everyone equally, but we're going to concentrate our efforts on customer engagement to try to get more people in this neighborhood to adopt batteries. And that's still equitable, but you still focus your efforts.
Yeah, I think that it's just being smart and efficient with where we're deploying things.
Exactly.
Like, let's put them where they need to be.
Yeah.
Well, Seth, we are out of time, and we did indeed not get through everything that we had wanted to talk to. I appreciate the conversation today. It was fun.
Yeah.
And yeah, thanks everyone for listening.
Yeah, great.
Enjoy
Thanks,
the rest
everyone.
of your...
Thanks for listening.
Hey, welcome back to the PowerUp Live Stage. My name is Nico Johnson, your host here. PowerUp Live Stage is brought to you by Wärtsilä Energy Storage and Optimization. We are live here all day long, all 3 days at the show, bringing you content from thought leaders across the spectrum. Module suppliers, battery storage suppliers, folks that are distributing these products across the nation. And the goal is to help you get a little more context. This isn't your typical stage. If you've noticed, there are a lot of folks watching, listening to us right now with these headphones on so they can tune in to what we're saying and tune out the rest of the din of the expo hall. If you would like those headphones, these handsome gentlemen right here at this table can get you a pair of headphones so that you can just focus on the conversation. You're going to want to focus on this conversation because I now have Andy Tang, Vice President of Wärtsilä Energy Storage and Optimization and true OG in the industry, on the stage. If you haven't listened to his episode of SunCast, I wish I could remember the number, maybe you do. It is a deep dive on how innovation is changing our sector from the inside out and how the grid is being optimized and expanded with assets like batteries. With over 12.5 gigawatt hours of contracted systems, including 8.5 gigawatt hours already in operation, Wärtsilä Energy Storage and Optimization is looking to further establish its footprint in the US, Canada, Chile, the UK, the Netherlands, Belgium, Taiwan, and Australia. There's a reason I named them all. You'll learn in just a moment. And with nearly 2 decades of experience in battery storage and grid edge development, Andy and his team have long established themselves as key market movers. A quick reminder that we do still have a little bit of Bloody Mary left at our Bloody Mary bar. It is helping me and my sore throat from last night. This is a Virgin Bloody Mary for all those who are curious. I'm taking it easy today, Andy. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. Very happy to be here.
I'm very happy you could make it over. Your meeting room is not exactly close to this. You could be in the arena and it wouldn't be close.
Yeah, a little bit of a hike.
Everything feels like it's a hike right now. The campus is so big. Have you counted yet which number RE Plus or SPI this is for you?
Oh my God. It's got to be at least 10.
10?
Yeah.
Yeah. Fantastic. Did you, when you were
back
back
And then, of course, the associated shows in Europe as well.
Oh, my goodness.
So then it doubles.
Yeah. Did you attend SPI back when you were at PG&E?
Of course.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. You were doing a lot on EV and grid edge. You've been in this space a long time watching how the utility and the distributed energy resources sector are having that interplay.
Yeah, really it started with a lot of work on smart meters.
Yeah.
So I deployed the first large-scale smart meter deployment in the United States, 5 million smart meters in the Northern California area in the PG&E service territory. And that was really the beginning of the move towards digitization.
Yeah.
That is like, how do you get data from the grid edge and how do you turn that into something that's actionable?
Yeah. And your, post PG&E, Greensmith, which is now the energy storage side of Wärtsilä, the energy storage and optimization piece many years ago, one of the first acquisitions into the space by a big player. I think it was
7 years and 2 months ago.
Can you believe it? 7 years and 2 months.
7 years and 2 months ago.
The market really is moving faster than ever at a pace that I'm sure 7 years and 2 months ago you could have only imagined and hoped for. How does this rapid pace impact the total cost of ownership for your customers? I have to imagine that there are some hidden costs at this pace of growth.
It's all been very good. I mean, if you think about it, we introduced our quantum product line in, I think it was 2019. Yeah. And that product has served us really well for 4 years.
Yeah.
Right? But now, with the rapid pace of innovation, the number of changes in battery chemistry, the really understanding of the total cost of ownership and how that's shifting, we actually have introduced 2 new product iterations this year. So we introduced a Quantum 2 earlier in the year, which is a high energy dense DC block.
Right.
And then we just followed up the week before this show. We announced our Quantum 3, which is an AC integrated block, fully self-contained and factory built.
Yeah, we had a fantastic conversation yesterday with Dave Hebert and Neha Sinha from your team on the necessity of maintaining both the AC and the DC block, introducing AC and how they synergize together.
But maybe back to your question then more directly. I mean, we are seeing incredible amounts of rapid innovation. Just walk the floor and take a look. And I think that's all positive. But I think that if you look at other periods of rapid innovation in related technologies, let's say telecom or semiconductors or the other areas, you will see that rapid innovation, and you will see products that really make a mark, and then you will see products that miss the mark. And I think that's all part of the system of capitalism that we are all in here, where everyone gets to take their ideas, turn them into product, and then see what the market actually delivers.
Yeah.
The interesting thing that I see a lot on the floor is there's been this rush to energy density.
Yeah.
And everyone thinks, okay, I get it. There's a certain amount of cost, and the more battery you can for an enclosure,
Yeah.
and the more battery you can cram into that enclosure, the better your economics are going to be.
Clearly.
I mean, obvious, right? The challenge you have, though, is and you can see that many of these solutions have not been designed by integrators. So, what does an integrator do? Well, an integrator understands the total system.
Yeah.
Every individual component. And what we're actually seeing is we see a lot of subcomponent vendors in a system that look at it and say, okay, I can optimize my piece. But they ignore the requirements of what the downstream impacts are, or whether or not they're actually pushing costs onto other people.
Yeah.
So I think that the greatest example of this would be the advent of the 6 megawatt hour container.
Oh, yeah.
Which is something like it's over 50 tons in shipping weight, right?
Yeah.
And
it changes the dynamic of what you have to consider to get it from one place to the other.
Exactly. And so the challenge on that is there are many ports that cannot handle a 50-ton unit.
There are roads that can't handle.
There are roads that can't handle a unit. There are agreements or requirements for many municipalities, to put it casually, you break it, you fix it. So if your road breaks, by transporting these containers to site, the IPP or the EPC, the IPP is responsible for fixing it.
Yeah.
Right? Even like little small things like the availability of cranes that can hoist the additional weight, they're not in as large supply. So your EPC costs go up. So in general, while they have saved on the costs of the energy density at the box unit level, they've just pushed all those costs onto other people. And in some cases, it may be impossible.
Yeah, well, it seems to me we're in some way in a reversion, because back in the day when Greensmith 7.5 years ago was operating independently, a lot of stuff was integrated. You were notably the best integrator in the market. You were integrating all these components in the field. And what happens is if you can't get 50 tons to the project site, then it has to come in components, right? So are we reverting back to the way we used to do things, and what are some of the implications that might be found there?
One of my colleagues at Wärtsilä likes to say that the old way of doing things was putting the factory in the field.
Right.
We willingly took the factory and put it out into the field. And I think it was a very positive step when we took the factory out of the field, put it back in the factory, manufactured things, and then move that to the field.
Yep.
Right. Tested, move that to the field. So in many ways, it's kind of like we're going backwards.
Yeah.
And to quote something that is in the popular press right now, my view is we're not going back.
Yeah.
Now, one of the implications are that with this move to energy density, when we were doing, back in the Greensmith days, when we were moving modules and loading them in the field, they were about 220, 250 pounds each module.
What was the amp hour for those cells?
They were 180 amp hour cells.
Okay.
And I think there were like 48 cells in a module pack.
Right.
What we have now, these large modules that we're doing, they're approaching 2,000 pounds.
Yeah, small car.
It's a low-end Mini Cooper.
That's accurate.
Okay, so now imagine that you are that you're shipping components and you have a rack that's empty because it was too heavy to ship the thing.
Yeah.
Now you're expecting the field crews to lift 7 Mini Coopers and install them into the energy storage container.
Yeah, cherry picker can't do that.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's really, and I think it is an example of, people that are developing product in a vacuum and not thinking about the end-to-end, how do you get an energy storage system up and running?
Yeah. Something that comes to mind for me, you mentioned 180 amp hours, and I think the standard today is high 2s, like 280. We're moving into the 300s. is the heat component from those cells proportional, linear as the size of the amp hours grow?
Great question. So we introduced our Quantum HE, which is now actually being deployed, and that's based on a 306 amp hour cell.
Okay.
And we have that partnered with two of our battery partners that were able to deliver that. The interesting thing is, and yes, as you stated, the industry standard had been a 280 amp hour cell.
Yeah.
The interesting thing that we saw as we were doing the testing that we always do is that the thermal loading, or the amount of heat, we expected it to increase, and we expected it to increase linearly from 280 amp hours to 306. The interesting thing is, what we discovered is that it wasn't a linear curve. It was a little bit more geometric than that.
Yeah.
And as a result of that, I think as we move into that next generation where people are talking about 600 amp hour cells, I think I've got a little bit of pause for concern on that, on whether or not we should be rushing into that, whether or not we should be designing those products right away without having done the thorough and adequate testing first.
Yeah. So it's a very interesting conundrum. There are a number of, I think, stumbling blocks to the breakneck pace of growth that aren't being taken into consideration. We talked yesterday a bit with Dave and Neha about noise and noise attenuation. Are you seeing in other markets, I don't think we've seen it yet in the United States, are you seeing in other markets projects getting hit with ordinances or even complaints for regards to noise?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, I think, to draw a parallel, fire has always been a big focus. Fire safety has always been a big focus in the industry. And that was led by the U.S. I mean, that was led by several of the California AHJs and the NYFD, the New York Fire Department.
Yeah.
They were all worried for different reasons, but they were all worried about fire safety. And that's an issue that the industry has had to deal with. We've taken a leading position on that. I feel that noise is the next fire.
Oh, wow.
Okay?
Yeah.
And so what's happening is storage has gotten deployed to the point where the easy sites, the low-hanging fruit sites, the ones that are in really desolate or areas where they're away from population centers, those have been developed. And so now storage is encroaching into distribution.
Right.
Right. And not only is it encroaching into distribution because of a lack of sites, but it's also increasing into distribution because of the move towards resiliency, and really the ability for networks to build at the grid edge. And so noise is absolutely becoming a really big factor. We see it more. We do see it though more in Europe than we do in the United States right now, and Australia.
Yeah. You've taught me some terms, far field noise requirements, et cetera. I think that there's a dissonance, and in particular, only the sort of the leading edge developers are catching on to this, but there's a difference between what you read on a spec sheet and what the contract the developers held to states. Can you enunciate that?
Yeah, absolutely. So the typical spec sheet that you'll see on equipment includes essentially near field noise.
Yeah.
And so that is a measurement of the noise that an inverter or a container will generate when you're 1 meter away from the container.
Right.
Okay. However, the ordinances that communities are placing on, they don't really care about how noisy is it if you go up, because these are closed sites and no one's going to go up, right? What they really care about is at the fence border or in the neighboring community, how loud is that noise?
That's right.
So that concept is called far field noise.
Okay.
And the issue with far field noise is it's very, very complex.
Yeah.
It's very complex to model. A lot of environmental impact. So, for instance, the prevailing direction of the wind can impact that. And so what developers are typically, and IPPs are typically signing up for, are far field noise measurements at particular locations.
Right.
So there are measuring points that they focus on, and we have to comply to a noise limitation at those measuring points. It's a big challenge. It's a big challenge in the industry right now.
How is that noise attenuation being handled? I can't even it's easy for us to think about how the thermal load is being managed. There are different ways from different vectors that you can chill the unit down, but noise is a different thing to contain.
Yeah. So the easiest and best way is to limit the noise at the source.
Yeah.
So we have been working with our partners to develop even more advanced noise kits.
Yep.
Right? So how you can deaden the noise or how you can limit the decibels on the noise at the source.
Yep.
Okay. Then the second thing that is starting to become a factor is you actually have to look at site design. So you actually have to look at where the prevailing winds are. And then the third factor is product design. So we are looking at various ways. We're working with our chiller company to look at lower noise fans.
Yeah.
We're looking at actually upsizing the fans so that you run them at a lower speed relative, and therefore that generates less noise.
sense.
We're looking at venting our products up as opposed to out,
Oh, so
because then the
vertical noise,
prevailing noise goes that way.
Yeah.
And we're looking at the overall site layout, because if there is a prevailing wind or other environmental factors, slopes and whatnot. But this is all you can imagine. This is planning that has to happen way in advance.
Indeed. I mentioned at the outset the very specific markets that you are in or expanding into, and naturally one wants to take advantage of where you have an existing footprint and a customer base. Could you speak to the strategy of taking a concentrated market approach versus offering your services in all markets?
Yeah. So it wasn't always this way. I'll just be very frank and honest. We were acquired by, Greensmith was acquired by Wärtsilä in 2017. And we were all very, very excited because suddenly we had this company that had a reciprocating engine presence in 175 countries.
Yeah.
Okay, 175. There are only 190 some odd countries recognized by the UN. Okay, so we had this massive global footprint. And so we opened the gates after the acquisition and said, we're selling energy storage everywhere. And we did that for about two and a half years.
Yeah.
And I think the result was that we sold energy storage nowhere. And those places that we did sell
Can't be
energy,
everything to everyone.
Yeah, can't be everything to everyone. And the places that we did sell energy storage, from an execution standpoint, we discovered that energy storage is not a global universal product. Now, everyone thinks it is. That you look at all the containers and they say we can ship anywhere. The reality is the controls aspect of energy storage is not a global universal product.
Yeah.
And even the licensing requirements and everything else is not a global universal product.
Yeah. A couple of questions as we round out. I want to talk about supply chain and then just distilling it down to your typical procurement team and their thoughts on what they should be considering. What are the considerations that are key for your business development in terms of how you're managing your supply chain strategy, especially with regards to the U.S. and the domestic supply?
So we are in the midst of setting up an entirely separate, well, in essence, it's basically a product line, but an entirely separate supply chain to support the United States market. With the combination of the Inflation Reduction Act passed in 2022, and then also with the decision by the USTR to increase the Section 301 tariffs from 7.5% to 25%, it has clearly put a bit of a chill on importing products directly from China.
Yeah.
Right. So we in general have looked at this and said, okay, the U.S. is a separate market.
Yeah.
A lot of our other markets will continue to source, we will continue to source products from China and deploy them in those markets.
Yeah.
But in the United States, I think that it is, regardless of the results in November, I think we are on a track where we are trying to build manufacturing in the United States, which I think is a good thing.
Yeah.
Right. But as a result, that means that as a global supplier, I have to take a separate strategy for the U.S.
Indeed.
And that strategy is going to be twofold. It's going to be for those people that feel, for those customers that feel it is important to have support America and have a domestic product. We will have a IRA compliant domestic solution.
Yeah.
But also, I think that we're coming up with the strategy that I've been facetiously referring to as ABC, anywhere but China. And really, it is about standing up a supply chain where the batteries are manufactured and everything is manufactured in countries that are not China, that the supply chain supporting those batteries are not China.
Yep.
And bringing that in.
Yeah.
But there is a reality that the best batteries in the world right now are LFP cells manufactured in China. They have a lock on the technology.
What a conundrum.
Yeah.
Well, as we wrap up, one of the things that given your experience in the utility, your experience integrating this technology for a decade, I'd love to know from a layperson's perspective, if I'm a procurement manager at developer XYZ, what should I really care about when I'm thinking about how to integrate storage over the next 2 years into my projects?
I think that a bit of caution on chasing the latest, most efficient fad or the latest, most efficient or seemingly cost-effective equipment is probably the tantamount thing.
Yeah.
I think that over the next couple of years, we're going to see, increases in 320 amp hour cells and even above that. And I think there are safety considerations that haven't been determined yet or performed yet. So I think that's really one big thing. I think really understanding the system on the whole continues to be the biggest thing. And I think really as you look to choose a vendor, integrity is important. Being able to pick up the phone when you're in the construction phase or being able to pick up the phone when the system's operating and being able to reliably get someone on the other end of that line. The procurement manager may not find that important, but when he turns that over to the ops manager, believe me, the ops manager is going to consider that as a really important factor.
Indeed. Andy, it's always a pleasure. I love picking your brain. I love hearing your thoughts. You've had such a breadth of experience from your depth of your time at a utility and now working with developers and utilities for the better part of a decade here. Thank you for coming to share those brain droppings. I've learned a lot in the time that I've spent with you, both here and in many other conversations. I would encourage others, if they want to reach out to you. And thank you so much for supporting us here as well.
Thank you,
PowerUp Live
Nico.
Stage.
Always have a great time.
Andy Tang,
Thanks.
Vice President of Energy Storage and Optimization at Wärtsilä. Up next, we've got our ever-popular Industry Pulse.
He put some soap on it. And that's what I'm told.
I got to get a bigger suit coat size. I can't get it around my belly anymore. Clean energy life is getting to me. I'm too sedentary. We've gone up a size, Mike.
Is that right?
Yeah. In unrelated news.
I think we're. I think they're telling us that
Yeah.
we need to impose adult supervision up here.
Oh,
after
right.
Johnson
Got it.
gets done.
Sure.
Okay. Go ahead.
We'll do that then. Hey, everybody. Welcome back to RE Plus. It's Wednesday already. Can you believe it?
I can, my friend. How
It's
are you?
flying. You're like, I can. I've been up for 3 days. I'm good, man. I've still got a little energy left. The giant coffee I had this morning is still pumping through my veins, and happy to be back at the PowerUp Live Stage, partnership between SunCast Media and Fortzilla. Very cool to be up here with you. Had a blast yesterday.
It was fun. It was really good. Yeah, I love being up here. I tell you, Nico's really outdone himself. It's a great place, great placement here on the floor. It's really nice.
The organization is impressive, I think, because
Totally.
you're herding cats here, us among them. You're a cool cat. You never been called a cat before? We do have an episode to do, Mike. This one brought to you by Intervenue. It's a company that specializes in long-duration nickel hydrogen batteries. What? Go ahead, tell me.
If you don't mind, we need to bring up Spencer.
Yeah, I'd love to have him up,
Okay,
but I'd like to kind of set the
would
stage
you please
first.
announce the gentleman and his company and what he does so we can come up here and actually have an adult conversation?
So let's start
with
with
these
the
folks?
name. So it's Spencer Haynes. He's the VP of Global Business Development at Intervenue. So let's bring him up with a little round of applause here.
Spencer,
And then while
all right.
he's walking up, I'm going to tell you what I was trying to tell you, that they're a nickel hydrogen battery company. These things can cycle 3 times a day, last for up to 30 years, offering some flexible dispatch options ranging from 2 to 12 hours, designed to perform reliably even in the harshest environments, all without the risks of thermal runaway or fire propagation that challenge lithium-ion batteries that we're more accustomed with. Okay, Mike, go ahead.
Spencer, I promise you, just speak slowly. My friend is a little slow.
It's the same joke he made yesterday, and I'm the slow one.
You got it.
Come on.
Hey, listen, new crowd, same material, works every time. Spencer, welcome.
Thanks. It's great to be at RE
I
Plus.
promise I'll keep Paul Gerke on his best behavior. We can actually have a cogent conversation with you.
I'm going to start the cogent conversation just to send a message to Mike here. So I was reading a little bit about nickel hydrogen battery technology in where we were standing over there, and I was shocked to see that it was first deployed in space.
That's
Can
right.
you tell me a little bit about the originations of the tech that you're using?
Yeah, so what's exciting about our technology is that it's been around since the 1980s. So this is a proven nickel hydrogen technology that was originally developed by NASA back in the 1980s on projects like the International Space Station, the Mars rover, and the Hubble telescope.
You heard of those, Mike?
Yes.
So
Even in my cave, we get those news.
how is this different than lithium-ion then? Like, what sort of options do your solutions provide? You know, besides the thermal runaway stuff, but other than that.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of great benefits, and it started with Stanford researchers creating this technology. They took the NASA technology, they pulled out the expensive platinum, replaced it with nickel, and commercialized it for Earth. It came out of the Stanford Business School incubator, and in 2020, Intervenue was born. Really excited about the technology. It's long-lasting, 30,000 cycle life. That's what's different from lithium. Very little maintenance costs, long-lived, multiple flexibility, so you can deploy this asset, use it, cycle it 2 times a day.
Wow.
That's unheard of in the industry.
I'm interested, what are the biggest barriers to adoption in metal hydrogen versus lithium? On the show that we do with Renewable Energy World, we're constantly hearing about lithium batteries, and there's a whole non-lithium world for
Right.
storage. I think educating people here about this tech versus lithium and the differences in the barriers, I think it's a lot of interest there.
Yeah, so lithium's great. Lithium has a role in our society. We got a lot of applications where lithium makes sense. What's exciting about the non-lithium technologies is we can go for a longer period of time beyond what lithium can do. To some extent, the rules have really been written for lithium batteries. And what we're trying to do is to say there are a lot of products out there that can cycle more than 1 time per day, that last more than 7 or 8 years. Ours, for example, can probably last 30 years, 30,000 cycles. So what you're getting with us is a utility grade and a utility scale product. And the benefit, just to get back to your question, Paul, about that, is that we think that will deliver a lower levelized cost of storage for the industry. And we're just out here getting that message out. And we're about to go to commercial scale this next year, and we'll have a chance to really demonstrate that.
What does commercial scale look like for you?
Yeah, commercial scale looks like grid scale projects with utilities. It looks like C&I projects, perhaps with data centers, for example. And eventually it looks like residential projects, probably in the 5 to 7 year range. That's a little further off.
Okay.
But we have such a great safety factor that we are confident that we stand out from the lithium field. And we want there to be a healthy competition amongst non-lithium batteries. We need that market. We need to shift from providing a 2 to 4 hour solution to something that's longer, say 4 to 10 hours, 4 to 12 hours, because that's really what's needed to drive the clean energy transition.
How do you plan to evolve this technology, say like in the next 10 years?
Yeah, so much has happened in the last 4 years. We had our Generation 1 technology, which we deployed to a number of utilities around the United States. We improved on that with better cathodes, larger vessels, longer life, and then we developed a Generation 3 product that we ended up skipping. We decided we need to get more costs out of this, we can improve more with the cathode and the anode, and that's what we did. So now we're on a Generation 4 product that's even better. It has a lot more flexibility for discharge and charging. And we're excited about where that's going to go. So we'll continue to work on the evolution of those materials that are in the battery. We're going to, right now nickel is the material that we're using, but it will evolve to even more common metals that are out there that are lower cost, that will provide the same reliable solution.
We write about battery energy storage all the time on Renewable Energy World. I know you're an avid reader. And part of the cool thing about battery energy storage is that it can be used as like a multi-function function, right? Like you're providing grid resiliency. You can limit the amount that you're not using renewable energy power when it's intermittent. It could also be firm capacity in places. How do you envision these batteries helping a utility scale customer, let's say?
Great question. So let's just take a typical day in California. You might be able to charge our battery in the morning, discharge it up to noon, and then charge that battery the rest of the afternoon with all the solar. And then at night, we can discharge that battery when prices are lower, when the utility needs it, and when customers need it. So by doing that, we've cycled that battery twice. And by doing that, we can provide multiple functions, multiple services in the economy, and we ultimately lower the cost of our overall product for consumers.
Talk to me about support services. So I buy from you. What am I getting in terms of support services?
So our product is an energy rack. It's about an 8-foot size rack. They can be stacked 3 tall. And we're going to provide all the cabling and all the materials to be able to put these together into a building. Our services, we will stand behind that product with a 20-year warranty. We'll guarantee the capacity through that warranty for 20 years or 20,000 cycles, whichever comes first. And that's kind of unheard of. That's maybe 3 or 4 times as long as a lithium product. So creates a lot of advantages around no augmentation. But our services will be with you for the design of that, but it's such a simple solution that there's not going to be a lot of services. We're going to be able to provide that to a developer, to an EPC firm, and they're going to be able to essentially plug and play the system together and probably turn it on in a pretty limited amount of time.
What's the capacity we're talking about here? How big can these scale?
So they can scale literally to hundreds of megawatt hours. We have a very large backlog of projects that we're looking forward to building over the next couple of years, and there really is no limit to how big they can be.
Do you want to ask them how batteries work, or should we could just Google that afterwards? Just the chemistry part of it. That's where we're a little soft.
I don't think we should embarrass ourselves when we're talking to a SME. I think, and we're getting the sign that we got to wrap this. So
that's the sign.
Because they're flagging us that we're going to embarrass ourselves. We keep asking basic questions.
Well, you know who didn't embarrass himself today? Is this guy.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks
really
for having
us. Thank you. On the show.
A lot of fun having you up
Appreciate
here.
it. Thank
Good
you.
luck to you.
Thanks.
All right. I guess this brings this desultory.
Yeah, did you want to say goodbye to the people, or forever?
Our legions of fans.
They've been pouring in. Like yesterday, I think there were more people here before we started than there are now. They're going to put this back in the basement next year at RE+.
I have really big rallies. No one ever leaves.
What a time to take the headset off.
I have the biggest rallies in the history of the world.
Appreciate you all for listening, guys.
Take care.
Welcome to the PowerUp Live Stage presented by Wärtsilä, the energy storage and optimization company. I'm Catherine McLean, founder and CEO of Dillon Green, and today I have with me John Smirnow, principal at Smirnow Law, and Ariel Brown, director of government affairs at Wacker. Thanks for joining me.
Thank you.
So can you please introduce yourselves and tell us a bit about your current roles?
So I'm Ariel Brown, Director of Government Affairs at Wacker, as she'd already said. I represent for North America for Wacker. We have 4 different divisions. We have our Biosolutions division, which produces cyclodextrin, mRNA, pDNA out of San Diego. Then we also have our Polymers division, which is more industrial applications and focused more on adhesives. And then silicones applications, which are over 3,000 different uses. So one of those uses are solar. We're the glue that goes on the back of the solar panels for the applications, and then we also have medical uses, and then we also have beauty care lines, and I mean it's in everything that you don't even think of.
Maybe what don't you do?
a little bit of everything. Sometimes it's just a woman of many hats, I'd say.
Yeah.
And then of course for our polysilicon discussion today, we make up semi-grade and solar-grade produced polysilicon. For Wacker, we produce 50% of the world's supply of semi-grade polysilicon. So the phones that you have in your hands, there's a 50% chance that's made with Wacker material.
Wow.
And then also for the solar grade, of course, we have our site down in Chattanooga, Tennessee. So always glad that we have a presence for all 4 of our divisions for Wacker here in the U.S.
John?
Great. Yeah, thank you. So John Smirnow, Smirnow Law. I've been in the industry for more than 15 years. Up until a year ago, I was Senior Vice President and General Counsel at the Solar Energy Industries Association. My practice is focused on law and policy in DC and mission-oriented. I'm really passionate about using the industrial policy that is the Inflation Reduction Act to help grow U.S. manufacturing. And full disclosure, I represent Wacker. We've formed the Polysilicon Coalition. It's an advocacy group and represents all U.S. polysilicon production capacity, including Wacker, Hemlock, and REC.
Before we dive into the Inflation Reduction Act, I think it'd be helpful if you could provide an overview of the current state of domestic solar production, including where the largest gaps are. For example, the extent of module polysilicon production versus ingot and wafer production.
I think what really would help is give context of the entire process of the solar supply chain. So polysilicon makes up the foundational materials used for the ingot wafers, which then goes to the cells and modules. And 95% of the market for ingot wafer facilities and cells and modules is based out of China, with another 5% of the market that is thin film. So China has the largest market for the PV value chain. They have a lot of production, so there is a huge concern right now with overcapacity. They're able to do that through a heavily subsidized market. They're looking at huge investments for the poly production facilities in the next few years, and there's going to be an expected oversupply of solar grade polysilicon within the supply chain moving forward that you can see. And right now, for the domestic production capacity for polysilicon within the U.S., we're able to produce around 17 to 20 gigawatts, and the goal is for the U.S. PV installations around 40 gigawatts. So it's important to make sure that we're furthering our capacity within the U.S. and making sure we're supporting local industry for the U.S. grade or solar grade polysilicon within the U.S. That's something that we're wanting to make sure we're preserving and focusing on as we move forward.
Great. Yeah, just to add to that, so global polysilicon production capacity, we also look at non-China to include Germany and Malaysia. And so between the U.S., Germany, and Malaysia, there is plenty of polysilicon capacity to supply the U.S. market. It's an important point as we talk about Chinese overcapacity and some of the issues that arise with Chinese polysilicon and the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act. Looking at the full global supply chain or solar supply chain in the U.S., lots of investment in modules. I think the expectation is that within a year or so, we're going to have 30 to 40 gigawatts of U.S. module production capacity Cell is lagging. We're starting to see cell capacity come online. Q cells, there's going to be a couple new announcements. I know of one leading module manufacturer that's going to announce an additional 5 gigawatts of cell capacity. So that's coming on. One of the big gaps in the module value chain is ingot and wafer. We haven't yet seen the investments in ingot wafer capacity in the United States, and we need that. As a polysilicon industry, those are our customers. That's to whom we're selling our product. Right now, our customer base is mainly in Southeast Asia. We're blocked effectively from selling into the China market because of China's restrictive trade policies, which maybe that surprises people that China actually has restrictive trade policies. So in this overcapacity environment, we have to look for solutions to grow ingot wafer capacity in the United States. The Inflation Reduction Act is certainly helping that, and we think over time it'll get better.
And I think one thing to add to that is China has done something which they're vertically integrated. And what I mean when I say vertically integrated is that they're able to go from the beginning of the supply chain, from the solar grade polysilicon all the way to the modules for how they're producing. And one of those things, to John's point, is making sure we're bringing more of the value chain into the U.S. for the ingot wafer facilities, because that's something we don't currently have for our existing market. And as we're considering continuing to expand production for U.S. grade polysilicon, we want to make sure we have someone to be purchasing that product, U.S. based. That's a consideration for us.
Yeah, the industry's goal, this is SIA's goal, is to have in the United States by 2030, 50 gigawatts of each of the key segments of the supply chain. So 50 gigawatts of poly capacity, 50 gigawatts of ingot wafer, cell, and module, as well as inverters and trackers.
It's no secret that the IRA was a historic success for clean energy, due in large part to the stackable tax credits that are now available to PPA companies and their customers. Can you provide an overview of all of these credits, including 45X domestic content?
Yeah, sure. So the main drivers, and I'm going to focus on the main drivers for manufacturing in the United States. The main driver for deployment is the investment tax credit. That's the 30% tax credit. There are also 2 additional tax credits that target manufacturing. One thing that's really important about the Inflation Reduction Act is that it is an industrial policy. It's looking at not just one tool to grow manufacturing, or to grow the solar industry, which is what we had before, was the 30% tax credit, but it also adds capacity support in the form of 48C. So you get a 30% tax credit if you build a facility in the United States. The other manufacturing drivers are 45X. This is the tax credit. You get 7 cents a watt if you make a panel in the United States. There's also 45X credits for polysilicon, for wafers, for cells, for inverters, and domestic content. So you build a solar project in the United States, you get your 30% tax credit. If the equipment that is used to supply that facility, if 40% of that today, 40% of that facility is made with domestically produced equipment, then you get an additional 10%. And so domestic content and 45X are really the main drivers for all the literally over $100 billion in new manufacturing investment capacity in the United States.
No, and I think the IRA has dedicated $369 billion towards decarbonizing the United States. And something that it's been of the most value to our industry is to make sure that we're investing in a way that's going to stop the continuance of the issue for greenhouse gases. And I think that is the very important mechanism for anyone who's looking at an investment, is looking at where they're going to be getting their subsidies and making sure they have a support system when they're doing investments and that there's a sound business.
What are some of the challenges you're both seeing with the rollout and implementation of the IRA, and how are you overcoming these?
I didn't hear, I'm sorry.
Oh, no worries. What are some of the challenges you're both seeing with the rollout and implementation of the IRA, and how are you overcoming the challenges?
So the one thing that we've been looking at mostly is, IRA is meant to be, as I mentioned previously, a support mechanism. It's an essential to stop the climate change. We think it's interesting for the incentives for the wafers, cells, and modules. I think there is something to be said for a missed opportunity for supporting upstream suppliers. I don't think that's singular to the solar industry of itself. I think that's a lot of different industries. When you go into policies being made, they're missing out on what's being used for producing the raw material, like a final product. So I think that's something that could be evaluated moving forward. There also needs to be the economic viability, given it's very capital, it's very capital intensive for trying to establish a vertical integration with the U.S. with not only establishing expanded production to meet the continued needs for the increasing to get the U.S. to 40 gigawatts, but also something where we're trying to think of ingot wafer facilities. Those are all going to be needed as we continue to have a mechanism supporting ourselves and not being so reliant on external sources. John, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, so I think there really are two things that maybe are hindering the impact of the Inflation Reduction Act. I want to start by saying it's incredible. I mean, the Inflation Reduction Act is the first industrial policy that we've had in my lifetime, and it's really working. And you just look around here. This year, there are a lot of companies that are selling inputs for factories in the United States, and that's something we traditionally haven't seen here at SPI. There was, delayed implementation of the rules as to how the Inflation Reduction Act is going to be implemented, particularly with respect to domestic content. Just a lot of uncertainty, which products qualified. If you make a tracker in the United States, the rule says you have to make the tracker and all of its components need to be made in the US. But the first version of that guidance didn't tell you what those components were. And so the industry had to make some assumptions as to what those were. Now, within, I think, 6 months or so, they updated the guidance to then tell you what the components are. And that really was a big improvement. The other thing that's really hindering it, is overcapacity. You're going to hear us say overcapacity a lot, but companies that are investing billions of dollars in the U.S. at a time where you have had this huge inventory buildup in the United States, module prices falling makes it very difficult. And to Ariel's point, it does make it difficult to go out and get private sector investments in these new facilities.
I think to add to what John's saying, it's customer demand is going to be an important evaluation process for any company looking to invest. And if you see a huge market that has, I think this can become a game, overcapacity, then that's going to play into your role of the viability of a future investment. And so we have to make sure that we're preserving the existing market in the U.S. and making sure, as we continue to say that this is a need and it's going to be the cheapest form of energy to use solar, that we protect the upstream suppliers as that's going to be needed for the final product, for the cells and modules.
So let's go dive into job growth, which is something that's near and dear to my heart as a recruitment consultant. In the 2 years since President Biden signed the IRA into law, more than 35 solar factories have been announced, and clean energy projects are adding more than 330,000 jobs in every state in this country. Millions more will be created over the next decade as a result of the IRA. What are some examples of the impact that you're seeing on job creation from the IRA?
I hate to say the word.
Overcapacity?
Yes. So, when Chinese...
Your mommy.
Oh, gosh. No. I think, what we're seeing is a lot of the jobs going towards more cells modules versus the expansion of the solar grade production of polysilicon within the U.S. And the reason why that is because of the overcapacity numbers for the solar grade polysilicon being produced in China, and we expect those numbers to go up. So there's not going to be expected job growth when the industry doesn't see the business case to continue to expand. While we see that there's going to be the need for the increased capacity to the 40 gigawatts, you also have to make sure, again, we're matching the subsidies, which, you know, we do want to say, firstly, we appreciate the $3 a kg through the IRA. Please don't get rid of it. But again, we just want to make sure that we have that competitive advantage as well. So, John.
Yeah, in the polysilicon industry, we already have existing capacity. So about $7 billion in investments exist today because of both the Inflation Reduction Act as well as the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act. Hemlock was able to restart some facilities. Wacker, is able to continue in its current pace. We also see REC Silicon, which had to shutter its facility, able to start that up. Now they supply Q-cells. So it's not as if we're not seeing Inflation Reduction Act growth in the polysilicon industry. It's just not happening as quickly as the module segment of the industry is growing. But our expectation is that over time, module capacity will lead to more cell capacity, which will lead to more wafer, and then, when we see those market signals of wafer capacity being here, that's when you're going to start seeing the companies, they'll have customers they'll be able to sell to in the United States.
My next question seems a little redundant, but I'm going to just go ahead and stick to the script because Lisa DeMarco puts a lot of time and effort into this. How is China's overcapacity in polysilicon production impacting American polysilicon manufacturers?
Oh no. Okay, guys. I feel like I should press record and play. So
if we've covered it,
it's
fine.
Yeah, I mean, it's nothing that I haven't already said.
Yeah.
So it's increasing. It's going to impact that. You have to be aware that when there's an imbalance, there's going to be there's going to have to be adjustments with the market. And that's making sure we're addressing the imbalance with exporting all the product to China, because that is where 95% of the ingot wafer facilities are. So making sure we're rectifying that, we're going to have to match the subsidies that we're able to see with some of these investments to make the business case for there to be ingot wafer facilities here in the U.S. And we're just going to continue to have to work through some of those concerns, and I think it's just going to take time.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a right answer for it.
No, one word I think that one word you use I think is really important is balance. So the beginning of I don't know, around 2010, the U.S.-China solar relationship was in balance. The U.S. was a leading producer of polysilicon, was able to sell freely into China. That's where at the time and today where all the wafer ingot consumers were. So there was balance. And then China did a couple things. They put prohibitive tariffs in place against U.S. polysilicon, so effectively blocked U.S. companies from competing, insulated their industries, provided massive government subsidies. Companies benefited from being in Xinjiang and all the benefits that unfair and forced labor and cheap coal, cheap electricity created an environment where Chinese companies had a lot of protection and a lot of investments and grew up. And now we don't have balance, right?
So it would be very risky.
Restoring balance is going to be key.
Yeah, so we just don't, it's very risky to sit here and say that there'd be continued investment without adequate support. And that is also making sure that there's the need in the market, which if there's overcapacity, that drives down the price point, which pushes out competitors, which further creates more imbalance without a protected market.
So the final question I have today is, in light of the upcoming election, we have an election coming up.
No, tell me more. How'd that debate go last night?
Great. We loved it.
What would you tell those who are worried about whether the IRA will remain in place?
For us, it's making sure that there's stability in the market, right? and that means to go with support mechanisms that are currently in existence with the IRA and making or preserving those support systems that are already in place, and then also looking at what we could be doing better. And I know that's going to be my non-answer answer, but no, I mean, always looking forward to seeing how this plays out, but I think we're keeping a close eye, and we want to make sure that whatever does happen, it's creating stability in the market.
Yeah.
Stability and business certainty, right? People make long-term investments when they know that there's a stable policy environment. It's so evident that President Harris gets in continuity. We're going to continue to grow, thrive, very positive development. If we see another Trump administration, it's going to create a lot of uncertainty. It's not going to be the end of the world, though. Trump believes in U.S. manufacturing. He's committed to it. He'll see that the Inflation Reduction Act is an incredible tool for any administration to create jobs, to grow manufacturing. The other thing, too, to keep in mind is that a lot of these investments, most of these investments are being made in red states, Georgia, Texas, Arizona,
South Carolina.
North Carolina,
South
Carolina.
Yeah.
And one thing to think about, a lot of times we're talking about the Inflation Reduction Act as the main investment, public investment effectively in manufacturing, but the state economic development agencies are providing a lot of tax credits and incentives. And if these facilities don't succeed, if you take away 45X, if you take away domestic content, these facilities are going to have, they're having a challenge competing now with the overcapacity. Without these supportive tools, they'll be gone. And so all the state investments would go away as well. So there'll be uncertainty, but the solar industry is we're going to be okay. It would be a setback, but I think as we always do, we figure it out and find a way to grow from, the first trade show I was at was 5,000 to, I don't know, what are we, 40,000 here today.
Yep. Well, thank you for talking to me about this. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay.
All right, we are live. Come get your headsets if you want to listen to this session. There's been a lot of talk about how batteries work. Today we're going to talk about how to put batteries to work, how to actually get them integrated into your projects. Our guest today has had a ton of experience with just that. Chris Finley is Chief Commercial Officer of a new business called TrueGrid, which is no stranger, nevertheless, to batteries and battery integration, having done a lot of work with SunGrid, a company that TrueGrid was spun out of. 20 years of experience leading design, construction, management, and business development in the renewable energy sector. Chris has worked on several gigawatts of award-winning projects across 16 countries. So we're not going to talk about battery technology and how batteries are evolving. We're going to talk about battery storage projects and how to make sure they get built in the right way. If you want headsets like this young man right here, just come down and grab a headset. It'll help you tune in to our conversation, tune out the din of the rest of the audience. If I'm too loud in your ears, you can turn the volume down on your headset. I apologize. I do sometimes project. You guys are supposed to tell me if I'm speaking too loud. All right, perfect. So, Chris, I am super excited about this conversation because all week we've been talking about the amp hours and the cells and whether we can fit it all in a 20-foot high cube. And you got a whole lot more aspect around how the EPC really thinks about this. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, Nico. I appreciate you having us on and everything you do with the Sun Media platform. It's been awesome. Yeah, you know, in the EPC space, I think battery is still kind of a black box opportunity for us to pivot as contractors and really understand not just the ins and outs of what's affecting the supply chain in or around it, but how developers and utilities are monetizing these things, and essentially how can we come with a value proposition, a solution to meet the needs that the end user either knows they have or they don't.
Yep, absolutely. Well, Chris, for those who are unfamiliar at an EPC level, the work that you guys are doing, explain for folks the problem that you've created TrueGrid to solve specifically.
Yeah, absolutely. So TrueGrid is more or less a rebrand of the company that was SunGrid under the Whole Street Energy umbrella of companies, Whole Street being a private equity firm that focuses on decarbonized platforms. As the only EPC involved under the Whole Street Energy umbrella, we essentially decided that, hey, you know, we were doing a lot of really great niche work, solving problems in rural areas and special use cases, but that transition is just not happening as quick enough on the large scale, right? And we had a lot of experience within the SunGrid group on the integration and software piece, which I think is a very rare thing when you talk about the big stay EPCs and what they do and how they manage these things. So that integration piece carried over into TrueGrid is really what we're focused on as an EPC. We're still that mainstay safety protocol, that labor provider and strategist, you know, best-in-class supply chain opportunity. Yeah. But at the end of the day, we have to be a little bit more intentional on the front end, on the integration plan, and taking more of the accountability for what seems to be a lot of scope gap and scope creep throughout the integration supply chain piece of it.
Let's talk about, there are pain points across the spectrum of integration of batteries. Where do you see storage integration, particularly related to how it is being built, the EPC portion of it, that IPPs and even developers have expressed? These are true pain points that they're struggling to accomplish or to resolve.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, setting the actual equipment, landing the terminations, doing the civil work, these are very simple in terms of the context of EPC work and infrastructure work, right? Where a lot of our clients are tripping up right now and seeking solutions from us is how to streamline that back end around commissioning. When you have a EMS provider, a BMS provider, maybe a separate DC block, a PCS, all of this has to coalesce into one operating system. You have to get everything talking to each other first and then talking to the RTech. It becomes a software integration and architect challenge, right? So we don't want to be sitting on our hands when it comes to that point. We are a bit more proactive in instituting plans ahead of time as far as even test benching, or bench testing rather, a subset of equipment and deploying our software solution well before we actually have to ship it to the site, let alone land it.
Over the past few years, energy storage has started to be recognized, obviously, as a key part of how we think about solar projects, right? Almost every project, certainly in states like Texas and California, increasingly in New York, have storage attached. What do you think is still holding the industry back then from really exploiting the opportunity that's before us?
You know, if you'd asked 2 or 3 years ago, it would be that nobody knows what they're doing with this opportunity for
Right.
dispatchable
Nobody
power.
can monetize it.
Yeah, absolutely. People are starting to figure out which regions and which use cases follow suit, how to monetize it, how to make sure that augmentation plans are in terms for long-term redundancy and resiliency, and ensuring that they are checking the boxes with all the financiers, things of that nature. But again, going back to how it actually coalesces and how we help developers and IPPs put the plan together up front, we really need to identify who is playing in what swim lane,
right,
and make those guys and gals champions of that.
Integration is an area where there have been specialists for years in each type of construction technology, right?
Sure.
And we saw a lot of general contractors sort of hit their, skin their knees, so to speak, trying to get into solar, where solar-specific contractors excelled. You've got companies that have been able to pivot, right? Solve being one of them that sort of came from general contracting to become a major PV integrator. With storage, we haven't seen that yet. We haven't seen that deep specialization. Is that the square peg that you guys are trying to fit into specifically with the EPC sector with TrueGrid?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, don't get us wrong. We know there are plenty of really good Tier 1 EPCs that came from that background of traditional infrastructure, roadways, and generating stations of all sorts, right? And they want to manage the supply chain risk. They want to manage the engineering. They want to construct it. I think we're all just a little gun shy as old school contractors on, hey, I'm going to have to look at ones and zeros on a screen at some point and figure out what's going on, and not just rely on the individual vendors who are coming together. We have to play quarterback. In some cases, we may be more of an offensive coach at times, just kind of laying out the game plan, making sure it all connects. But yeah, we're going into a new season for sure for EPCs on the clean tech side. Generating is one thing, wind, solar, it very well progressed over the last 20 years. But, for one, where are electrons coming to land on these batteries? How are we dispatching them? Are we good facilitating and backstopping the existing infrastructure, which may be more coil, gas, nuclear, things of that nature? Or how can we actually lean into the clean side of things and ensure that we're delivering the energy that we're producing with those clean generators?
Yep. As the EPC on a project, one of the things that you're most tasked with is to reduce the time to contract, right? So the contract gives you a certain period, and then they need to be generating dollars and cents on that revenue contract. How do you overcome some of the hurdles that we have in the industry right now of taking these projects from concept through to completion and getting these battery storage projects really generating revenue?
Yeah, great question. So I would say even in the last 48 hours, the number one issue that I'm hearing from our client base is, hey, we had a really great EPC. They did a really good job at deploying, but we are stuck in a commissioning black hole.
Oh, wow.
We cannot get things turned on, moving, operating accurately, and it's obviously an issue for the EPC. There's delayed damages, things of that nature, but yeah, you still have a utility or an IPP looking to monetize that site as quickly as possible. So how do you cover those additional ancillary damages that maybe the EPC contract doesn't cover? Well, we think it's a simple solution. Again, preemptively and intentionally designing the integration plan well in advance of the point at which we'll actually deploy any of the equipment.
Right. Yeah, asset viability, of course, and return on investment is a big question for a lot of these IPPs. The storage owners are wondering what are the risks of adding storage to my project, and can I validate that this is an asset class outside of Texas, right? Everybody is convinced that Texas and as a deregulated market makes sense. How do we make sure that those dollars really be putting in the projects that make sense long term?
We wouldn't have a single simple answer for that, other than the fact that a good EPC who's focusing on such a niche industry and generator or battery class is going to be one that can pivot with you and take a look at the unique circumstances of the region or the pro forma in general, facilitate near-term constraints that exist in that same region, how to pivot and adapt and overcome those. And in some cases, they don't pencil out.
Yeah.
We want to be that, that partner that provides that level of quantification and qualification as well.
Yeah, so you're often the layer between development and owner that helps to tick the boxes and checklist, effectively validating the asset as a ready-to-go kind of asset.
Absolutely, and there's few of us, or several of us, I should say, in that accountability role, right?
Okay.
You have the owner, you have an owner's engineer in a lot of cases. Maybe there's another third party from the tax equity or financing folks, and then there's us. And, our role is to make sure that it's practical in terms of execution.
That it's doable.
Exactly.
Makes sense. The supply chain for bringing all this together ultimately falls on the shoulders of the EPC, right? The developer comes up with the land, the rights, even the contract, hands it off to you, the EPC. Your job is to execute on making sure that what was signed into law, so to speak, gets delivered and gets delivered on time. What are the struggles that are specific to energy storage related to logistics, trade policy, even national security that you have to think about?
Yeah, well, I think it correlates a lot with solar, for instance. I mean, we have a lot of overseas suppliers, a lot of manufacturers of not just the DC blocks, but the PCSs. We're all recovering from the pandemic fallout. We're all dealing with the same level of hurdles. I think what a lot of the larger volume distribution groups from the solar side are learning right now correlate a lot to what we do on the battery side of things.
Okay.
And I say that they're one side or the other side. We actually will do solar and battery projects. So a lot of the lessons learned from one technology will be applied to the other in supply chain engineering as well as how we construct it.
What are some of the more common, or maybe what are some of the less obvious ways that learnings from solar translate to battery storage?
Less obvious. Maybe you can expand on the question a little bit.
Yeah, well, I mean, how to get the battery into the U.S. There's a logistics supply chain constraint there, but it's typically coming through the same type of import process. Right. Are there areas with regards to how battery storage gets built that maybe to the traditional solar EPC are non-obvious? Areas where the projects do get stalled, they get hung up.
Yeah. Well, I think if you're an intentional EPC doing solar or storage, maybe you step away from putting the onus of the import risk directly on the vendor and maybe take that on as part of your IP.
Okay.
Right? A little bit more of a logistics focus. I think just the same way that we do the integration piece, a successful EPC is going to be very hands-on, roll their sleeve up, get invasive on all of the risk profiles. It's not just about delivering the plan set, procuring and delivering on a DDP basis and then constructing. We are active partners.
Yes. So I hear that as opposed to what is typical, pushing the risk down to the vendors, you believe that EPCs should be taking on more of that risk upstream and really owning that for your customer.
I think there's a value for the project in general.
Right.
And on a case-by-case basis. There are certainly some instances, some ports, some labor disputes happening with longshoremen that you want to be privy to, which again just goes back to your strategy on logistics. Do you bring it in someplace else, or all sorts of things? But your EPC needs to be able to pivot, needs to be able to provide solutions.
Let's talk O&M and in particular safety, because that ultimately comes down to how it's built and who owns who has the contract at the end of the day for making sure that every minute is delivering power. Asset owners struggle with the perception in the community that energy storage can be dangerous. Words like lithium ion now become trigger words for potential fire hazards in the community. Smoke in the air, as was the case here last week in Southern California.
Yeah.
So what can those communities and companies that you represent and companies like TrueGrid do to help with this image? And what do you see the industry doing to address how we maintain and manage these assets?
Yeah, it's a great question. We are fortunate enough as an EPC to have an O&M division, and I think a lot of that, again, goes to the accountability that we believe we have on a project long-term and creating that feedback loop on what might fail and how to preemptively get in front of that.
Yeah.
Now, in terms of the market in general, there has been quite a bit of unfortunate, thermal events as they
Right.
throw it out there, right? But you can't be complacent and just rely on the local AHJ to try to figure it out. I mean, corrective actions, root cause analysis. As an EPC, we would want to be involved in that with the vendors that we selected and procured from, work with the local AHJ, the local fire department, and certainly all of the larger scale specification groups, things of that nature, to ensure that we're not just solving for today's failure, but putting a plan out for safety
Right.
and operations in the future.
A lot of developers will go out and do procurement calls, and they'll get pricing on modules and batteries, et cetera. Generally speaking, I think there's a misconception that what the developer spec'd into the project is what's going to get built. It's there is the scenario where that is true, but could you help sort of disintermediate this misunderstanding in the marketplace where maybe manufacturers rightly believe they've got a project locked up, and then an EPC steps in and they decide to go in a different direction? How does that work in terms of who gets the ultimate say in what gets built on that project?
Again, great question. Us being the real-time subject matter experts at any given time, and I say given time in terms of the period of time that you would design and procure the equipment,
Yep.
we get to bring that additional value and insight
Yeah.
to the discussion with the developer. The developer might have a longer-term agreement, strategic, on a portfolio that exists beyond the EPC agreement that we have with them on one project. So we want to be, certainly careful about how that, has been constructed and is operating. But again, we're a partner. We don't want to be complacent. We don't want to say, developer, you've made the best possible decision, and we're just going to build it for you. That doesn't feel like, I don't know, the home builder that I would hire to build my house. I
Right.
want them to challenge me on the practicality of the components, the infrastructure of that home, for
Yeah.
sure. So as a consumer, I guess you would baseline it that way.
I'm going to put you on the spot. I'm going to put you on the spot for a second and ask, is there an area where you routinely see that as the EPC you are helping that owner modify, design, and rethink their, I'll call it design decisions?
No, absolutely. I think us at TrueGrid, as a relatively smaller EPC, have found a lot of opportunity with smaller organizations that may be just a bit less sophisticated on the procurement
Right.
and design side of
Okay.
things. So we're actually stepping further into the development cycle, which is really sweet for us.
Makes sense.
Yeah, we get to complement, we get
Yeah.
to share real-time data. It's not a projection on what this company is going to do in the future, what that company is going to do in the future. They get to see from our feedback loop, not just constructing projects currently, but how we're operating, why we would strategize on a certain subset of equipment.
Yep. So there's been a lot of talk today and yesterday about the increasing density. CATL announced that they have a 6.5 megawatt hour battery. CPS has the first, they sort of brought to market the first 5 megawatt hour battery.
Right.
It seems like every week everyone's this brinkmanship of skipping over one another in size. We just had Andy Tang from Wärtsilä say, as you go from 280 amp hour to 300 plus amp hour, the linear thermal curve is not, it's not linear. It doesn't go at the same rate in terms of thermal effect with each amp hour added. It actually increases. There's a lot, kind of almost a logarithmic effect.
Right.
I'm curious, as you look out to the projects that no doubt you are already, as you just insinuated, helping developers think through that are going to come online 27 and 28 all the way out to 30. What do you foresee as the natural market evolution in terms of what types of storage products IPPs are going to be asking for, or in fact are already beginning to require?
Yeah, again, great question. I mean, what you're talking about is the density related to one specific chemistry, right?
That's right,
So,
LFP.
Yeah. There's other chemistries out there, maybe not as cost effective, maybe as cost effective, just not as reliable or abundant. I would say that, if there was anything really hunkering down the industry, outside of everybody figuring out how they take their part in the supply chain, it's, what are we going to settle on for the actual chemistry in and of itself?
Right.
I mean, EVs are still a big demand on LFP. So the long and short of it is, we love to see the higher energy densities as long as the companies are bankable enough to support the operations. We as an EPC, and I think any of our EPC competitors would be the first to tell you, we never want serial number one of a new
Oh, yeah?
technology, especially one so prone to high-level thermal events. But we're willing to get out there and figure out how to bifurcate the risk in a way that makes sense to test, because we do need to test new technologies, new densities, ensuring as an industry that we're progressing.
Chris, I wonder, as someone who is at the choke point of how these projects get to the finish line, do you have any advice, as parting words of advice for developers out there who are trying to figure out, how do I pick a good EPC vendor or a good EPC partner? How do I work in a manner that's efficient with my team? Nobody likes to have selected products only to see their EPC partner basically strip all of that out. I mean, they're happy to have gotten their developer fee perhaps, and they're walking away and they just wash their hands of it. But I think that there's an opportunity here for developers to mature in how they do their product selection and also in their partner selection. Do you have any advice for those folks in your parting words?
You know, I think it's some advice, maybe more common sense. I mean, the project starts at the inception of a developer looking at a piece of land and finding a nodal point that maybe makes sense, right? All the way out to the end of life of operations.
Yeah.
EPC, we're a tiny little piece that exists for maybe a couple of years within that, but we bring a lot of value on the real-time aspect of the approach of safety, cost, all the logistics concerns, the administration concerns that we deal with on any given year. You know, bring us in a little bit sooner, because we are a community within this supply chain that 20 to 30 years of operation, and you know, the compartmentalization I don't think is going to be helpful to the transition long term.
Yeah, absolutely. And something I see as a trend is more developers are getting, I'd say, they're getting an idea of where the market is, and they make zero commitments to vendors.
Oh, yeah.
They commit to an EPC first. It's exciting to see that the market is specializing, that companies like SunGrid are really turning their focus towards the battery storage market as the long tail. It's no longer the tail wagging the dog.
Absolutely.
It's an entire market in and of itself, increasingly now driven by policy, and I think that's a good thing. I think we have a margin of control over that we didn't have before, and it's encouraging to see folks like yourself that have a long pedigree of building these solar assets really turn your focus to helping the battery storage market and even standalone storage mature. So thank you for shedding some light on how the EPC piece of this works.
Absolutely, Nico. Thank you so much.
Chris Finley from TrueGrid, formerly SunGrid.
All right.
Thank you for joining us here. Thank you for joining.
Good afternoon, folks. Thank you for joining us today. We have an exciting discussion about land use and local communities, and we're going to talk about siting and stakeholder engagement, certainly important topics here. I am really pleased to be joined by a great panel here. My name is Jacob Weinberg. I am the Senior Communications Manager for the Solar Energy Industries Association, and I am joined by Mayani Barudin, who is the founder and executive director of Sovereign Energy, Maren Taylor, Director of Regulatory Affairs and Counsel for SEIA, and David Gall, Executive Director of the Solar and Storage Institute. So really happy to, or Solar and Storage Industries Institute, rather. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk with me today. And yeah, we'll just dive right in. So Mayani, can you share a little bit more about what you do and Sovereign Energy?
Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Mayani Chavez-Bruden, as founder and executive director of Sovereign Energy. I'm from Santo Domingo, Gila Pueblo, which is located in New Mexico, right in between Albuquerque and Santa Fe, and one of the 23 federally recognized tribes in New Mexico. And I started Sovereign Energy as a Native woman-led nonprofit, really to fill gaps that we see within our own communities to have our renewable energy visions. So we work on a number of different program areas, including renewable energy education, tribal capacity building, policy and regulatory advocacy, as well as cultural resource protection. And our mission is to build the individual and collective power of Southwest tribes and pueblos to create a just, interdependent, and regenerative energy future. So yeah, happy to share more, and thank you all for joining us today.
And Maren, can you talk about what you do for SEIA?
Yep, sure. So like Jacob said, I'm Maren Taylor, Director of Regulatory Affairs and Counsel at SEIA. I function as sort of our environmental counsel at SEIA, and I work primarily with utility scale developers on siting and permitting. I work a lot with our developers on environmental considerations and how the siting and permitting process functions on both public and private lands. I work closely with the administration, so I am a member of our regulatory affairs team, so I work with agencies like DOE, BLM, and EPA on siting regulations, and closely with our legislative affairs team as well on Hill advocacy.
David, can you tell us about the Solar and Storage Industries Institute?
Great, yeah, thanks, Jacob. David Gall, Executive Director of the Solar and Storage Industries Institute. The Institute is a nonprofit organization that's focused on accelerating the clean energy transition. So we do that through research, education, policy analysis work, and we're sort of focused on all the big bottlenecks that are affecting solar and storage deployment across the country. So we're looking at interconnection policy, we're looking at siting and permitting regulations and trying to streamline some processes there. And we have a big grant to focus on community engagement strategies and improve those strategies to help large-scale solar projects really attain the social license to operate in communities across the country.
Awesome. So I think it'd be great, Maren, you're certainly an expert on this stuff. Can you maybe just give us a lay of the land about what the land use and siting process looks like?
Yeah, sure. So a lot of this will probably be old news to many of you, but just to kind of provide maybe a foundation for our conversation, I can talk a little bit about how we work on siting and permitting at SEIA, and some of the challenges that are involved in siting utility scale projects. So siting and permitting, as you all know, is the sort of earliest and one of the most difficult and time-consuming parts of utility scale projects. According to Lawrence Berkeley National Labs, it's consistently cited as one of the top challenges for developers, and I know we'll touch on some of those reasons a little bit later. So a few just sort of basic things to note about siting. There's a long list of considerations that developers have to take into account when they're looking at siting utility scale projects. The first sort of falls into the physical characteristics bucket. So not surprising, you have to find a site that is flat and sunny, little risk of flood or water features that are going to interfere with the panels. There is a lot of geotechnical work and surveys that go into the early siting process to kind of understand what the soil makeup looks like and to make sure there aren't sort of risks in the construction process. And then something that I work on quite a bit is wildlife and habitat conflicts. So a lot of these projects are sited in sort of very rural open space areas where there are a lot of endangered species and habitat of concern. And so projects have to really be aware of those species and habitat concerns when they're looking at potential sites. And then finally, in that first bucket, are cultural resources. I hope Maini will sort of dive into that a little bit more, but that is another piece of the sort of desktop analysis that developers are doing at the very beginning of the siting process. And then beyond physical characteristics, there are sort of the market realities bucket, I can call it. So certainly when we're talking about private land, both land availability and land price is one of the first kind of factors that developers have to kind of untangle. If you don't have enough land to make your project pencil, you can't even get started. There's a lot of negotiation that happens with landowners, of course, at that stage as well. And then, maybe the last thing I'll say, and maybe even most importantly, is the existence of transmission and reasonable interconnection costs that are close to your project. So typically, I think I see projects sited, anywhere from a couple feet to maybe 20 miles from a transmission line. There are projects that have been built further away. I would say those are more expensive and somewhat rare. So looking into both transmission capacity and location is absolutely critical when you're thinking about siting a project. And I would say is a place that I see a lot of our stakeholders in the environmental community and the conservation community still sort of understanding and wrapping their heads around that this really, the need to be near transmission significantly narrows the availability of land for solar projects. And then maybe I'll just touch really quickly on kind of the permitting process, which goes hand in hand with siting and where I kind of interface with the federal government. So there's both public and private land. The permitting process looks a little bit different when you talk about public versus private land. A lot of the public land in this country is owned by the Bureau of Land Management. It's a federal agency that owns, I think it's like 90% or upwards of our public lands. The BLM has a lengthy application process to lease public land for solar development. I could talk for an hour about what that is. I will not bore you all. But generally, when you are working with the BLM on a right-of-way, there's sort of a myriad of time-consuming and complex, federal laws that you have to comply with, both NEPA, Endangered Species, and then the National Historic Preservation Act as well. As projects, we're talking about community engagement, and so as projects kind of go through that environmental NEPA review, there are requirements for community engagement and stakeholder engagement wrapped into those regulations. So that is where a lot of the public engagement happens on public land. And then I will talk about private land, then I'll stop talking. So on private land, really the first kind of, like I said at the beginning, consideration is land control and availability. There is a lot more work kind of done at the front on private land to determine ownership of suitable land, to find willing landowners who have site control and where there are kind of enough parcels that can be pieced together to piece together a financiable project. On private land, there's much more state and local regulations that have to be complied with, so dealing less with kind of federal regulations and more with state and local folks, and those are going to vary very greatly from state to state. So it's something that you have to be very aware of as you kind of develop across different states. I'll stop there.
Great. Well, yes, speaking of developing across different states and BLM, they just issued a new Western Solar Plan that's going to open up a whole lot of public land in 6 different states in a lot of the areas that Maini works closely with, right? And I know that Sovereign Energy was a big advocate for making sure that tribal communities were heard in that process. Could you tell us a little bit more about Western Solar Plan and why it's important?
Sure, and happy to expand a little bit more on what we mean by cultural resources. So Native people hold living and historical relationships to our land since time immemorial, and ongoing through pilgrimage, song, prayer, preservation efforts. So when we're talking about cultural resource protection, we're looking at that living relationship with the land. We're making sure that we are preserving sacred sites that have sustained us since our inception. And we really want to make sure that we're supportive of tribal energy sovereignty, but also making sure that we're supportive of infrastructure. And it's a really hard line and very difficult to navigate, making sure that we are meeting these huge climate goals that we need to, expanding infrastructure as much as we need to, but also in a way that really honors our tribal nations and make sure that we're being respectful of the land and water. So we're trying to figure out how we can support that and how to navigate that. Obviously, we have really huge climate goals to meet if we're going to try to stay within any of our planetary boundaries at this point. And that requires mass amounts of land, which also does really impact our cultural resources. SunZia is a really great example that is in the headlines all the time of just cultural resource consultation probably gone wrong, or just issues along the way. But when it comes to just meeting all of these thresholds, growing infrastructure, the BLM Western Solar Plan is a really great case study of just how to make sure that we're doing this work correctly. There you want to open up again mass amounts of public land, which triggers different environmental land stewardship laws, and including as the NEPA, the Endangered Species Act, the National Historic Preservation Act, Section 106 process. But really making sure that we're looking at where where these projects will go. So making sure again also that the government, in respect to tribal sovereignty and the government-to-government relationship between federal nations and tribal nations, is doing consultation correctly. So as a nonprofit, what we do is actually kind of bridge those relationships to the best of our ability. One of the big issues that we have within our Native communities is that there's just so much to do. Tribal Historic Preservation Offices, TIPOs is what we call them, they have a stack of consultation requests on their desks all the time. So we really need to make sure that as an organization, we help support them. So we help navigate, kind of synthesize, analyze all of the different data, all of the different requests on their behalf to make sure that they're involved, and also just aware of what's going on so that we're not one, kind of blindsided by any development. Two, that we're not, having to do expensive litigation later on. And three, that we are also supporting renewable energy infrastructure. So with the BLM Western Solar Plan, we've been working with tribes and pueblos across New Mexico specifically for the last several months, just giving them information, making sure that they're up to date, and also providing even draft comments for them to be able to file. Also really formalizing what the consultation process will look like. There's a lot, even within our federal agencies, a lot of direction that is just needed, or those bridges again to be built, and make sure that we're supporting our tribes. So right now, we're trying to figure out, just how to continue to navigate this work to make sure that we're an organization that really is seen as trustworthy by tribes, but also that we're not in the way of renewable energy and solar projects. We're just trying to actually make them move faster. But obviously, there's a lot of work to be done, and we'll touch more about best practices on public lands, private lands, and all of that later on.
Great, and yeah, building on that, David, your organization is really at the forefront of looking at best practices, and an example of the federal government, exploring and using new resources and funding efforts to make sure that the stakeholder engagement process is effective and actually getting the job done. Can you tell us a little bit more about how SI2 is involved in that?
Yeah, sure. So the Department of Energy is funded us to really look at community engagement strategies and do rigorous social science research to actually understand sort of what works in the community engagement space. There's a lot of anecdotal stories from companies and from organizations about their community engagement activities, and some stories, or some companies tell success stories, but there's not a lot of actual evidence about strategies that actually will move the needle on public sentiment and will actually encourage community leaders to be more receptive to large-scale solar projects. So what we're doing is beginning to identify sites where we can test what we're calling innovative community engagement strategies across the country. There's 6 to 9 sites that we will identify, and then we intend to do rigorous social science research in those communities, so before, during, and after these community engagement strategies are being deployed. And I think it's going to tell us a lot. I think we will learn a lot about community preferences, about the ways that you engage different communities across the country, because there's a fair amount of regional variation about local custom and how you engage with folks, and so we'll learn a lot there. And it's an exciting project, and it's a 3.5-year effort, so this is not a small research project, but it should tell us a lot about what works in the community engagement space and give us that evidence to move the needle and reach our climate goals, as you were saying.
And this is kind of an effort to formalize the Solar Uncommon Dialogue program that you've had ongoing for a little while now. Could you tell us a little bit more about kind of the inception of that?
Yeah, the Solar Uncommon Dialogue, and Maren can add to this too, she's been involved in these discussions, began several years ago when conservation groups, stakeholders, non-governmental organizations that care about our climate goals but also care about our conservation resources, and some solar industry folks got together and said, you know what, we need better tools. We need to have tough conversations about what works for both sides of this, and how are we going to preserve our public lands or private lands, and how can we reach our renewable energy goals. So those groups all came together. They reached an agreement, 21 organizations reached an agreement in October of 2023 that mapped out a whole series of work streams to kind of work through all the different issues that are associated with siting and permitting. Maren kind of ticked through what some of those issues are at the top of the podcast here. But in the context of our grant, the Uncommon Dialogue is going to help us identify those innovative community engagement strategies that we can use. So it's really on the shoulders of a couple of working groups to come up with some strategies, and then we're going to take those strategies and do that testing in the field.
Yeah, and maybe I'll just piggyback a little bit off that on the Uncommon Dialogue. I think it's something I'm really excited about in the siting and permitting space. When I think about challenges with siting and permitting, one of just the most basic problems that developers face, I think, and stakeholders in general, is having the right people in the room at the right time. So a lot of times we're operating in these silos. There may be a few folks from the development community and the conservation community speaking, but we're just not gathering sort of all of the people that have an interest in siting. And these issues are hard. They're complicated. These are lands that have high value to a lot of people. And so one of the things that the Uncommon Dialogue does is works really hard to bring all of those stakeholders together into a conversation that is months, maybe years long, to really kind of untangle and just discuss things, as basic as, what does cultural resources mean? Like, what is the definition of cultural resources? To actually developing a site assessment framework for best practices in siting and to really take into account all of the challenges we face. So I think, there are a lot of really thorny challenges with siting, but having the correct people in the room to discuss them shouldn't be a barrier that we cannot overcome. So I think the Uncommon Dialogue does a really good job of just bringing everyone together that has an interest in siting, and just having those tough conversations and kind of finding common ground where it is available. So it's in the early stages. We've just kind of launched some of those work streams that Dave, you mentioned. And I think it'll take, a good amount of time, but it's something I'm excited about in the siting space.
I should mention too that the co-convening organizations are Stanford, the Nature Conservancy, SIA, and then the Solar and Storage Industries Institute is involved as well. So those organizations sort of led the way, and now there's more than 60 organizations that are involved in these different work streams. So bringing a lot of folks to the table, and it's going to be really interesting to see what they produce.
Lots of stakeholders.
A lot of stakeholders.
Yeah. As we study and really try to make an evidence-based approach to stakeholder engagement, we obviously, have an idea of what some of those strategies and best practices might be. Mayani, could you talk to us a little bit more about, what are some best practices that project developers should really make sure they're kind of ticking that box as they, develop projects?
Sure. There's quite a bit to do, honestly. So, starting from the very beginning, from a project's inception, it's really critical to conduct outreach and engagement with tribes. When we talk about consultation, there's kind of like the big C consultation, which is government to government. But I think more often than not, we see many developers not doing their own outreach with tribes. And this is for projects not just on tribal lands, but off tribal lands as well. For any tribes that hold ancestral connection to the landscape. So all I can say is, as soon as you think a project might go somewhere, start reaching out. I think there's a number of ways to do it. Tribes are so inundated by different companies that it's really important to make sure that you're also, trying to build trust within the community, and that can be done through different ways. But one thing I always recommend too is just, maybe hire a tribal liaison and have Native people on staff to help advise internally. It's really critical that it's done in an authentic way. Tribes have been so hurt by the energy industry for centuries now that, there's a lot of hesitancy to, why should we listen? How can we trust them? They don't look like us. They show up in their very, flashy suits, fancy cars, but they don't have any stake in this. So why should we listen to them? So really trying to do that own internal work. And then I also recommend, when you are doing a project, if there is ancestral connection, kind of see what the tribes say, but really recommend having cultural resource surveying and tribal monitors who are designated by the tribes, to trusted people within their own communities or consultants that they work with to help do their own monitoring work. One thing that I think, working with developers in my past and also working on the side of tribes is also just kind of the miscommunications, or also just kind of the lack of information. And what I'm specifically pointing to here is sometimes, if tribes are doing their own monitoring work, they're not going to disclose what they find. And that's just something that you have to be comfortable with. It's really, really difficult. We're very tribal people, Native people, we're very private about our cultural resource. You can't really go asking why too much. So, that's just something to know and kind of build that own awareness of, and really understand the boundaries there. That's also something that's kind of, the ongoing battle that tribes have even with the federal government is, we don't want to disclose that. So as a company, what I recommend kind of to synthesize everything is, just one, make sure you're doing early outreach, try to build out tribal liaisons, do even cultural sensitivity training. So, understanding what, what tribal sovereignty means. Another thing I always say is a really easy way to piss off a tribe is to not understand their sovereign status. Make sure you really, understand what that means and what their nationhood means. But again, making sure that you have those people on staff, those advisors, do cultural sensitivity and competency training, and then make sure that you do have those tribal monitors when you start building out those projects, making sure that there is, ongoing engagement. Engagement doesn't just mean one letter, it means, consistent efforts, consistent feedback from the project's inception until operation, and making sure that there's just ongoing dialogue there. And there's a number, of different organizations. We're happy to help with some advising roles, but I think it's really just making sure that you're doing the due diligence internally. And, tribes do remember who's wronged them. There's so many, we have a good list of, companies that, have really not done and approached tribes respectfully, and making sure that you're, doing that hard work beforehand. But ultimately, it does pay off. Like I mentioned earlier, doing it the right way kind of prevents all of that expensive litigation later on. It helps the success of the project. And tribes are honestly, probably more often than not very willing and very excited to engage in it, to figure out even if they could be owners and operators of a project, to help host it, different ways that they could also help meet their own goals their own revenue streams, their own community, whatever their community priorities are. But yeah, I think the main thing is just, again, early outreach, consistent outreach, and just kind of doing that own, the own step, like internal steps to make sure that you're kind of prepared to do so.
Yeah, just building on that a little bit. I mean, that's what you just ticked through is exactly what the research sort of tells us to date. Lawrence Berkeley National Lab has done a bunch of survey research on this topic, like who's the best messenger for community engagement strategies. And guess what? It's not the federal government, it's not state government officials, it's not the solar industry, it's community groups, representatives from the community themselves that are the best messengers. So it's all consistent with the academic literature on this entire subject across the country, and it just speaks to this need that your organization is providing, because the federal government is not a trusted resource for this kind of stuff. So kudos to you and your group for plugging that gap, because that's a critical portion of this going forward.
Sorry, I just wanted to ask a quick follow-up question. You mentioned tribes becoming owners and operators, and I just wonder if you could talk a little bit more about that and kind of what the challenges may be. Are there things that might help tribes be owners and operators? Is it access to capital? Is it better partnership? Is it technical assistance? Like, what are some of the sort of progress that needs to be made there?
Yeah, we could be here all day, and I'll try to keep it brief. So many tribes do want to own and operate projects, and I'll kind of backtrack a little bit to what tribal sovereignty means to us. And there's just a quick history lesson. There's 574 federally recognized tribes in the United States. Each has its own sovereign status. Each tribe has its own cultural values, its own priorities, its own energy priorities. So when we say tribal energy sovereignty, it's really a unique definition to each tribe of what they want to do. So that could be owning and operating a project. More and more we're seeing tribes do want to own and operate projects. They want to build their own wealth, their own capital. And I think it's also just the distrust of past experiences, particularly with leasing. We hear horror stories of a tribe getting $50 a year for a right-of-way. That contract still goes 30 more years. That's not uncommon. So I think there's more and more drive to own and operate projects, but there are different barriers to entry. For certain tribes, for instance, we might not have the capital to be able to put up to be an owner-operator. Lenders might look at tribes as being too risky. Tribes may not want to waive any sovereign immunity, so there's a lot of barriers there. And then also just making sure that, looking at the risk tolerance even within the own community. So for instance, we work really closely with tribes on community solar projects, and what is owning and operating a project there? I mean, it also means being on the line in case it's not functioning at full capacity, and what the tribe is going to do. Because if it's not running, they're not getting any money. Their net metering isn't running. It's kind of just sitting there. So what do they do in that circumstance? So it's really kind of asking, even working internally with the tribe, of what owning and operating a project means and what they're able to do. But yeah, there's a number of different barriers. I think the IRA, VIL has helped it for sure. We don't need a tax equity partner like we did in the past. But there's still, just different considerations where having a third-party owner might make more sense. But again, it comes back to the tribe. It comes back to per project. It comes back to their historic experiences with energy.
And David, is the funding for the studies that you are doing, is that coming from the IRA?
I think it's actually coming from the infrastructure law. It's not specific IRA funding, but it's from the bipartisan infrastructure law that was passed right before that. So,
cool.
Yeah.
And so, returning to one of the clear best practices that you all are describing is having it be from the inception of the idea of the project, stakeholder engagement. And one area that we're seeing that is Chuckwalla National Monument, and how that is a goal for tribal communities, and then also the balancing of that with renewable energy development. Maren, could you talk to us a little bit about what that process has looked like?
Yeah, and Mine, I wonder if you want to kind of describe what the national monument is. Just, I don't want, you know, it's it's probably more in your wheelhouse, and then I can kind of talk about the lessons we've learned there.
I think you should go for
Okay,
it, yeah.
I'm happy to do it. So Chuckwalla is a proposed national monument in the Mojave Desert. It's been proposed. It has not been passed. National monuments can go through a couple different channels. The president can sign an executive order through the Antiquities Act that would designate a national monument, or Congress can pass legislation. So Chuckwalla is a really interesting case study, I would say, as Jacob kind of alluded to, because it is located on sort of sensitive lands from both environmental reasons as well as travel reasons, and it also happens to be along the I-10 corridor, which is a major transmission corridor that will serve some of the major load centers in the west, and so that land that's proposed as a national monument is sort of prime, sort of developable land for solar projects. So there are a lot of different kind of stakeholders that have an interest in this land. And when Chuckwalla was proposed, I think we learned a lot of sort of good lessons about the importance of early stakeholder engagement and the importance of having, like I alluded to earlier, just kind of the correct people in the room speaking to each other from the very beginning of a project. When the monument was proposed, this was probably back in the spring at some point that it became public, the developer community was concerned because they felt like they had not been, consulted or sort of brought into some of the discussions on where the boundaries of the monument would be. There were several proposed solar projects that would fall within the boundaries of the monument. Once the monument has been designated, that land is off the table forever for solar development. So through some really sort of lengthy discussions, a lot of stakeholders were kind of brought in, and I think a lot of these sort of issues with the boundary were resolved. But I bring this up just to say that the monument still has not been approved, and I think part of that reason, there's a lot of political reasons as well that we don't need to get into, but I think part of that reason is because there was a lot of conflict over where the boundary should fall and where sort of tribal resources needed to be protected versus where solar projects need to go to connect to transmission. And so if those conversations had kind of happened, I think, earlier in the process, a lot of that conflict probably could have been avoided. A resolution, which I think we are getting to, but that could have happened a lot earlier and sort of maybe not stalled the designation of the monument. So I think there's still a lot of work to be done, but I think it's a good example of why stakeholder engagement needs to happen from really, as you mentioned, the inception of the project.
Another best practice that I think has been talked about before is the idea of community benefit agreements. David, is that something that you all are looking at SI2?
Yeah, it is, and there's a lot of different flavors of this. Community benefit agreements should be very specific to tailored to community needs, right? Like, I think we are beyond the stage where just solar companies could make a payment to a local government for their general purposes. We need to have agreements that are much more designed to meet community needs. So that's a big piece of the work that we're going to be doing at the Institute going forward. The other thing too about community benefit agreements that has become increasingly clear is that companies can negotiate these agreements during the development stage, but they have to honor the agreements, right? So, and a lot of folks don't appreciate that in the solar project development space, there could be multiple companies that will own a project during the course of its lifetime. So the developer will hand it off to the building contractor to actually install the project, and then the long-term asset owner. And what we've seen a lot in some of the work that we've already done is that some of these community benefit agreements get lost along the way. So they need to be sticky, is the way I put it, and be tied to the project over the long term, so that the community does see the benefit that it's negotiated up front. And that kind of gets back to some of the issues that Mayani was raising about how you want to build trust in a community, or if you want to destroy trust in a community, a developer makes an agreement and then it doesn't get followed through on at the end of the process. So lots of work to do there.
And what are some other components that would comprise a good community benefit agreement? It's a pretty broad question.
Well, starting with utility scale or transmission, from a native community perspective, more often than not, that energy is exported from native lands, and especially utility transmission scale where you can't really tap into it, or it's going to the broader grid, or Navajo Nation, for instance, has 15% of its homes who are still without electricity, yet a huge hub for all eyes are on Navajo Nation to do solar energy, and where is that energy going to go? To APS, to California, to PNM, so I think that's a really hard conversation to have, especially when community members are, why should we give you our land? Why should you develop there when we don't even have electricity? So really looking at the needs within the community, but also especially for, how distributed generation could somehow be configured within community benefits plans for those utility scale and transmission projects. And making sure that community members actually stand to benefit, especially for those who are directly adjacent to these projects whose lands they can't tap into it. They really don't have much to gain, and there will be a lot of pushback. So I think a way to figure out in that circumstance, like off-grid systems, other distributed generation, and then I think there's just a number of different elements that community benefits plans can have that could be more community derived. I think having a cookie cutter approach is really difficult and kind of isn't really adept to what the community needs. So having that ongoing community engagement, which I'm sure you can share more best practices about, and making sure that it's really highlighting what the priorities are. Versus coming in and having something that worked in Chicago and trying to do that within a native community in Arizona.
It's not going to work. I mean, you touched on something else too that's kind of interesting. There's the disconnect between a solar project that's injecting power into the large-scale grid, and the community members don't see the benefit of that. New York State has experimented with a bill credit that can be applied to the neighbors of the project. So what they've tried to do is share the benefits of the injections of the large-scale solar facility with the community itself, so they can see actually a real tangible electric credit that will offset some of their cost. And I think that's a really innovative strategy. At the time when I last looked at this, there were projects that New York hadn't applied those credits just yet. They were still working out some of the details for that. But it does strike me as an interesting model to pursue across the country, because you really do want that connection to the power that's being hosted on either sovereign lands or public or private lands as well.
So what other states are doing interesting things and policy developments related to stakeholder engagement and making sure that communities benefit from the projects that are happening in those communities?
Well, I'll grab one example and then I'll turn it over to the panelists too. I mean, this isn't particularly a state approach, but in the offshore wind space, there's been a fair amount of experimenting with peer-to-peer interactions for local permitting officials or state officials. So, for example, there's a fair amount of offshore wind development that's happening in Massachusetts right now, and towns that are hosting either port sites or they are part of the supply chain to actually build the facility. Those companies have convened local officials from Massachusetts with folks in California so they can learn lessons from each other. So the experience on the ground in Massachusetts is being translated over to some of the California discussions, and it's been really productive. And that's one of the things that we actually want to test in our research, to say, look, going back to the messenger thing again, well, if the federal government and solar companies aren't the best messengers, well, maybe another good set of messengers might actually be the local officials themselves, who have seen the development on site and have a real perspective about how the large-scale solar project or whatever kind of clean energy project it is has impacted their community.
I guess I'd add, maybe this is a little bit tangential, but I mentioned in my intro that I work primarily kind of in the environmental and conservation space. So one of the things that I think is kind of exciting in the siting space is mitigation strategies that developers are sort of innovating and implementing to really mitigate against utility scale siting impacts from an environmental standpoint. So these are both kind of species impacts as well as water impacts or other things of that nature. There's a lot of kind of exciting things being tested out in the field. There's some really simple, innovative strategies with fencing, with wildlife corridors, and sort of other ways that you can build a project in a modular way to mitigate against some environmental impacts of siting. Didn't really answer your question, but I wanted to just kind of get the environmental aspect in there as well.
Can you dive into those mitigation strategies a little more?
Yeah, so I mean, I think from a siting perspective, the first place to go is really avoidance. There's kind of a three-step process that developers try to follow, and the first step is avoid if possible. So if you run into species concerns, maybe there's a water concern or some other kind of environmental concern, I think if you can avoid that, do it as much as possible. And there's also a benefit on the developer side as well, because they won't get tangled up in some of the kind of environmental regulations like NEPA and ESA that may really slow down a project. If avoidance is not possible, then I think you would move to mitigation. I think we talked about the Western Solar Plan. I think there's a lot of discussion there about how to mitigate some impacts in the Western states. And there's a lot of really, cool examples out there. I think, invite you to our website. There's a lot of material on there. And I think, most of the ones that I sort of work on closely have to do with wildlife. So really just citing a project so that, and doing the kind of work up front with desktop analysis and other kind of federal agencies like Fish and Wildlife to really understand where these species are migrating, which pieces of land are really important for their survival, and then building a project in kind of, maybe a modular way and allowing for wildlife to still progress through that project. There's also, we haven't touched on ecosystem services and agrivoltaics, and so there's a lot of ways that I think there's a lot of sessions here at the conference that have talked more about this, but developing projects that are sort of more in harmony with the land, I would say, so that you're not just sort of bulldozing a site. You're really building it to be sort of in existence with the land and being kind of a benefit to the environment rather than a hazard. So those are just some examples.
As a comms guy, there's nothing better than sheep next to solar panels. Love it. Can you share an example of just stakeholder engagement done right? Mayani, you talked a little bit about the Western Solar Plan, but wondering if there are specific projects that kind of come to mind when you think of deliberate and thoughtful stakeholder engagement that really made the project much more successful than it could have been otherwise.
I think it's really revealing of how much we need to change practices when it's really hard to think of one that has been done right. I think there's some underway, and due to the confidentiality that we hold with the tribes, I can't share too much about. But having that early onset engagement has made a significant difference. I think one thing though that, again, pointing back to the best practices mentioned earlier, is to make sure that developers are really aware of the differing timelines. So I think more often than not, developers will have, they have the COD date, they want to be able to have, a project completed within, this time frame. And that often won't happen. So I think that's something where we see a lot of frustration working with tribes. But in terms of it being done right, there are a number of companies, again, who have started hiring more native staff, who have done more, their own capacity building, which is really helpful. But yeah, it's a lot of the status quo needs to be changed, unfortunately.
I wonder if maybe a follow-up question to you is there sort of anything written down or memorialized that would be sort of a model for tribal partnership. So something that could be replicated from project to project. You mentioned there aren't a lot of good examples, but maybe as those are developed, really sort of developing guidelines for sort of best practices for working with tribes. Is that something that would be helpful? Is that something you're thinking about or working on?
Yeah, so I mean, there is, we do need to start building out kind of a model, like you mentioned. It's hard because there is nothing that's really replicable across, again, all of the tribes or all of the different state policies. But there are better examples, I think, now of, being really cool ways that tribes have benefited from projects. One actually here in California with the Morongo Band of Mission Indians, really interesting case study of Morongo owning a transmission line. But again, that had a number of different components and pieces that made that possible, and it's not something that's necessarily we're able to replicate in other places. That could be, that one specifically was due to just the location, the cost of placing it elsewhere, Morongo Band being able to finance it and put money forward. So there's a lot of differing issues that really make it difficult, again, to not kind of do the case-by-case basis. But there are best practices. I think one thing too that's really difficult is where each state also has its own relationship and consultation processes with the tribe. So New Mexico is my home state. We have the New Mexico State Tribal Collaboration Act. In terms of the state conducting consultation with tribes, we're probably at the forefront in one of the better states. But many, there's again a wide spectrum of what that consultation looks like, what the state agencies and departments take on. So it's just very difficult, working with the Indian country, unfortunately.
Well, there's one hypothesis that we have at the Institute about community engagement that we're kind of eager to test too, which is, ultimately community members want to feel like their views are affecting project design, right? They want to feel like they're having an impact on the final product that's actually being, that would be constructed. And to the extent to which, I think to date, there hasn't been a whole lot of negotiation over the configurations of sites, over the kind of vegetative screenings around sites, or sort of the location of particular sites with respect to other community buildings, that kind of thing. I think it would be really interesting to see to what extent a developer changes the project design and the configuration of a large-scale system to be responsive to community needs, because ultimately, people want to feel like they're being heard. And so if a developer can do that, that would be a really interesting to test that and understand sort of how much that builds community support or at least tamps down local opposition.
Great. Well, we're nearing the end of our time here. So it would be great if we could close with, I would love to hear just, what you all are most excited about that's coming down the line and the future of land use and stakeholder engagement.
You want to go first?
No.
I mean, I think I already mentioned this, but I think the Uncommon Dialogue is really a bright spot in the siting space. As I said, sorry, apologies to those of you who have been here since the beginning, because I'm going to repeat myself, but really brings together the conservation community, the tribal community, the developers, the EPCs, really all of the folks that have an interest in utility scale siting, and is taking the time to have really in-depth conversations together and untangling some really thorny issues. I think that's something that has not been done on this scale before, and I hope that we can develop some deliverables and outputs that are really replicable in the siting space. So that's what I'm excited about.
Well, my answer is going to be super nerdy, as you would expect. Evidence. I think we don't have the evidence of actually what works on community engagement. And I think our project will help build some of the evidence that will help tailor community engagement strategies across the country. It's desperately needed, so that's what I'm excited about, building the record.
I'm excited that it's only going to be better from here. So I think Native people, we've been through the worst of it, honestly. So it really, there's so much room for improvement, but it's looking up. We've been through, the side of nuclear testing. We have open mines and mills out still. We still have open oil gas wells. Like it's just, how much worse could it really get? So I think it's also kind of, unfortunately, looking at it through that lens is that there's a lot of room for improvement. I think there's a lot of drive for improvement too. It's really amazing to see so many companies wanting to work with tribes, to be open and receptive to feedback. And I think that's honestly something that we haven't had before. It is a relatively new practice. So just, again, also want to make it, I don't want to tip the tone to think that, don't work with tribes, because ultimately we want that. We want to be involved. We want to be hosting these projects. We want to be owning and operating them. We want to help, we've been climate leaders since, again, time immemorial. We see, the impacts of climate change and we feel them first, especially as Native communities. So I don't want it to detour any of you from, working with tribes. Again, happy to help. There's a number of organizations. There's a number of tribally led organizations that can help, assist or think through some of these practices and make sure that you're doing your outreach in a really authentic way. So yeah, it's very hopeful, but it's also, making sure that we're being mindful of the paradigm and that we're changing it.
Awesome. Well, Mayani, Marin, David, thank you so much for joining me. Thank you to SunCast Media, and thanks for coming to the PowerUp Live Stage presented by Wärtsilä Energy Optimization and Storage. So thanks, folks. Have a good day.
Welcome back to the PowerUp Live Stage. We are live once again. My name is Nico Johnson. I see a lot of my friends out in the audience. Hey, if you want to, all right. Hey, if you want to hear a little bit better, if the din of the noise here is a little too much for you, my friend holding the headphones up right here, Ryan Smith, will hook you up. These headphones are magic because they'll help you tune into our conversation so you can tune out of all the other noise. I'd love for you to come back down here and give me a big hug when you get a chance. You know who you are if you saw me waving at you. We're going to talk about energy and how it gets deployed at a rapid scale with one of the top EPCs in the country. And I say energy because Burns McDonnell is known for EPC across the energy landscape. You guys have rapidly become one of the top 5 solar and storage integrators here in the United States market. So the PowerUp Live Stage is brought to you, by the way, by Wärtsilä Energy Storage and Optimization. We have a lovely cast of sponsors as well: ABC Supply, FLO, Fluence, MGM Transformers, and TrueGrid. Thank you so much to those companies for helping make this stage possible. We love having these kinds of conversations with folks who are actually on the front lines of the energy transition. So we're going to talk about what it looks like, not just to talk at a high level about how batteries work or how trackers or modules are evolving, but really when the rubber meets the road, when the actual equipment hits the ground, the people that are putting it together, how are they making it work? Adam Bernardi and Grant Reeser from Burns McDonnell are going to give us a look behind the veil, as I mentioned, of the top 5 EPC, their vision for optimizing large-scale solar projects. We're going to explore the current state of the module market, including updates on domestic content and the strategies that are helping their customers to deploy more solar and take advantage of the IRA credits. You know, optimization around these site conditions takes perspective of the different terrain. We have now practically every tracker has terrain following equipment, different equipment combinations to try to meet IRA requirements. And Burns McDonnell and their team take all of this into consideration when they're guiding their customers through this process. We're also going to discuss things like handling challenging performance testing in the frozen tundra of the upper Midwest. And this is an all-encompassing look at the critical role that your EPC partner plays in the success of your project. Adam and Grant, welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you so much for having us. It's a pleasure to be here.
Absolutely. I don't know if my mic can come up as good as Adam's is, but I feel like I have to yell, and he's got like such a projecting voice.
I just need to be a little quieter, maybe.
All right. So I wanted to get a perspective. You know, I feel like there's probably folks that are very aware, obviously, as a top 5 EPC, of who Burns McDonnell is. But talk about a little bit about the heritage of Burns McDonnell as a construction company, if you will.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're headquartered in Kansas City, Missouri, but we have large offices across the country. I sit in Kansas City. Grant sits in our Phoenix office. You know, most people who have known Burns & Mac for the 100+ years that we've been in business, we were an engineering firm to start, and then had the opportunity to bolt on self-performed construction about 7 years ago. And the addition of the self-perform aspect is really what propelled us into the EPC market. For those of us who live and breathe in this space every day, we know that for us to be successful, we have to control critical parts of the work, and that's really through self-perform.
Yeah.
So we don't self-perform everything. We still have subcontract partners that are very important to us, but it's really kind of our engineering heritage that we feel like separates us and really sets us apart from some of our competitors.
Yeah, amazing. So we're going to talk a bit more about the decisions that developers and asset owners rely on the EPC partner to help them make. And a lot of this comes down to how do you take into consideration all the things from trade policy to AD/CVD, IRA. There's so much that impacts the project economics. Could you just sort of separate the wheat from the shaft right out of the gate, Adam, on the module market in particular, what you're seeing in the module market and how all these different levers really impact the project economics?
Yeah, so you know, we got some additional clarity on domestic content probably a few months ago, and that is really kind of the big trend that we're hearing about, right? So you know, modules is not something that an EPC contractor buys very often anymore, right? So our role in it is really kind of trying to understand what their end goals are. And Grant and team do a fantastic job of that, right? Where it's not just about building a project, it's really trying to understand the end goals of the customer. You mentioned domestic content. Now with domestic content, we're seeing some folks ask questions about, how do you thread the needle between getting enough domestic content modules to kind of check the box to get that additional 10%, and then maybe there is some other modules that are, not domestically supplied, and trying to optimize around that solution.
So what you're saying is there is a way to basically take a techno-economic approach to choosing modules that perhaps are half or some percentage not subject to AD/CVD, and trying to find an economic price point that still meets the project economics.
We're getting questions about that,
Okay.
right? And so, Grant, I'd love to hear your perspective, because this is really what his team do so well, right? Because we don't buy the modules, it's really the owners coming to us, and it's almost sometimes like bring me a rock, right? Grant can tell you how many different times we do layouts for projects, right? We never get it right on the first time because the owner changes something, or they ask a different question, or Grant and team find, just a little something that can get a little more juice out of the project.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's really important for us to understand a little bit, behind the scenes of what is driving the owner's pro forma in that project. And so instead of just getting a direction, we want a 250 megawatt project, period, in this land. Like, that's great, we can do that, but what we really like to understand is the owner's, is it a net capacity factor? Is it a certain year one energy target? And then we can really pull in the module selection, equipment selection based on that target, and kind of, as he said, build a better mousetrap.
Yeah, I love the techno-economic solution. We're going to have to borrow that, because that's really a perfect description for what Grant and team do.
Yeah, I love that. So Grant, I know that you guys also spend a lot of time thinking about the fact that we no longer have these perfect postage stamp sites. No more taking the most easy to grab, Bureau of Land Management sites, or big open farm fields. It feels like every single tracker manufacturer at some point in the last 18 months has issued a mandate to their design team. We have to have a terrain following product. How do you all evaluate terrain following trackers and the benefits into your projects?
Yeah, so there's obviously cost impacts to mitigating grading, earthwork, seeding, site restoration, but what we found is there's also counties or owners that have a certain amount of earthwork that they've committed to the community or to the landowner that they're going to do. So it may only be 5 to 10% of the site that they've agreed to grading. So in some instances, it's not necessarily the cost, but it's the commitments to the community and to the county that we have to take into consideration when we evaluate terrain following or not.
That is fascinating. And it also impacts not only the commitments that are made to the municipality, but if you can terrain follow, you do have an impact on the actual yield of the project, right? So there's a trade-off there in terms of whether or not you're able to harvest the maximum amount of energy. Yeah. What about, you mentioned in the lead-up this concept of self-perform. I know that you guys have the ability for self-perform, both union and I presume non-union capabilities as well. How do you decide on a project-by-project basis whether or not you'll self-perform versus subcontract?
Yeah, so for us, there's a lot of things that go into it. The first of which is the area of the country that we're working in, and then how busy we are on the self-perform side. So for us, mechanical installation, so that's the driving of pile, the assembly of the tracker, that is almost a no-brainer for us, right? That is one of the most critical aspects of the job that we will always self-perform. It gives us a great amount of control to kind of get out ahead. When we look at electrical, that's when we start to have some questions internally. How busy are we? We have some really good subcontract partners who do nothing but electrical install. So depending on how much work we have on the books, it's a really good way for us to take on another project, bring on a partner that we trust, that we've worked with before, and know that we can be successful. And then as it relates to civil, that is always a subcontract partner for Burns & McDonnell. Right now we don't own yellow iron equipment. I don't know that we'll get into that business, but we're fortunate to have a lot of great partners across the country who help us with that early site grading, depending on how much there is now with terrain following trackers.
Grant, I know that you have the challenge of balancing your internal engineering capabilities with the growth requirements of Burns & McDonnell moving into new markets. How much of the decision really relies on like existing markets versus new markets in terms of how you think about self-perform?
Yeah, I think a lot of the time where we are going into a new market, we weigh the pros and cons of having more control over the execution of the work is beneficial. However, we also acknowledge that there are local subcontractors which know that market better than us in some instances. And so a lot of those we pull from our other global practices or work that we do, where we may have relationships outside of just solar with an electrical subcontractor in a given area. And then we may, utilize them and develop that partnership on the solar side. So pros and cons of both, but especially in new areas, there's often people who are more familiar with that market than we are. And so we take advantage of that.
And then on the union side of our business, it's not just the local union relationships, but kind of at the regional level and at the national level are just super important and critical for us to do business, because they can help make introductions in other parts of the country, maybe where we haven't worked, to Grant's point. Maybe we haven't built solar there, maybe we've built something out. But those union leaders, when we're going to execute union, are really important if we haven't done it, to help us make those local connections. Because we mentioned it's important for us to be environmentally conscious when we're building these. We also like to participate in our communities. So it's important for us to build those relationships. We try to get in early. We'll partner with the unions on not only making sure that we're going to get the apprentices that we need, that is obviously now super important with IRA, but we'll bring install manuals, and we'll try and bring demo products so the craft can get their hands on it. And so when they're showing up at our job site, it's not the first time that they have seen it, right? They've had the opportunity to do some test runs, put their hands on it, and so we feel like we're ready for game time when we hit the field.
Amazing. So a lot of what we've been talking about is kind of what happens once the project moves into your hands and you start moving towards the completion cycle. But what about upstream? Because there's a critical decision that has to happen in the development phase of how they're going to tackle the EPC process altogether. And I know that it must be frustrating as you often receive this sort of baked project that's in the developer's mind is ready to roll. And it's not so baked. I want to talk a bit about the things that you commonly see in the development phase, that when it's handed to you in the EPC phase, you really wish could have been more polished, or maybe they would have engaged with you sooner in the process.
Yeah, I mean, almost every project we see is shovel ready, right, at this stage of the game, right? No, I mean, I guess I will say the market has come a long way. Like the RFP packages and what we see today has improved drastically from probably what we've even seen 3 years ago, would you say?
Yep.
Some common things. One, it's hard to hold it against owners. We know as an EPC contractor, we're not alone. We all kind of have our persnickety requirements as it relates to geotech, right?
Yep.
Owners will tell you, for you guys, there's never enough geotech, right? So that is one thing that we tend to either want to go back and do, or we find that maybe isn't quite up to our standards. The other thing is, and maybe Grant can touch on this after I set it up, is on the layout side, right? I mean, he mentioned the techno-economic analysis that we go through. We get a lot of layouts from owners who maybe only want to pay for a 10% package, or maybe they have a little bit of in-house engineering and they haven't really thought through the constructability of a project, right? So for us, we would prefer just make sure the environmental constraints are done, have your wetlands formally delineated, make sure the cultural analysis is done, and then just give us that, and Grant and team will kind of take it from there.
Yeah, definitely. I think that owners, as Adam said, the past 2 to 3 years, it has definitely improved in the quality of the information we're getting. But, as I mentioned, getting the next level information around the energy targets and kind of the owner's goals allows us to really develop that layout and provide the best value to the client.
I feel like it's not uncommon that, and I brought this up in a conversation a couple of hours ago, as the EPC, you probably get the most conservative module pricing or equipment pricing possible, right? So I'm sure you have a lot to work with when you get the pricing packages and the equipment specifications. I'm, of course, speaking tongue-in-cheek, but how do you help accommodate for that request for pricing process?
It's a great question. Part of it is, that's why events like this are so important. The whole industry is here. It gives, we have 3 days to, kind of continue to build, maintain relationships with some of those suppliers. not everybody builds everybody's products, so we tend to build more. Maybe sometimes it's more ATI than Nextracker or fill in the blank. So those relationships are important because they can help speed the process up. I will say, much like we talked about the quality of the information, I think now there's an understanding that the amount of time that we have to put into a number kind of reflects the quality of the number and the amount of conservatism that we get. We're also seeing owners, I mean, we were having a discussion today about project CODs in 27 already.
Yeah.
So I think 25 is going to be a really big build year, almost filled up. 26 we're almost done, and we're already talking about 27. So that means owners are getting ahead of it and wanting to engage us earlier, which is super helpful for Grant and team to start to see projects earlier. We can start to plan our workforce. We can have proactive discussions with OEMs about their capacity to be able to deliver. What are they seeing in pricing? What do we think the price of steel is going to do? All of those things, if we can do them earlier, is really the benefit to the owner at the end.
Grant, we talked, I kind of teed up at the beginning that not all projects are built in Arizona or Florida or Texas. Build a lot of stuff up in the upper Midwest, and it impacts the project timelines. I imagine that your owners are very forgiving of your project timelines as well, right? How do you manage expectations and the implications that foul weather can have on getting these projects turned on in time?
Yeah, I think in the upper Midwest, we definitely have the benefit of our self-perform capabilities are based in Appleton, Wisconsin.
Yeah.
So we have a lot of historical and boots-on-the-ground experience in the upper Midwest. And so a lot of the time when we get a schedule from the client, first question in Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan is, are you going to work through the winter? Are you going to do reduced level of work in the winter?
Yep.
And obviously, one winter you could get 50 inches of snow, the next you could get 20, so kind of got to play it by ear. So as we're developing the schedule and the pricing, that's obviously a significant item. And then we also look ahead at commissioning of the plant and of performance testing, because obviously no one here can control the weather, and your ability to do performance testing is dependent on the weather. So we've actually been working with our owners in those regions to have an option or kind of a next stage for what referred to as an initial capacity test, where if you run into some limitations in November, December, January, you can kind of loosen the requirements a little bit and complete a test and then come back later in the spring and do a follow-up test. And so having that kind of foresight and option in the contract at the beginning is very beneficial, as opposed to scrambling in December, trying to figure out what you're going to do to get through testing.
That's been an interesting discussion, specifically in MISO. I think, as I understand it, a lot of owners, they have to submit like summertime for the capacity market. And so if you hear what Grant said in terms of, maybe we're, best time is spring to summer to get ready for that from an owner's perspective, doesn't leave a lot of time. And so we've had these discussions because if you lay it out where we say, hey, we want to do this initial test to be able to give us some flexibility, owners automatically think, oh, well, you're just trying to get off the hook. And while we're not necessarily trying to get off the hook, we're trying to be supportive for them to get ready for that capacity planning for them for the summer. So it's something that we can do to be able to prove the plant works, We're not trying to get out of our requirements. Most of them are agreeable to kind of let us off the hook for LDs, but then the requirement to come back in the spring, do the full-blown performance testing for them so then they can be ready for the summer.
Amazing. You guys, I know that everyone is looking to add solar to their portfolios. It's what keeps your business thriving, your ability to deliver on not just the timeliness, but the techno-economic performance of these assets, and from engineering all the way through to completion is what has elevated you to the top cream of the crop. So as a result, you must be receiving an outsized amount of requests for bid into projects. And I thought it would be good to wrap with both of your perspectives. What makes a project good or bad? And I know it's completely subjective. There's no objectivity here, but from your perspective, if you could just have a PSA to the developer and IPP world on behalf of all EPCs, how would you qualify and even maybe create some checklists for the kinds of projects that you want to bid into versus the ones that you're more likely to pass on.
Yeah, absolutely. So maybe I'll let Grant take the project side of it, because
Okay.
we always have some jokes internally at Burns and Mac about maybe it looks like a cheetah or a patchwork quilt in terms of how spread it is, how spread out it is. Some salespeople bring those in, and we nickname those projects after them.
That's funny.
So maybe I'll take the client side of it, right?
Okay.
Because the projects are important, but the people we do business with are equally important, right?
Yeah.
Because if you have a strong relationship, if you're able to build trust with clients, right, you can get through a bad project, right? Commercially, we've done some different things that, most who live in this market, we know that this is a fixed price world at some point that we execute in, but there are some things, we see a lot of drain tile in the Midwest, and that can be, a big uncertainty about how we handle that. If you drive a post through it, right, you're not going to find out for a couple of days, but guess what? You're going to have a lake on your hands. So we're not perfect. We look for owners who understand that we're not perfect.
Yeah.
Like we always say, we like to know who we're doing business
Right.
with. So us responding to RFPs is generally not right how we're successful. It's more coming to events like this, making
Yeah.
sure that we're interfacing with up and down. We understand how they make decisions.
Yeah.
So almost like kind of when you're dating, looking for a spouse. That's kind of how it feels when we're looking for people to do business with. 'Cause
Makes sense.
We don't want to do just one project, right? We want to do one project a year for the next 10 years and really build a strong relationship. So that's generally what I focus on, is kind of on the people side, the client side. Do they have the money? Do they have what the success and the reputation in the market? And then Grant and team focus on the technical and project size, and talk about the dead cats or the cheetahs that we bring in.
Yeah, I didn't expect Adam to bring up dating in his response to your question, but on the technical side, I mean, right, there's different perceptions of a good or a bad project, but what we like to see is a client that understands the risks or pros and cons of a given project. So sites will have drain tiles, sites will have wetlands, sites will have gas lines, but it's clients who understand the impacts of that, and to Adam's point earlier, provide that information up front or have already done some of that legwork to where you're not figuring it out, at 90% or IFC, and then you got to scramble. And so it's more the quality of the due diligence, and if you have a patchwork design, as Adam mentioned, different parcels, like do they have the easements in place? Do they have crossings identified, highways, gas lines, et cetera? So we can overcome those challenges, but the earlier you identify them and get that level of information really helps us, drive the value into it, as opposed to, playing from behind and trying to resolve it at the IFC stage.
Fascinating. I love this discussion. I'm really grateful to have an opportunity to really dig deep. I don't often get a chance to just ask a ton of questions from someone who is actually actively out building this energy transition and doing it at the level that Burns & McDonnell is, the pedigree, the heritage from the oil and gas days. It's great to see a company that has really been able to train their focus on being an energy transition contractor and not leaning on the legacy business, but really leaning into where the energy business is going. Adam Bernardi is Director of Solar. Grant Reeser is Associate Electronical Engineer at Burns & McDonnell, a top 5 solar and storage EPC in the space. Thank you guys for taking time to come to the PowerUp Live Stage and enlighten us.
Yeah, thank you for having us.
Yeah, thanks, Nico. It's always a pleasure.
And thank you all for tuning in. This is a conversation happening live at the PowerUp Live Stage. There we go. It keeps modulating in our ears, doesn't it? I can't tell if you guys can hear us or not. But if you can hear us, thank you for being here. Thank you for tuning in. The PowerUp Live Stage is brought to you by Wärtsilä Energy Optimization and Storage. I'm Nico Johnson, your host. We got a conversation coming up right now with PV Magazine. I can't wait to hear what PV Magazine is going to say. I bet Commercial Solar Guy is going to come up on the stage. If you guys are big fans of what PV Magazine does, like I am, you'll want to stick around. Keep those headphones on. Tune in here. Relax. Get your emails done. We are happy to have you here tuning in with us. Get some headphones if you want to hear it. And thanks once again to Burns Mac.
Hello, welcome to the PowerUp Live Stage, presented by Wärtsilä Energy and Storage and Optimization. I'm Ann Fisher, I'm Senior Editor of PV Magazine USA, and I'm here with Ryan Kennedy, Editor, John Fitzgerald Weaver, also known as Commercial Solar Guy, our contributing editor. And we're here to talk about covering RE+, what we've seen so far, and what we hope to see, and some trends that we've spotted. And first, let's start with John. You want to tell us a little bit about being Commercial Solar Guy?
Sure. Thank you, Ann. Ryan, very nice to see you again. And RE+, it's wonderful being here. Commercial Solar Guy is really hard to do because every day I wake up and I write for all of you and I write for PV Mag, and then I do my best to try and run a small EPC contractor who is also a consultant in the Northeast, New England. So every day I go from trying to take care of you, Ann, and from 8 to 10 a.m. writing as hard as I can, and then head into the office. And we have 7 employees at CSG now, and we're doing we're building now. So we've slowly moved up the food chain from me being a consultant back in 2015 with Commercial Solar Guy to being a developer in 18 through 20, and now that our GC license, general contractor license, is in place, we've been constructing. We have 2 cool ongoing projects right now. One is a carport plus a battery on an Air Force base just outside of Boston. And we're also doing a small, medium-sized behind-the-meter, about 290 kW for Harvard University. So pretty soon I'm going to write an article that says Commercial Solar Guys going to Harvard. And I'm looking forward to that. But, we're more EPC, but we're trying to add development more so. And it's a challenge. Cash flow is a challenge. Having the teams in place to do all the work, to manage project management, setting up the O&M afterwards. It's work every day, every single day. So it's pretty great, and I would definitely say we're busy. We're very, very busy and trying to manage the step up of growths where we have enough capital to pay the people, to do the work, to take the deals in, and each different piece. So yeah, it's stressful.
Yeah, it's been great having John freelance for us and bring that kind of boots in the ground perspective to our writing. We're here with PV Magazine USA. We're part of the PV Magazine Group, international publication all over the globe, headquartered in Berlin. Ann and I write for the USA team. And yeah, we've seen a lot of great things on the floor today. Before we jump into some floor insights, I'd like to give just a couple of high-level numbers that we've reported on recently. We do have a stack of magazines over there, so if you're curious to follow along, there's some on the coffee table over there. But as reported by through Q2, we've seen a lot of growth in the industry. In domestic manufacturing, we've seen module manufacturing grow from 31 gigawatts in 2024 to 60 in 2026. And at the end of Q2 2024, we've reached 42 gigawatts of solar module production in the United States. That's a lot. We added 11 alone in the first quarter of 2024. So we're really seeing a boom time right now for manufacturing. And a lot of companies, I'm sure you spoke to some on the floor, are moving on to U.S. shores because of the rich incentives that you have in the Inflation Reduction Act. Since then, through Q2, since the IRA has been passed, we've seen over 31,000 new jobs in solar manufacturing alone added in the United States. And I'm sure a lot more are going to come from the announcements that we've seen on the floor today. Yeah, and along with that too, we're looking at through 2027 a forecast of about 61 gigawatts of wafer manufacturing. And as we continue to expand manufacturing in the U.S., we're looking to see earlier stages in the supply chain get addressed, the cells, the wafers, up to the polysilicon. So that's a couple of high-level insights, but maybe we can pivot back over to some high-level information about just RE+ at the event and some of the things you've been seeing.
Yeah, so this event shows how busy the industry is and how much it's growing, because this event, we have 45,000 registrants. We're going to check on that number at the end, but it sure looks like it. It's a busy time, and we've made a lot of changes. We've gone from the solar coaster to the solar century. So we're growing, we're moving, we're maturing, and it's very obvious here. So we've covered all kinds of things on PV Magazine USA this week, and we'll continue the coverage. We've seen some great products out there, some excellent solar solutions. Anything that's popped out to you, John, this week?
Yeah, I got a boatload of stuff I'd love to talk about, but I'm only given about 15 or 20 minutes here, so that's all we got. But the one thing that at the highest level, good energy, good growth, 45,000 people, 1,350 exhibitors, and nobody in here is talking about cutting back. It's all about how to expand, how to grow, how to capture what's happening. That's what it feels like. Even PV Magazine, I think we have 4 positions we're hiring for, the Eckert. So if any of you have an interest, we're always looking for writers, editors, people who can contribute. And if anybody is looking for a great marketing tool to grow your business, I've written over 1,000 articles for PV Magazine starting in about 2018, and I would say that the lead generation that comes from my writing, which leads into my own website for my own company, is probably what has driven 85% of our business over the last 5-6 years. So just a tip if you want to learn and write and put stuff out there. The biggest thing that I'm seeing, and this is kind of a continuation for when I went to Intersolar in Germany this past June, is the number of battery solutions that are out there. And they're just exploding. We could have a show just of batteries probably if we wanted to. And to be honest myself, I'm still intimidated by a lot of batteries because there's just so much tech out there, so many questions, so much to do with them, O&M to manage them, dealing with how to sell the energy. I'm really watching as the battery management systems start to evolve is really something that I'm paying attention to. I saw multiple companies selling platform solutions. I visited Schneider and their EV Connect platform, which they're looking to offer software solutions to people that want to install charging hardware but don't have a platform to manage it and don't have a 24/7 call service. If any of you own an EV, especially if it's on the Electrify America network, you know that the EV charges are down. It just happens. If you have a Tesla, they're almost always up. But if you go up to your charge point, if you go to your EVgo, if you go to your Electrify America, it's going to be down sometimes. Schneider wants to offer 24/7 call services, management services on a platform level. So they're offering solutions for people scaling. I visited Tigo, and Tigo has the same thing. So of course, Tigo's always offered you monitoring on a module level as they moved up from their various components. But one of the things that they're showing off at their booth is a platform level for installers, so they can watch their whole project, so they can get support from Tigo, so that they can install stuff and track it well. And I'm seeing it with batteries too. People are just looking platform level, broader level. This reminds me of 3 to 5 years ago when I was hearing on the utility scale development level that the investor folks wanted better data access to these projects so they could evaluate them and put values on them better. So it seems like the software people are pushing hard to get into the data and make it so we have better access to things on a large scale so that you're not doing onesies and twosies. So you have 50 projects, 100 projects, 1,000 projects in a system that can be centrally managed, quantified, and monetized. So that's one thing I notice a few of, is just these platform conversations.
Yeah, it's been really cool to see energy storage mature, and we're not talking to battery providers anymore. They're solutions providers, and they're helping out with EPC, and they're integrating software, and they're making it more of a turnkey solution. Each year that I've come to this event, more and more battery providers are more solutions oriented and making those partnerships. So that's been really cool to see.
Yeah.
Yeah. One trend that I've seen increasingly over the years is 2 companies collaborating on 2 companies that offer very different solutions collaborating on a combined solution. And one of them that I just saw was Briggs & Stratton and Solarc. they're launching package solutions of the inverter and the battery together, and I think we'll start seeing more of that. And we do the RE Plus booth tours, which Ryan conducted 2 of them yesterday, and I know that energy storage was big on that too. You went to SMA. Can you tell us something about it, what SMA is offering?
Yeah, SMA. I mean, it's another one of those providers that you originally may have thought of them as just an inverter provider, but now they're getting into storage. They're integrating it, and it's that solutions-oriented approach. And we had a couple other similar stories where we spoke to what started as a battery provider, and now they've found a way to bring in an inverter or software, and it's a more holistic approach with it. And I think that's important, especially in a place like California where energy can be so complicated. The billing regimes are changing all the time. We shifted into NEM 3.0, and batteries are just more and more essential to home energy as well as at the grid scale. So, it only makes sense that it's evolving into that solutions-oriented approach where you're simplifying it for the customer and managing the electricity.
Yeah, you mentioned SolarArc. That's one of my favorite inverters. They've recently moved into the small commercial 30 and 60 kW units, 3-phase, but their residential battery, they were showing it off. I've dealt with them recently and Fortune, and both of them have inverters that are hybrid inverters, and it's the first time I've casually used a hybrid inverter. I used a Fortune inverter because they had a few key features that were really nice. I had an export limit on the local transformer that was 50 kW on the pole, but the customer wanted 112 kW on the roof. So, we had an east-west roof, so first I did a energy production analysis to see how much we would lose. Then we limited our inverter output to 72 kW, but our grid output to 50 kW, and we snuck some batteries in there. So we managed to get 112 kW on the roof where we can only net meter export 50, feed the site first, and we're probably not going to have any energy loss, I'm hoping, in the design. And that's because this Fortune battery, this Fortune inverter system allows for customization. SolarArc I like because, and this is what they were showing off at their booth, they take all that stuff you used to see with an off-grid system, Midnight Solar, charge controllers, all these cool gear. Outback Solar used to be our go-to there, but SolarArc has squeezed it all into one machine. And man, if I was doing resi, my own house right now, if I was in the woods, SolarArc might be the choice because it just squeezed everything in there. And so I like seeing this residential and small commercial battery tech grow because the small C&I space is still not getting the right attention for battery solutions. It's, the small ones work well, they're very simple. The big ones scale, they have great, but that in-between space, that 50 kW up to 500 kW, dealing with demand charge management, doing 1,000 volt versus 1,500 volt, there's this little collection of things that gives headaches, and I'm still trying to figure it out. But it's evolving, it's coming. So this smarter inverters, batteries, tying them together, it's happening, and it's nice to watch.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think maybe we could share a couple more high-level highlights from the magazine. We did partner with SIA and SEPA to develop a special edition magazine that I'm reading through here. There's a couple more copies over at the coffee table if you're interested, as well over at the PV Magazine booth. But yeah, you mentioned residential solar. Solar broadly, we've reached now 5 million installations in the United States, and those numbers are really expected to balloon and continue to ramp up. We're expecting that to double by 2030 and reach 10 million installations. And then another 4 years from then, in 2034, we're expecting 15 million individual separate solar installations. At the end of the year, the U.S. is expected to reach 40 gigawatts. And, that's within the year, 40 gigawatts installed this year alone. And then through the end of Q2 2024, we've officially reached 200 gigawatts of installed solar in the United States. So a couple more high-level insights for you there.
Yeah, it's exciting. And another trend that I've spotted is big companies like Eaton. They've announced the AbleEdge home energy management system. So Eaton's not known for resi. and it's exciting to see big companies, looking down and moving down into residential. And as Ryan said, residential's booming.
Well, this year they might fall off around 5 to 10%. I've been doing Roth, MK something. They just changed the name, but Roth Capital. They've been suggesting that next year we might see residential return to growth of 5 to 10%, maybe 5 to 15% versus this year. But it's still a decent volume because we've had significant growth over the last 2, 3, 4 years. So a lot of people are hurting resi-wise, but it's still moving. It's still growing. It should be coming back.
Yeah, hopefully with some potential interest rate relief and solutions, costs of products and components going down, combined with people shifting their sales pitches around the changing legislation, hopefully we'll start seeing it move back into the growth area. I've also been seeing anywhere from about 5 to 15 as on the most optimistic end, 20% growth next year, but that's probably a little rosy.
And also needed is some stabilization as far as net metering policies go, state by state, and getting utilities to settle in on prices. And there's a lot of uncertainty in the market right now. But you wouldn't see it here at RE Plus this week. So as Ryan said, we do this collaboration. We've done this 3 years in a row now with RE Plus, and it's that is our U.S. edition, and then we also produce the Global magazine, which also covers U.S., and they're both available in our booth, which is at A6.
So the one thing that I've really enjoyed watching for various reasons is the excitement of domestic content. Number one, because it's great to get another 10% adder to the tax credit. Just absolutely bumps the ROI in many different ways. It's really awesome, especially in a high interest market. Taking 10% of a project cost and moving it away from the interest portion of the loan and turning it into an early stage tax credit is great. But also just hearing people talk about bringing manufacturing into the U.S. and people being excited about it. Golian, they're a Chinese battery manufacturer, and they're about to have a facility in Illinois where they manufacture the whole machine. Right now, you can buy a full 5 megawatt hour, 20-foot shipping container battery from them that's assembled in the United States. In about a month to two, you'll be able to buy the same component from them that includes the battery management system, the BMS, that's assembled in the U.S., that's manufactured in the U.S., along with the assembly. Next year, Q3, they'll be making the battery cells in the U.S. So by the time Q4 of next year, you'll probably take delivery in 2026, but you'll have a full 5 megawatt hour battery system that is fully assembled, fully manufactured in the United States. As of yet, the company is probably going to be importing the lithium, carbonate, and other basic materials that go into the cells. But they said they're exploring U.S. lithium sources. I don't know if that's real yet. But seeing a large battery kit being built in the U.S., he talked about the savings for shipping when you're sending a $40,000 shipping container from wherever around the world. That's $3,000 to $5,000 right there just to move a shipping container from Asia to the west coast of the United States. So seeing him talk about that, and the guy at the booth was excited. It's kind of cool. We were both mutually excited talking about the battery. It was a big battery. I got to touch it. It's like, oh yeah. But it's just neat to see that.
Yeah, it's an exciting time. We're seeing manufacturing jobs come back to the United States that have been gone for a really long time. And, that's something to get excited about. Since IRA, we've seen this is through Q1, so this is, I'm sure, ballooned significantly since then, but we've seen over $121 billion in new investment announcements for clean energy manufacturing. And what's driving that is it's the carrot, well, not the carrot and the stick. It's really just double carrot. You're getting demand side and you're getting supply side support. So you get that 10% domestic content bonus with your project if 40% of your components are made in the U.S. And then you're getting all those manufacturing incentives if you're the producer. So on the supply side, you're getting that support too. So that's why we're seeing this unprecedented growth right now and a real revival in clean energy manufacturing. If you're curious about those incentives, you can check them out on our website, but also page 22 of that special edition there. We have a little chart kind of laying out what those incentives are, component by component.
Nice.
And yeah, they're really lucrative. I mean, there's a reason people are investing on U.S. shores right now.
Enphase is releasing their commercial inverter that is going to be fully domestically manufactured shortly. Pretty much, I was speaking with them earlier, they said pretty much every component in the unit, including the PCB boards, will be manufactured in Texas and South Carolina. With the new IRS guidance, Treasury guidance on the domestic content, a micro inverter can meet 35% of the 40% required to get the domestic content. So hypothetically, and this is the sales pitch I got from Bob Montanaro, who's my Enphase sales guy, he says if you use our Enphase unit, we have about 110 kW rooftop we're working on right now, that alone can get you to 35% of the 40 needed, and you don't need a domestic content solar module to get you over 40%. You can have your micro inverter that's manufactured in Texas or South Carolina get you 35 out of 40. That's like 80% of the way to your domestic content requirement just with the micro inverter. Now, micro inverter is more expensive than my SMA string inverters by a nice chunk, but you know, it works out with the math. So it's just, you know, we're seeing this evolution that's occurring right now with our hardware origination, how it's going to affect our ROI, how it's going to affect these things. And there's just many manufacturers. I spoke to ISRA. They're actually a German company who makes machines that analyze solar cells as they're being put through the manufacturing process. And apparently, just in the cell manufacturing printing side of it, just for the cells, there's 40 different machines that they might sell to a 2 gigawatt manufacturing line that look at the cells at various points. Some find cracks, some find this, some find miscoloring, some do binning. And he said that for the first time in 10 years, they sold a full cell analysis manufacturing system to a US-based customer. And now they have like 5 to 10 additional deals that are in the works. They said the wafer stuff is coming. It hasn't moved as fast, but the cells are coming. And they're selling the system. So it's no longer announcements. Said there have been a lot of announcements that they're talking to people and they're going real slow with. You know, there's this trade-off. It's we'll announce the factory, but then we got to sell the modules so that we can get the sale document to get the finance to buy the machines to build the factory. So sometimes you're going to hear an announcement. It's not real until you actually buy their modules, and then they'll deliver them in 2026 or something. But there's a little dance that's going on with the cell side of it. The modules are racing ahead. It's quick and cheap, quote unquote, to build a module assembly factory. Cell factories a little bigger, a little more expensive, wafer more so, and then when we get to the poly and the ingot pulling, it's even bigger. But the machine makers, the people that make the machines that make the solar cells, are optimistic, and that's kind of cool to hear that on the floor.
It's a great sign, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll be covering manufacturing spending a whole day on it in PV Magazine USA Week in October. So, Ryan, do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, we're really excited to share that in late October, the 22nd through the 24th, we'll be hosting PV Magazine USA Week. Sort of an evolution of what we used to do every year, which was the roundtables. We've now since expanded it to a 3-day event. The overall theme of it is a solar-powered economy. So we'll bring together in a virtual conference U.S. leading experts from across the industry talking about solar as well as storage in the industry. Day one is sort of like an economic case for solar. The title is Solar Wins on Cost. And we'll be looking at sort of some of the numbers that we shared today of the growth figures, but also how solar is continuing to lower in cost and win on LCOE and really be the cheapest source of new build electricity in a lot of markets. And if you check out the website, as well as pvmagazineusa.com. You'll have some information about who our panelists are. They're already booked, and we're really excited about some of the big names in the industry that we have for that. Day 2, October 23rd, we'll be hosting the Home Energy Evolution Day. That'll be a little bit more focused on the distributed side and how, like we were talking earlier, how residential solar is evolving. We're looking at not just component providers, but full solution providers, inverters, batteries, panels, everything, energy management at home, smart apps, EV charging, kind of looking at that holistic distributed energy ecosystem. Yeah, and then the third day is Solar Ignites U.S. Manufacturing. We talked a lot about on our panel today how exciting it is to be in solar manufacturing right now. So we'll have some of the biggest names of folks that have already had operations here in the U.S. and are supporting domestic manufacturing, as well as international players that are supplying to the U.S. and investing in the U.S. And building here. So really excited to share all the speakers we have. We have keynotes, interviews, startup pitches. It's going to be an action-packed full day, 3-day event, October 22 through October 24th. Really excited to share our information on that day.
Yeah, so
last cool thing I noticed was the continuing evolution of utility scale solar rolling out. Recently we installed our first A-frame system from APA Racking, and the A-frame was really useful at this site because it was just a little bit rocky. We couldn't drive piles. The piles were getting destroyed as they got through a certain number of feet. We were going into clay and rocks, and the A-frame system, which is available. If you go to the APA Racking booth, you're going to see the A-frame underneath 6 or 7 different tracking solutions and racking solutions, so they're really helping foundations. The A-frame solution, I think, is being proven as being a smart one because Omco developed one, and then Omco got bought out by Nextracker. And so now if you go check out the Nextracker booth, you're also going to see them also on essentially an A-frame type of solution. It's a different solution than the APA one, but it just shows that foundations are evolving. Also, in this side, if you go upstairs, I believe, we have the Build It robot team, which wants to robotically install piles on large-scale systems. And they didn't have a robot here, so I was kind of disappointed in that, but whatever. They had pictures of it. I don't know. I wanted to touch the robot.
I did see some Boston Dynamic robots running around
Yeah,
somewhere on the floor. So
that little dog robot.
That was fun.
That's
yeah.
both terrifying and cool.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So I guess we got like 12 seconds left, Ann. You got to get us all off of here before we talk too much.
okay, well, I guess that's a good place to stop.
Thank you very much for joining us. PV Magazine USA. We write like 100 articles a day across all of our websites. Please read. And Ryan Kennedy, Ann Fisher. Ann's the boss. Say hi to Ann at the booth, So thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Welcome to the PowerUp Live Stage presented by Wartzilla Energy Storage and Optimization. Good afternoon, everyone. We're so glad that you are here. My name is John Leapart with Adaptive Construction Solutions, or ACS. On the panel this afternoon, we also have Eric Grant with Blue Ridge Power. We have Eric Budakaz with Solve Energy. We have Michael Mulleron with Aerotech. And we also have Nick Morgan with ACS as well. And so let's start out by, Nick, if you would, please give us a little bit of background on ACS, if you will.
Yeah, today we're going to talk about apprenticeships, especially as it pertains to delivering them on projects that are subject to the Inflation Reduction Act. ACS, we started in 2016, centrally focused on apprenticeships initially to bring veterans into the construction industry, and that became the tip of our spear. And now we operate apprenticeships across 20 occupations in different industry sectors since the Inflation Reduction Act, largely focused on clean energy across maybe 6 or 7 occupations. And at ACS, a key part is that we act as the sponsor of the Registered Apprenticeship Program. And as the sponsor, we're able to then bring on signatory employers like Blue Ridge, Aerotech, and Solve, and many others across the industry in order to deliver the registered apprenticeship and take that, the heavy lifting of an apprenticeship off of them so they can focus on their business. And so as ACS grew, we brought on large EPCs, small specialty contractors, and everyone in between. And with the passing of the Inflation Reduction Act, we realized that there was really a need for project delivery of the apprenticeship requirements, where as the sponsor, we can provide a solution for everybody on the job site, not just the EPC or any single contractor, but to act as that sponsor for every subcontractor willing to adhere to the requirements of managing an apprenticeship program. And you know, one key piece of that is recognizing that the prevailing wage requirements are so interlinked into apprenticeship. And so for that reason, our teams continue to expand. And now we sit today with, I think, 92, 93 workforce development and compliance professionals at ACS that manages apprenticeship programs for a lot of y'all in the audience today. John, you know, as we deliver apprenticeships and use that kind of that project-wide strategy on sites, you want to go into, as the Director of Project Management at ACS, specifically cover kind of what ACS does to help our partners in implementing quality apprenticeship programs.
Yes, Nick. So there are a few different ways that we are able to achieve that. So number one, when you talk about journey workers, we're able to complete that process of designating journey workers for our contractors and subcontractors. You know, one of the things that can be a little, I guess, stressful, if you will, for some of our contractors is going through that process, but they don't have to do that. We'll take care of that process for them in designating those journey workers, which is important to make sure that they meet those ratio requirements on those IRA projects. So that's one of the ways that we do that. And then again, of course, and Nick alluded to it, is delivering the apprenticeship program, and we act as a sponsor, right? And so we're able to do that as well. We're able to provide delivery of related instruction. And so as part of that apprenticeship program, there is a requirement that not only is the on-the-job learning piece where they're out in the field and they're doing the job, but there is that piece in the classroom where it's either live virtual training or in-person training where we have instructors that are right there on site providing that instruction for them in a learning environment, right? And so we do that as well, along with identifying opportunities where we can bring those contractors or subcontractors along as signatory employers, where they have an agreement with us where they can be part of our apprenticeship program. And they get signed on with us, and we help them to meet that apprenticeship requirement on these IRA projects. And so on many of our projects that we have on-site coordinators or on-site personnel right there at the job site to help support in making sure that we meet meet those requirements and to deliver those services right there on site with our or for our customers, with our partners. And so those are some of the ways that we deliver those services. So I kind of want to ask now, I want to bring Eric Grant with Blue Ridge Power and just kind of ask Eric, why Blue Ridge Power partners with ACS?
Thanks, John, and thanks ACS for this opportunity and for providing such knowledge and information for us as a partner of yours. And I'll say that why ACS for us is really two reasons. One is from a practical standpoint, we need to be compliant on projects. We are utility scale EPC, and we are building 100 megawatt projects in lots of different states at the same time. So getting up to speed with all the IRA compliance independently would have been quite a challenge. And so we are using what John just talked about, using that support on site. And so that's obviously a big part of why. But the other part of why ACS for us is a kind of a mission standpoint in that I was hired to develop apprenticeships and mentorships at Blue Ridge Power before the Inflation Reduction Act was even something in people's minds. That wasn't the reason that we were brought in. I was brought in to start apprenticeships. I was brought in because we wanted to bring young people and give them an opportunity to grow up in an industry that was just about to take off. And so, in fact, our registered apprenticeship was registered the day that the Inflation Reduction Act was signed. And so that indicates that we've been working on that for a year and a half. So we were bought into the concept of apprenticeships, and we found that in ACS, and we find consistently in ACS a partner that is really about the employee, the apprentice, and giving that apprentice an opportunity to not only get in at the ground level of something, but then to see their path and opportunity to grow in that. So we feel like we have found a vision partner in ACS, as well as a very practical, supportive partner of Blue Ridge Power.
Absolutely, and we do appreciate that partnership, Eric. Now, Eric Budakaz with Solve. How does Solve benefit from the partnership from your company's perspective?
So at a project level, it's important to Solve Energy to support the clients. You know, they're the ones paying for the projects ultimately, right? But we also have partners and we have subcontractors, and this whole IRA thing, it's new for everybody. If you're a small sub, a 17th level tiered sub, there's a lot to learn, and it can be daunting, and you certainly want to be compliant. And of course the project developers, you know, they lie awake at night worrying about making sure everything is compliant and how do we achieve that. So part of what Solve wants to do is make sure that our clients can rest assured and feel comfortable in knowing that we've partnered up with ACS, and we've got that covered. We've got the compliance, we've got the understanding, because ACS gets us there. And with our subcontractors, they have questions, and ACS is there to support them as well. And we know we have that backstop. We know we have something we can kick off against and push our subs and our partners and our providers, and let our clients, frankly, sleep at night.
Awesome. One of the things that I failed to mention as it relates to the apprenticeship piece is the support that we provide to our customers in enrolling the apprentices, because that in and of itself is a process, and we kind of help to shoulder that. And we, again, appreciate your partnership as well, Eric. Michael, I kind of wanted to ask you, how does Aerotech partner with ACS?
Sure. Aerotech strives to be the industry leader when it comes to renewable energy staffing. Over the years, we're approaching 10 gigawatts of utility scale solar staffed across the country. So when IRA guidance came out, we recognized there was a large opportunity, and we wanted to be extremely proactive in our approach to assure that we had a solution for our customers. We work with a lot of the largest EPCs in the United States, and we do have a long-standing history of working within government contracting. So we had a back office that was very, very capable of handling prevailing wage work and certified payroll, but we recognized that we didn't have the expertise we needed in the apprentice space. So we were introduced to Nick and the ACS team. We saw it as a great opportunity to partner with somebody with industry-leading expertise, and that partnership has allowed us to become a signatory employer within their apprenticeship program and has allowed us to deliver that solution for our customers. To date, we've done going on 10 IRA projects. We have 200 plus apprentices on staff, and we're getting a lot of great feedback about the administration and reporting that we're providing owners and EPCs alike.
Well, you know, and I like to always focus on, at the foundation, the most important part of an apprenticeship program is those partnerships with employers. An apprenticeship program they can't complete an apprentice without an employer. That's who's making the biggest investment. They're giving somebody a job. They're giving them a sustainable career pathway that provides incremental pay increases as they grow in skills, right? In the Army, you know, we always thought about the fact we knew exactly what we had to do to get promoted. If I accomplish X, Y, and Z, I'm there. And an apprenticeship program does the same thing. And so for us, we're always after, at the very core, when we're picking a partner, is our apprentice is going to complete the apprenticeship. And, you know, usually when we think about staffing, that's going to be one of the first things that we're going to question. But really, as we look through the numbers of the past year, our highest retention in the apprenticeship program has been with Aerotech. And so that is really key in us, like, as we continue to scale the business, is making sure, are we still getting quality results with our apprentices? And I think that's really important for everyone to remember, you know, that at the end of the program, do apprentices have a career? And I think that's one thing that the industry's had a challenge with, is keeping people in the industry sector. And, you know, I think having committed partners like Blue Ridge and Solve and Aerotech and others focused on what that journey is for the apprentice is really key. You know, and I think that's a big contributing factor to where we sit. When IRA was passed, you know, we had already had a number of years of work with Bechtel, had done quite a few projects with McCarthy building companies, with Light Source BP, and fantastic results. And specifically, the year before the Inflation Reduction Act had passed, we had put about 150 veterans into the industry on 3 projects for Bechtel and McCarthy. And, you know, a third of those individuals that were veterans had just recently transitioned out of the military, but they were also met the federal definition of homelessness. These are veterans who, they didn't think they're homeless. They're sleeping in their car, showering at the gym, and they just didn't realize that, you know, they needed something more stable. But really, this industry is perfect for those individuals because it lets them get to work. They're going to get those hours they need to get back on strong financial footing and ultimately be provided a longer pathway. ACS, we like to open those doors. We like to facilitate. We like to leverage different government programs, but it doesn't go anywhere without great employers like these 3. That is absolutely critical. So we find ourselves now, we got 8.6 gigawatts of projects that ACS is supporting. On some of these projects, we do the whole ball of wax, right? We act as a sponsor. We're even doing some work on the prevailing wage and doing a lot of reporting. And then some projects, we're just assisting in the delivery of the apprenticeship. Maybe it's the EPC's program, and we're managing their program on their behalf. But one thing has really, the last 6 months, our partners have been just bringing up is, hey, Nick, I see you've got this, ACS has got this great group of EPCs and contractors. Are you going to be there for us in 2025? As we go from 4 IRA projects to 20. And that's been on our mind. Paul Champion, our COO, couldn't be here today, but we've been at the leadership side of the business really focused on the scalability of ACS. Because when we partner and you're our signatory employer, one thing's for sure is we got to meet our obligations. If you need to go somewhere, we got to be prepared to go with you to that state to operate apprenticeships, and that could be tricky with different regulations and different state apprenticeship agencies and their requirements. But it was also our team. So, you know, I mentioned that we have 91, 92 team members. John manages a large segment of those individuals. But what was really exciting was over the last 6 months, we've been really focused on making what's now, you know, we bounced this off some back channels at Department of Labor to make sure we had it right. But what is now the largest investment in U.S. history to expand apprenticeship infrastructure. You know, when you think about public investment, there's always been money to support the growth of apprenticeships. The last 3 administrations have been big advocates of apprenticeship. We know however the election turns out, it's going to be the same. And so for that reason, we decided to put our money where our mouth was in expanding apprenticeships. And at this RE Plus, we're really excited to announce that ACS has made a $10 million investment and launching the Apprenticeship Innovation Center in Houston, Texas, in the Energy Corridor, a 68,000 square foot facility centrally established to support businesses on expanding apprenticeships. So we could not do this without our partners. So I want to give everyone here a round of applause for helping us. You know, people ask me all the time, why apprenticeships, Nick? You weren't an apprentice. You know, I was in the Army. I got out after I was wounded in Iraq, started a commercial insurance agency, and felt like I needed to do more for veterans and others. And then we went on to have 7 kids, my wife and I. And people say, why apprenticeships? I was like, I just told you I have 7 kids, right? So what better than an apprenticeship for some of them, and I would be so proud to see it. But making a decision, this was private money, this was our money at ACS. We've never made $10 million, so it was a big leap for us. Why would we do that? We would do it because of the commitment of our partners. Yes, there's a lot of folks in this building who are going to do apprenticeships because they have to. There's companies that are doing apprenticeship because it was who they were from the very beginning. And now it's just put a level playing field for everyone that whether it's Blue Ridge, Solve, or Aerotech, as they invest in apprenticeships, they realize everyone else has got to do it too. So it makes it a little easier to make those decisions. So, you know, I want to go back to Eric. You know, I know a lot of people might get jealous when I say this. I know the other Eric with Saul Budakas was a bit envious when I said that Eric Grant had toured our facility. He's the only, we had a Texas senator, I won't say which one, that did a tour, but other than him, Eric has been the only person who's peeked behind the curtain to see what this facility is going to do, and I'll talk about when it will open. But Eric, why don't you talk about the building a little bit, what you experience and what you see the Apprenticeship Innovation Center being able to help Blue Ridge and your subs.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. One of the things we've loved working with Nick is that Nick is an information sharer. He's passionate about apprenticeships and passionate about sharing that information, and he's a wealth of knowledge. And I myself was a career educator before coming into solar. And so what I saw in the Innovation Center, the Apprenticeship Innovation Center, is a space for people to come together to work, obviously, to learn, and we're talking about apprentices, we're talking about industry partners to come to learn, a place for people to collaborate. There's open spaces for people to get together to work together. There's small offices for people to go and have a private meeting or a phone call. There is a large warehouse space that will be converted into a training facility. And so it's really an opportunity for people to come together to work, to learn, to collaborate with each other, and to move their apprenticeships forward collectively, rather than working in isolation. That's another thing I'll say about having been a former educator. We know that when people work in silos, a lot gets lost. We know that when you bring people together, a lot gets gained. And so I see this as a place, a beautiful facility. It's got amazing grounds. I mean, there's like a walking track, and there's a exercise facility outside. It's really stunning. But what I see it from us is a space for us to come, work with others, innovate, collaborate, learn, and work together. So we're excited to see this launch and be a part of that launch. So, and thank you for the opportunity. It was a little bit of luck. I was on a panel with Clean Techs, and Nick was on the panel with me. So I spent a day working with them and got that tour. And yeah, it was really an opportunity. Honored to be in that spot. Thank you.
No, I appreciate that, Eric. And I mean, you really covered the real meaning of the project. We're launching this summer the Global Apprenticeship Network. It's a product of our work with the International Labor Organization. 3 of us at ACS represented employers for the United States at the International Labor Conference in 2023. And the ILO and the IOE, they passed 184 countries voted for this set of recommendations on quality apprenticeships. It's the first global framework for quality delivery. There was 4 people from the United States. There was an individual from Walmart that's a member of the USCIB, which we're now part of as well, and then 3 of us at ACS. And it was just such an honor to represent employers and on a global framework. And we were able to, one of the amendments that we added to it was a global focus on clean energy apprenticeships. It was the only industry sector that was specified in. And so we want to use the Innovation Center as a way for knowledge transfer. We always believe that the well runs deep at ACS, that we don't take information as being some intellectual property. We like to share everything we know. I can't remember the last time I ever elbowed somebody and says, oh, don't tell them that yet, right? Because we know the information is just continuing to be or the knowledge is being an incubator at ACS, and it grows. So one of the things I know Eric has been excited about is professional development. Solve and other organizations, while they partner with ACS and want to continue, I hope, for decades to come, we do realize that they're going to take on more and more of the responsibility of delivery. And so we will be launching the apprenticeship for apprenticeship professionals out of the Apprenticeship Innovation Center. Eric, you want to talk how Solve looks to benefit from this 68,000 square foot facility?
Yeah, it's I like to think of it a little bit as kind of a home away from home for us. Solve is based in San Diego. Most of the folks in my group, we work from home, so we're around the country. And it's kind of neat to have, call it a satellite office, if you will, but it feels like a home away from home to me, is how I'm envisioning it. And ultimately, what I like to be able to show to again, our partners, and I know I mentioned our clients before, but what I like to be able to show to them is that internally as well as externally, we continue to develop our skills and our knowledge and our understanding of apprenticeship and our interpretation of the IRA, and how can we push this forward. And ACS is that other partner that we can look out to and say, we've got this other set of eyes on this, and now we can go down to Houston, and this is our satellite office, if you will. And we're continuing to educate our people so that we are better. As you mentioned, we'll in-source more and more over time, but how do we do that? We do that through education, and ACS is that source of that education. That's most of the stuff I learned. I've learned directly from you. So that's how we advance as an organization, and that's how we pull our clients and our subs and our partners with us.
Well, I wish I could take credit for everything that the team is bringing me. There's a lot of ACS members in the audience, and they got some great materials to hand out, both on our services as well as how the Innovation Center will be used. We're going to be the grand opening will be for National Apprenticeship Week. It'll be I believe it's the 19th and 20th of November. And we will be hosting probably 200 or 300 members of the industry. It will also be the big kickoff for the Global Apprenticeship Network. I always use that particular week for my own reflection. It was by coincidence. There's an organization, Covenant House of Texas. I always do a sleep out where I'm homeless the same week as National Apprenticeship Week with other business executives. So I will be encouraging everybody who stays to raise money for the Covenant House. I almost had Eric 2 years ago and Lee last year doing it, but I think we've raised about $100,000 over the last several years being homeless for one night. Because, I mean, ultimately, apprenticeships are the great equalizer. It doesn't matter where you came from, where your background was, who your parents were, or how many careers you've already had. When you come through an apprenticeship, I mean, you're just going to get all that support and that growth. And people will also ask, you know, why apprenticeships? And for me, when I left the military after leading, you know, 18 men and women in combat, I lost one of my soldiers to suicide in 2013. And she had also grown up in the foster care system and been abused, unfortunately. And so when we work with organizations like the Covenant House, recognizing we're trying to open doors to give somebody a clear pathway and the support along the way. And I think about those who struggle, whether it's with mental health or just landing a career and having stability and keep their family together. I mean, I don't know how often apprentices come back to our office, and I get a knock on the door, and I come out right after a meeting, and we run into there's one of our apprentices that it's been 2, 3, 4 years. And it reminds us why we do what we do. So before I wrap it up, I want to turn it back to Michael about the future for Aerotech as you know, they're looking to work with more partners. Just in 60 seconds, when you think about full solutions on a project by partnering with ACS, what's one of the things that you normally share with project owners or for EPCs on the differentiator of how Aerotech, by partnering with ACS, than just rolling the dice to see if it's going to work?
Yeah, as the industry grows, the demand for skilled and unskilled labor continues to grow, and there's a large skills gap. So one of Aerotech's initiatives is upskilling our workforce, and that aligns directly with the work that ACS is doing through apprenticeships. So we look to be problem solvers, solution providers, and through our partnership with ACS and the utilization of our signatory apprenticeship program, we feel we're able to accomplish that goal of upskilling our workforce, providing solutions for our clients, and ultimately helping them get the people they need when they need them.
So in the last 30 seconds to John, you know, we have 1,000 apprentices plus or minus. We got another 1,000 that we manage from other programs. We're trying to grow that number to 4,000 next year. The Apprenticeship Innovation Center, how is that going to help us accomplish that mission as it pertains to all the great people that work for ACS that are here today?
Well, I think for us, what that Innovation Center is going to do is going to, and some of them already alluded to it, it's going to allow us an opportunity to have really a hub, if you will, of where we can provide training for those apprentices that are currently in the program. It'll provide an opportunity for our partners to come together for things like National Apprenticeship Week, to talk through some of the challenges that maybe they are having as it relates to some of their projects, et cetera. But it gives a place for everybody to come together and kind of talk about growth, right? Growth in the apprenticeship space, you know, growth on their projects, et cetera. So I'm excited about it.
Well, I want to thank everyone for coming. We do have happy hour, courtesy of Aerotech. Our booth number is, somebody yell it out. We'll point everyone in the direction.
It is.
It starts in 5 minutes, so I hope you all are able to join us.
It is E17038.
There you go. All right. Thank you, everyone. And Look forward to talking to each of you.
Welcome, everybody, to the PowerUp Live Stage presented by Wärtsilä Energy Storage and Optimization. My name is Jared Leader. I'm the Senior Director of Resilience at SEPA, Smart Electric Power Alliance. You might have seen our logo around. We're the co-host of this event along with SIA, and I'm very excited about this panel discussion podcast that we have. Old friends, new. We're competing with happy hour, which is tough, but as you put it,
the conversation will be intoxicating.
there we are. But today, this afternoon, we're going to be talking about GIS mapping and specifically how we can use mapping tools to help investments both on the grid and for communities. And a lot of what we've been learning on the show floor has been great technology and renewable energy in different parts of the grid for different communities, but we're going to focus in on how data can drive those conversations and specifically how geospatial information systems like GIS can drive those situations. So we've got a great group. I'm going to start with you, Mish. Mish, I know Mish from DC. He has a great startup called Rhizome. He'll tell you all about it. They're using AI and data-driven solutions for resilience planning with utilities. Alaric is with PNM. Alaric runs PNM's customer programs, renewable programs, EVs, community solar. Great guy and a tremendous source of information from the utility perspective. And Rebecca's with North Carolina Clean Tech Center, based out of Raleigh, North Carolina, and is a policy analyst And Rebecca and I have had the pleasure of working together on a couple DOE grants, and specifically in North Carolina, and how we can leverage data from utilities, data from communities, and use that in everyone's best interest to figure out where we should site solar, where we should site storage, and all of that good stuff. So, Mish, I want to start with you. Beyond that introduction, can you just tell us a little bit about yourself, Rhizome, and how you all are utilizing GIS data and mapping to help utilities plan for the future?
Yeah, thanks, Jared. You know, first thing I want to say is I come from the distributed solar world. The first company that I started was a solar company, and so being here is really important to me, and making sure that as we're working with utilities to help increase the resilience of the grid, that some of these technologies, solar and increasingly storage, and other types of grid modernizing devices are being leveraged as ways to increase the resilience of the grid. So what we do at Rhizome is we're really trying to identify what are the vulnerabilities of the grid for the distribution utilities. And we do a lot of extreme weather modeling, and extreme weather modeling impact on the grid, as that is a large source of vulnerabilities for utilities, and they've never had insight into that type of data before. And so we generate forward-looking risk profiles at a pretty high resolution on a utilities distribution system, getting down to a circuit and even section-by-section basis on what the forward-looking risk curves look like related to extreme weather risks like storms, wildfires, extreme temperatures, so on and so forth. And then what are the various solutions like undergrounding? Things are more system hardening by nature. When we started deploying reclosers and other types of switches to sectionalize the grid and make it self-healing. And again, increasingly, utilities are asking us to evaluate the resilience value of distributed devices like storage, primarily as a way to create backup power and reduce economic losses from power interruptions, as well as other types of distributed energy resources like energy efficiency, like thermostats and demand response, that really can help reduce those peaks during the extreme heat days, right? And so resilience during extreme heat is very important for future system planning. And there are all sorts of solutions, both on the system as well as behind the meter with a customer, that can really come into play here. And so we do the math behind what's the long-term cost benefit of any of these types of interventions, and which intervention path on a system-wide basis actually makes the most sense.
I know trying to work with utility data can be difficult sometimes. There's privacy concerns, there's security concerns. It seems like you might have cracked some sort of nut with working with them. What would be your piece of advice, or from your experience, how have those conversations gone?
I mean, I think it starts with, first on the technology side, right? Machine learning and artificial intelligence have really gained steam over the last 5 years, and the actual computational power given existing data sets, and then even the ability to create synthetic data sets within the utility ecosystem, which utilities are...
What would be a synthetic... What would be a synthetic data set?
Yeah, absolutely. So oftentimes when we work with utilities, there tend to be, say, gaps in their asset data. Usually when a utility grows as a company, they're acquiring different operating companies. And when you do those acquisitions, some data is lost in the process as the utilities have been digitizing. And if you have gaps in, say, the age of a pole, well, that's a major challenge to work around if you're figuring out how vulnerable is this pole to failure. So you can actually use heuristics and Gen AI even to actually be able to see, well, what is the condition of poles in this type of location on the grid, and where have we seen this type of orientation in other parts of the grid, and can actually fill those data gaps that we've actually seen. So that's just the start. Is the advancement in technology is making modeling a whole lot easier, and utilities, to their credit, have done a really good job of digitizing over the last 10, 15 years. So we have a lot of usable data that we can use, and even though there are gaps and there are going to be challenges and we have to clean it, it's still very useful information when we think about the future planning of the system.
Okay, that's helpful. I'm going to come back to you and ask about some specific projects, but Alaric, I want to go to you next. And I know that PNM is working on a lot of different really cool initiatives, EV, community solar, in addition to just your traditional grid investments. Can you talk a little bit about
what your role is with PNM and the latest map that you saw that helped you do your job?
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you for having me, and thank you all for coming. My name is Alaric Babe. I oversee what we call our Customer Energy Solutions team at PNM. So it's a big umbrella, but it includes our energy efficiency team, our transportation electrification team, voluntary renewable energies, community solar, new program design, and marketing. So that's a long laundry list of things. But at the end of the day, really what we're helping do is how our customers can meet their energy goals by providing them solutions. So whatever they want to do, we want to have a program to help them achieve that. As far as mapping goes, I'll really focus on the EVs side for now because one, it's one of the sort of sexiest topics in energy, I think, that a lot of people are talking about. And it's also very controllable and also unknown. So it sort of has that perfect trifecta for a mapping project. I will preface this with saying I am not a mapping specialist. I really work on I am an engineer, but I work on the customer side of things and program design.
Hey, maps are maps. You know, you got different layers. You got, you know.
Yeah, maps are exciting though, right? They were the original sort of spy technology, where if you had a good map, you could really attack a problem, and that's really what we're trying to do here today.
Can I? You said the trifecta for you in terms of like an interesting case study was EVs as controllable, unknown,
unknown. So yeah, they're interesting. I think I used the term. It's a sexy energy technology.
Okay.
I probably wouldn't use
that
as
fine.
an official term.
Yeah. Okay. But controllable but also unknown.
But
so
also unknown.
It could be. It's a considerable risk if not known, but a considerable benefit if it is something that you can manage and control. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think. And when I say unknown, it's because we just don't have perfect data. I think to Misha's point, I don't know where every EV is. And so what we were working on with mapping was we have something at PNM called the PNM EV Community, which is a hand raiser campaign that we're running. So customers that are either interested in EVs or might already have EVs can let us know. They can sign up for free. We give them special newsletters. They sort of get previews of new programs coming out. But what that helps us on is, okay, we start to identify where pockets of either already EV drivers are or possibly interested customers are. Then I worked with our mapping team and we made some assumptions about how far along the electrification journey these customers are and started to populate a map. We then filled in that data with people that are already participating in our programs. So we have some interested customers and then we have already engaged customers. We can overlay those on our map and there we start to see trends. So I'm not saying that I know exactly where every EV is, but as we do know, EV adoption is asymmetrical. So I think of like the cul-de-sac where one person gets the EV, and then you start to see their neighbors get the EV. It's very similar to what we saw in rooftop solar in the early days. And so then we can start to build out forecasting maps and knowing, okay, well, let's start with our distribution system upgrades in these pockets, or maybe here's where we need to be focusing our efforts. And on the other side, the controllable aspect, I can start to target marketing. So we're about to launch a managed charging program. If I see that there's going to be constraints in an area, we can do zip code targeted marketing to those customers.
You've mentioned constraints, and Mish, you talked a little bit earlier about utility-specific circuit-level data. When we worked together in DC, the DC Public Service Commission Modernization Stakeholder Working Group, there were three. I remember there was an expert that came on talking about mapping and talking about data. And there were three different categories of data that were brought up. I think it was customer level and system level. And then the third was anonymized and aggregated customer data. But we're kind of, in this conversation already, we've already kind of merged the two. And I just wanted to distinguish them separately. When you're talking about constraints on the system, we're talking about system level data.
Correct. Yeah, I would say that's system level data. I think you could look at, that's typically what I'm referring to.
And when you're talking about like the customers and who's participating and who's interested, that's the customer level data.
Right.
And do those two data sets live in the same group within the utility, or is that something?
That's a good question. I think there's definitely overlap. And one of the fun things about my role is I do live on both sides of the fence, right? I'm very much in a customer-facing role, but I interact daily with our engineering departments and with our planning departments, and it's managing those two things and also understanding, and I'm an engineer myself, so I'm not disparaging engineers, but engineers love certainties, and I'm dealing with very fuzzy data, and so trying to say, okay, well, here are the assumptions I've made, can we do something with it? And so I think it's something that we're learning, and it's something that we're trying to get better at.
I think that's a nice thing about mapping data. You can have census tract and block groups that can look at a community, and that's more demographic, that's more people-driven, social vulnerabilities, but then also getting down to the line, getting down to the customer level. I haven't forgotten about that.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Rebecca, why don't you just start off with telling, just sharing a little bit more about what you all are doing at the Clean Tech Center in North Carolina, and how, I know we're not necessarily there with the data. We haven't gotten all the data.
We're getting really close.
Yeah. But what are you most excited about with the project in North Carolina? And share a little bit about the project itself.
Yeah, so first, hi, my name is Rebecca De La Mora. I am a policy analyst at the North Carolina Clean Energy Technology Center. We are a public service center out of North Carolina State University, and we do public education outreach related to clean energy in North Carolina, but also nationwide. So the center itself, we cover a lot of ground. We have a team dedicated to clean transportation and electric vehicles. We have a team dedicated to engineering and technical assistance. We have a team dedicated to training and workforce development. And we have my team, which is dedicated to policy and markets. And so fundamentally what we do on the policy team is track legislation and regulation related to clean energy across the US. We run under the home of the database of state incentives for renewables and efficiency, aka DESIRE, which is a free online database that provides information on all the policies and programs related to clean energy you could possibly think of, all for you to find on the internet. And so,
great resource.
You guys really should check it out. But the project we're working on with Jared and SEPA is a Federal Department of Energy funded project focused on resiliency and renewable-based microgrids at the community level. And so it's called Resilient Renewable Energy to Diminish Disaster Impacts, REDDI, READY, so Resilient Ready Communities. And at the end point of what we want to do with this project is develop a playbook so that communities and local emergency managers and local government can kind of figure out what are their problems when it comes to resiliency and outages, and what are the solutions to those problems, and then how can they actually implement those solutions. And we're kind of coming at a two-pronged approach. The first prong is technical assistance with local communities to kind of get that real-world application before developing our playbook. And the other prong is metric development, so we can actually measure and value resiliency. So a lot of times when you're looking at projects, your very basic benefit cost analysis is going to be directly economical. How much is the system going to cost you, and how much are you going to save in your electric bill? But there's so many other benefits you can get out of a microgrid, and here we're specifically talking about solar and storage microgrids, that aren't necessarily caught in that specific benefit cost analysis, but really need to be considered when you're judging whether or not you want to install the system. Particularly if you are a member of a local government and have to justify to your city council why they need to spend all this money.
What are some of those examples of societal benefit?
Yeah, so we're looking mainly at communal and societal benefits to kind of quantify. So examples of that could include, how many people in the area are low income and are affected by these outages? How many of them are in majorly affected age groups, like the elderly or the really young? How many have medical equipment or medicine that require electricity for their life-saving treatments? How many of them live in a food desert and only have one grocery store within a 20-mile radius? And so we're looking, using maps, to kind of figure out where all of these intersect, using census data, information on community emergency centers and schools, so we can kind of overlay and see which areas are the most disproportionately impacted. And then we can come to these communities and their governments and say, okay, using these metrics, this place here would most benefit from a microgrid system, and in return, the people there would benefit from the system, and also you as the government have to worry less about them and can also divert your resources to other issues you may have in an emergency or an outage.
One of the aspects of this project that SEPA and North Carolina are working on right now is how to demonstrate to the utility partners the value of their participation. And one of the ways that I think we are doing that, and it's a work in progress, but one of the ways that we're doing that is showing all of these societal and communal benefits on a map, and essentially showing the utility and their key stakeholders the different layers that can be considered during the distribution system planning process. I mean, distribution system planning has been going on for, the same aspects, traditional, least cost, and I'm not necessarily saying, and I don't think we're saying that is inherently wrong, but there's an opportunity here to just present the data in a different light.
There are more ways to analyze the problem than we have previously considered, and we need to take those analyses into account so we can actually get a better, more holistic understanding of what the solutions we are implementing and what these solutions actually do.
And if I can sort of jump in there too, when I was thinking about my mapping projects, I was thinking about our internal GIS, but with open resources like Desire, one of the things that we do use is the EPA has a great map called EJ Screen for Environmental Justice Screening Tool. And so we actually use that in our transportation electrification program, specifically to target community-based charging. But I think one of the more interesting ones is we use it for a mass transit rebate. So the mass transit has to serve stops that are in low-income neighborhoods based on this EJ Screen mapping tool. This is a piece of data that we did take to the commission and got approval for because it's known that air quality is typically much worse in low-income neighborhoods because they tend to be close to traffic corridors. And so one of the ways that we sort of used that same philosophy was to say, as like sort of an extra societal benefit, we can help to improve the air quality in low-income neighborhoods if we can electrify mass transit that is always running back and forth in that neighborhood. And so that's another benefit of mapping in these open source tools is, we're not looking for a payback necessarily, but if we can help to electrify that, get some of that, some of those tailpipe emissions out of those neighborhoods, there is a payback there. There's a societal benefit.
Yeah, exactly. That's also something that we've been looking at with our Ready project because we're specifically focusing on solar plus storage microgrids for the project. But in turn, that means convincing someone that they should spend all this money on a solar to storage project instead of a diesel generator.
Right.
And one of the additional communal benefits and societal benefits of not using diesel generator is the improved air emissions.
And if I could add maybe just like a slightly different but like layering perspective on this is social benefits are definitely the outcome that we want to see for resilience planning. But what we definitely try to do at Rhizome, and I refer to it, a lot of what we do is like SimCity for the grid, where, when I was a 7-year-old playing SimCity, one of my favorite features as a destructive kid was the natural disaster button. So you built a city, what happens when you cause a natural disaster? And what we're trying to do effectively is bring line of sight to those extreme weather patterns and what actually happens in terms of social burden and social loss. And that really starts with kind of what is the threat that causes us to need to build up resilience in the first place. And so what we build in as a layering aspect to utility planning that you can show on GIS is effectively what have the weather patterns been in history? What have been the intensities? How maybe have those intensities changed over time of storms, of floods, of wind speeds? And of course, how does that impact the system in terms of power outages and then which communities get affected? But then the topic that we really haven't touched on yet is that climate change is definitely increasing the importance of this conversation. Mm-hmm. And so getting an understanding of how those intensities of those specific events, gridded at a high resolution in a geographic area are actually changing. Now, we've seen in the latest climate report that the 1 in 10-year storm that we've seen in recent history is likely going to be a 1 in 2-year storm within the next 20 years. And drawing a line between that level of threat analysis all the way down to risk quantification at a high resolution on a utility system and seeing how that risk analysis being built up by social impact, that through line is extremely important. And so we're working on effectively trying to implement that.
Yeah, actually, I'm so glad you brought that up, Mish, because we're kind of doing something similar at the Ready Project. So we have a faculty member on staff, and he developed a model to actually simulate the effects of weather on the grid. And so he has like the whole grid system mapped out in his model, and then he can implement, oh, well, what happens if there's a storm here? And he can actually see which circuits it affects, or if there's a storm over here, which circuits it affects. And we're going to be using that model to kind of overlay then. So, okay, we can see, we have all the data we've collected through the GIS mapping of which communities are often most impacted by outages historically. But then with this model, we can theorize which communities will be impacted in the future by future events. Because it's not based on the historical data, it's based on like the conceptual simulations that he does. And it's such an important part of actually making sure that we're solving future problems and not just solving problems that we already have.
We've got a couple more minutes left, and I want to kind of take a step back. We've talked about customer level data and system level data. We've talked about the threats of climate change and natural hazard risk. We've talked about SAIDI. We haven't really said it outright, but SAIDI, SAIFI, and CAIDI in terms of outage risk and reliability statistics on the system. But let's get a little bit more meta and talk about the value of resilience, because I think talking about societal benefit is good. I'm glad we're having that conversation. I think a lot of conversations over the past couple of days have been focused on, okay, yeah, these assets can be grid beneficial and customer beneficial, but the societal, the communal benefits are huge. But the question that I've always had is, well, I agree. And the work that we're doing at SEPA is trying to drive that forward and try to incorporate that into the calculus of the decision making. But where does the valuation come into play? You know, the dollar amount or the kilowatt hour amount. And anybody can, you know, I'll just throw out one thing that I've thought about, and you can react to it or offer your own. But it's so difficult to identify the value of resilience, because I think based on these mapping tools, you can see what communities might be disproportionately impacted by an outage, or you might see on the system which is more prone or vulnerable to an outage. So they might value this over, you know, they might put a dollar amount on it. But do you think that that dollar amount is necessary for these investments to be made? Like, do we need a standardized value for resilience to actually make these projects pencil? I don't know.
I can take maybe just a quick stab at it, which is, you know, we think a lot about resilience in risk terms, right? And when we're building models, they're usually risk models, and any mitigation that has a benefit to that risk model and that risk profile, you can quantify that in generally value at risk terms that you've reduced. But thinking about, like, first the definition of resilience, right? Like, what is the definition of resilience? Effectively, like, there are a bunch of definitions out there, but you can sum it up by saying, if you reduce the exposure to a hazard, reduce the impact that a hazard has on a system, or if you reduce the recovery effort from the hazard if, like, there's an actual failure from a hazard. And so if you break it up into those pieces, you have different solutions that might have a different way of tackling resilience, right? In terms of reducing exposure, right, you can put an overhead line underground. You've all of a sudden removed a whole ton of exposure to hazards. You could reduce the impact by hardening that overhead line instead, right? So if you do have a hurricane level event, maybe it's a higher probability that it stays up. And then lastly is you can recover quickly, right? If part of the system goes down on a circuit and 90% of those homeowners on a circuit have backup power, if you have a microgrid at a facility, well, you've all of a sudden lessened the recovery and response of that hazard. And so you can quantify any of those things by doing a risk assessment on the system, but then getting to the optimization framework of, like, what mix of investments even makes sense on a circuit by circuit basis. I think that's where, like, the real exciting stuff around the value of resilience comes into play.
Cool. Alaric, before you go into it, because I know you're jumping, you mentioned earlier about something utilizing, like, qualitative data to get regulatory backing and support as a as a regulated IOU. So from that perspective, how does this play into kind of your day-to-day?
No, absolutely. And I will say, first of all, I'm still a little bit hung up that like SimCity trained the whole next generation of grid planners. So I love that, and I think we need like a Godzilla contingency in our plans maybe, because that was always my favorite. I think, and this is partially a utility perspective, like partially my own. I think the value is different per person, right? I've had conversations with people that say, well, it's okay with me if the power goes out every once in a while, but for some people, those with medical needs or those that really, have to have power all the time and reliable power, the value stack looks different on a per customer basis. So really the question is how do we look at that on a system-wide and apply a dollar amount? I don't necessarily know that a dollar is the right metric, but it's an equal metric that we can try and apply across the board, and then say, okay, here's a unit that we can agree on, and here are the societal benefits for it. As a utility, one of the things that I actually really love about it is there's a service component to it, and we serve all people. It's not, we don't choose our customers, right? And so it's a very different mindset that it's the rising tide lifts all boats, and so we have to make sure that everyone comes along on that journey, and that if we do go after a resiliency project, that those benefits are either probably not absolutely evenly spread, but that we're able to prioritize projects and increase that resiliency where it's needed, especially now with the focus on equity that we really have across the board, making sure the historically underserved communities are benefiting from those investments as well. So it's a little bit of a different mindset, but I think that's something we would always come to the table with, and it has to be a very balanced and thoughtful approach.
I appreciate what's the greatest good for the greatest amount of people, and that's a very important thing when we're talking about resilience planning. Okay, we'll end with you, Rebecca. I know that in North Carolina there are definitely different communities. You've got Asheville and Charlotte, and those communities are just like the value of resilience might be different from one person to the other. It might be different from one community to the other. How's that coming along?
Yeah.
And then is there anything,
So within the READY project, we're working with, I think, around 6 to 8 communities right now across the state to kind of give them that technical assistance and test out the metrics in real life. So Asheville, City of Asheville and City of Wilmington are official partners on the grant. But then we also have a bunch of other communities across the state, and they all have different needs. For example, Wilmington is on the coast, all the way in the east, but Asheville is up in the mountains in the west. So they have very different needs when it comes to resiliency. Communities are coming to us and saying, well, we just want, a greater understanding of the overall needs of our system. Others are coming to us, are like, we have this one specific problem on this one specific street that we need you to fix. And so it really depends. And a lot of times, local governments know what their problems are, and it's just a matter of giving them the tools they need to actually solve those problems.
Like GIS mapping.
Like GIS mapping.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you all.
Thanks.
Thanks.
All right. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the PowerUp Live Stage. I didn't realize that my voice is actually fit for radio, so that is really interesting. This session is presented to you by Wärtsilä Energy Storage and Optimization. Thank you for joining us today, and thanks to our guests today, Alice Jackson from Excel Energy and Giovanni D'Amato from CM Blue Energy. So the session today is going to be on long duration energy storage innovation. And one thing I realized these 2 days that I am not a long duration energy storage battery. I'm fully depleted. My knees are actually giving up and I'm at 30%. So I'm gonna use that 30% with you guys today. I appreciate you coming up here. So I would like to get a couple of minutes from each one of you, introduce yourself, and let us know what you do and what's exciting.
Wonderful. Well, howdy, everyone. It's great to be here. My name is Alice Jackson. I'm the Senior Vice President of Systems Strategy and Chief Planning Officer for Excel Energy. Excel Energy is a vertically integrated investor-owned utility, meaning that we have the generation, the transmission, and the distribution opportunities and responsibilities for the customers that we have the pleasure to serve. Our utility operates in the central U.S., so think of us from 8 states that go from the Upper Peninsula of Michigan through Wisconsin, over to Minnesota, North and South Dakota, Colorado, the Panhandle of Texas, and eastern and southeastern New Mexico. Across that environment, we have lots of politics, we have lots of geography, we have lots of different densities and opportunities to work with our customers. In 2018, we were the first utility in the nation to announce a goal of reaching a zero carbon system by 2050. And we're already 50% clean energy across all of our systems.
Nice.
And so lots of work going into this of figuring out what does that puzzle look like. And that's one of the things I love every single day is I get to come into work, and that is the problem, that statement that my team is getting to work on. Is truly what does it look like to get to a zero carbon system? What are the tools? What are the things we haven't solved for yet? And what are we looking for? So it's great to get up every day and work on that problem.
Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Nice to meet you. Giovanni.
Yes, I am Giovanni D'Amato, and I lead CM Blue Energy's energy storage foray into the U.S. market. We are an energy storage company that is inspired by nature. So what does that mean? Basically, if you think of plants, they take sunlight during the day, store energy in sugar, and use it throughout the night or through the winter season. And our founder was thinking, well, why does energy storage that we produce use metals instead of sugar or carbon-based compounds? So about 14 years ago, we started with the idea of going down this road of how can we make a non-metals based energy storage system. And about 10 years ago, we officially founded the company in Germany. And what we focus on is using organic compounds in our energy storage system, which means carbon-based or organic chemistry, not necessarily Whole Foods organic. The other piece of the puzzle that we have is that we are what we call an organic solid flow battery, which means that we have solids in the energy storage tank. So if you're familiar with flow batteries, some of the challenges that they've had in the past is that their energy density is not as high as the conventional storage out there, which is lithium ion. By putting solids in the tank, we're able to dramatically increase that energy density, reduce costs, and that really flows down to every other aspect as well. Putting all that together, we're safe because we are inherently not flammable. Most flow batteries have an aqueous electrolyte, as we do. So water, inherently not flammable. The other piece is secure. So we can supply locally because we are carbon-based. We use polymers, so anywhere there's infrastructure for polymer production, which is pretty much anywhere in the world, you can produce our batteries from the feedstock all the way to the modules. And then we're also sustainable. So because we have organic or polymer based. We have a strong recyclability component. That infrastructure, all that knowledge is already in place. So we're excited to be here and talk about this project and our CM Blue battery.
All right. Excuse me. So thank you for the introduction. This was really a nice segue to my question, which is basically asking about the Desert Bloom project that you guys have with the Salt River project. Just to give you some heads up on the Power Player Awards, this is a SEPA program where we actually recognize really top innovative projects based on many aspects of the program. One of them would be the innovation side and the replicability, and of course, driving the cost down. And CM Blue Energy with Salt River projects actually won the energy storage prize. And Excel Energy, I think you were on a project where you guys were finalists there. So a quick question to you, Giovanni, if you can give us like a very high-level description on the Desert Bloom project and how you got there and how you created the partnerships that actually led to it.
Sure. So first, Desert Bloom is sited in Salt River Project, or SRP territory, which is part of they serve kind of half of the greater Phoenix area. And they're a municipal utility, vertically integrated, and they're in a unique position where they have a very high solar penetration already, and they have goals to accelerate that even further, fairly quickly into the future. And they're already seeing issues with their peak getting pushed pretty far into the evening, and because it's hot there, their air conditioning load and other loads, they run all the way through to the early morning. So SRP was looking for long duration energy storage. At CM Blue, our core target market is long duration. We'd call that maybe in the 10-hour range, and that's what SRP was looking for. They also wanted to find an energy storage system specifically that wasn't lithium. So that was part of the process. So we proposed our solution with a 5-hour charge capacity, and 10-hour discharge capacity. So we can absorb all that excess solar generation as quickly as possible during the day, and then discharge that throughout the late evening into the early morning. And that was the primary focus of the project, and also paired with an actual solar farm that SRP is going to design and build themselves and own on the site as well.
Interesting. So safety was one of the major aspects of creating this partnerships. That is really interesting. Alice, your project, turning a coal plant into 1 gigawatt hours plant, so that is interesting. I would like to hear about that, please.
No, absolutely. So we've been working ever since we made the announcement to move to a zero carbon system. We've recognized that there are gaps in being able to achieve that outcome with the technologies we have today. And one of those gaps that we have is how do you harness the excess renewables that you might have at one part of the year and use them in another time. For example, wind energy produces more at night than it does during the day, and more during those shoulder months in the spring than it does during the summer. So how can you really transition that energy from different times of the year? The existing battery storage technologies that we have that are 4 hours long or 2 hours long don't necessarily help you with that particular question. So long duration energy storage has a place to play in being able to harness more of the renewable energy that we have on the system at the times that we need it. So how do we match that up? We started working with Form Energy a while back and looking at the models that they had around what could we do with their technology to move that energy need to align it with the energy production. And so through that activity, we were able to identify the opportunity to invest and build these iron air batteries at 2 of our retiring coal plants. So we have one in Colorado and one in Minnesota. These are 1,000 megawatt hour battery storage projects. Once again, 1,000 megawatt hour. And so that's something that hasn't been done yet. And this technology, which uses a reversible resting process to store and release energy, is a unique technology for us to bring to the field that's safe. So once again, to your point about finding materials that you can bring together into these processes to provide for a safe outcome, this was a great opportunity. And so not only did we work with them, though, on figuring out where can we put this and how does it enhance the system to drive cleaner energy and match it up with when our customers need it, but we also looked at, in this first of a kind of this size construction, how do we bring down the cost risk to our customers as well? And the great opportunity we had is we partnered with Form Energy to go before the DOE as well as to look at breakthrough energy. And we received funding in order to bring those costs and those risks down for our customers. So different ways of partnering, of not only looking at the technology side and the science of bringing that energy to when our customers need it, but also how do you do it more affordably as we work with these new technologies, because we're going to need more of them. This
100%.
isn't the last of it.
100%. Yeah, I hear you. You know, lowering the cost is one of the DOE's goals, you know, for the long duration energy storage. You know, looking at the price and the cost over the, you know, course of 10, 15 years. So that is really interesting. While I have you, Alice, from a utility perspective, what are the overall benefits of long duration energy storage? And if you can, you know, shed some light from these projects, how they add to these benefits.
Yeah, so once again, going back to is best how do we match up the energy that's produced from the renewable resources that we have, namely wind and solar are the primary ones, with when our customers need it. So I think that it's a perfect example of your project that you have in Arizona of, okay, how do we match up and drive the outcomes you're looking for when people use energy in the way that they do. So these projects are allowing us to incorporate and integrate more wind energy into the system. So instead of having to curtail that energy, we can now put it into the long duration battery storage technology and then bring that out when we most need it. And that's in a variety of environments, right? It's not just moving it season to season, it's also moving it day to day or when we have major inclement weather. Think of like the polar vortexes that have come through the Colorado jurisdiction from time to time. When you have those, you either don't have the wind or the solar. You don't have the solar for sure because of the cloud cover, but then the wind can blow so strongly that you have to push in the clutch on those wind turbines and you don't get the energy from them. So then it's, well, you can't have electricity being unreliable in some of the coldest weather that your customers are experiencing. So figuring out how to pull that from the battery storage system, particularly the long duration energy storage, is a real benefit. These projects that we're working on right now, they may not sound the largest, but they would sustain roughly 2,000 homes for 4 to 5 days.
Amazing.
So we're really driving the technology to look at what does this look like? How do we have the cost continue to come down, this provision of service, and looking at all the pros and cons of how do you use it on the system.
That is really interesting. Yeah. So, you know, bringing the cost down and you know, creating multiple use cases where you can prove that. And that leads me to Giovanni. If you can, you provide me, you know, some insight where you are and where CM Blue Energy is going in terms of, you know, long duration energy storage and a couple of use cases that you see in the horizon without giving up too much details. You know.
Well, you know, similar to SRP, we're focused on utilities and large commercial and industrial customers, and we're seeing that most utilities are looking at longer and longer duration. So I've been in energy storage for longer than I'd probably like to admit at this point. But back in like 2006, all the focus was on, you know, 15-minute storage with flywheels and a few new lithium-ion entrants. And, you know, in the next couple of years, that was an hour, went to 2 hours. The California market, CalISO, looked at, you know, how energy storage could do 4 hours by stopping charge for 2 hours and discharging for 2 hours, and then we moved on to now we're really at 4. We're seeing that, you know, predominantly that's what the market is installing today. But utilities that have high penetration of solar already, and those that see themselves getting there relatively quickly, they're going to need solutions much sooner than later, and there aren't that many players out there that are ready, that aren't lithium quite yet, and I think you know, being able to fill that gap of going from 4 hours to 8 hours to 10 hours is really critical, and that's what we're focused on, and we see that as a really important piece of the energy transition challenge, and we think that we can fulfill that through, like I mentioned at the beginning, you know, safety as a major aspect. One of the reasons SRP picked us for the Desert Bloom project. The second one being that our security or sustainability pieces, where we can produce locally and be able to supply that pretty much insatiable demand for energy storage that we see, through the preponderance of the various estimates out there of what we need in 2030, 2035, and beyond. One technology isn't going to be able to fulfill all that need or demand, but we think that we have an excellent solution that's competitive with lithium-ion now on a cost basis or an economic basis, but also has the benefits of being safe, being locally produced, and recyclable.
It's really amazing. A couple of keywords, when you say them, you smile. It looks like this is exactly what excites you about long-duration energy storage.
Yes.
So I'd like you to continue talking about long-duration energy storage and what excites you about it, in the future. So.
Yeah, I think that the most exciting part is being able to really make that transition from where we are today with still relying on energy from gas, coal, and other non-renewable sources, and to do that we need more and more long-duration energy storage. So we need to be able to, when the sun's not shining, be able to make it all the way through to the morning time, and be able to keep running our air conditioners when it's 120 degrees outside in Phoenix, or running our electric heaters or our heat pumps when it's negative 40 in Minnesota. The key to this puzzle, I think, is really energy storage. First, it's going to be kind of just overnight, and of course with wind and other generation, and as we get closer and closer to 100% carbon free, it gets exponentially harder, and we need more and more storage and longer duration. And I'm excited to figure out how we can push our technology at CM Blue to the limit, and also be a part of others that are doing it as well.
All right. Alice, I'll ask you the same question.
Yeah, absolutely. So when we look at, solving the gap between now and 2050, you really have to be looking at what we don't have in technology today and the hours that you can't solve for providing that almost 100% reliability to our customers, because there aren't many people out there that will sit there and say voluntarily, these 6 hours of the day I'm okay if I don't have it. So we've got to figure out how do we close that gap. Zero carbon dispatchable energy is what we have to focus on. Yeah. We've said that from day one. And battery storage plays an important part in bridging the gap between where we are today, but also being used long term. So long duration energy storage helps us with that seasonality, it helps us with the day-to-day, it helps us with the week-to-week, quite frankly. And I think it is applicable in all of the territories that we have, and that's why we are really excited about what we're seeing with these projects, whether it's the one in Arizona that you're working on, or it's the one in Minnesota and Colorado. And that's why we have multiple locations as well that we're trying this in, because we need to see the characteristics of how it operates in these different areas in order to provide that information back to the market, in order to be able to improve the technology. Long-duration energy storage has a critical part to play in a clean energy transition, and it's exciting to see that we have some technologies coming forward that are going to truly be at the core of figuring out what this looks like.
That makes total sense. I'm always saying, it's not only on, technology providers or OEMs or battery providers to develop the technology. I think utilities, they have a big role there because, testing and on all of these initial deployments with the pilots, this is where you guys come in. So it's a perfect match, for energy storage. And I'm personally excited about energy storage in general, specifically on long duration energy storage. So I would like to, leave the audience with a last thought, on the next big thing, in general. So again, feel free to think about, whatever you have in mind and define the next big thing for us on long duration energy storage.
Here we go. Okay, I will dive in here.
Yeah.
Do I have to stick with just one?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
The more the merrier. So.
We're going to talk about a couple of them. I think one of the next big things that I'm really excited about is how do you increase the symbiotic relationship with customers? Okay. Because it shouldn't just be about how do we produce energy. It should also be about how our customers use energy. So we've set a goal and a target of looking at how do we work towards potentially having 20% of our load be flexible, 24/7, right? And so how do you have that relationship with customers through the systems and the technology? So I think software packages, visibility communications, how do you interact with the customers to truly align how they're using energy with when it can be produced from the zero carbon resources? In addition to that is what are the other options for zero carbon resources? Things like geothermal. That is becoming with the the ability to go deeper into under the Earth's surface and access the heat that's naturally occurring there in combination with things like heat pumps. We have a greater opportunity to bring that forward with our customers to change the way that energy is being consumed and where are we getting its production from. So technologies like that, in addition to the long duration energy storage and others, all have to come to the table in order to help us solve this problem. And the faster that we can get to a point of testing those on the system, figuring out how to bring down the cost, the sooner we're going to be getting to eliminating carbon from the content of the energy that we're producing. So investing in those areas intelligently, continuing to communicate where we still need some assistance, those are the goals that we have in order to be able to drive the clean energy transition.
Amazing, amazing. Yeah. Giovanni, same question.
Sure. So, at Sea and Blue, our goal is to empower the world with unlimited energy storage inspired by nature. So what that comes down to is to do unlimited energy storage is we have to make it economic, we have to make it safe, we have to make it local, we have to make it locally in order to sustain that type of production and manufacturing capacity. So what I'm really excited about is to take our technology, which we think is, and SRP thought was kind of on par economically with lithium ion now in the 5 to 10 hour range. But we want to take that further, and our goal by 2035 is to get our levelized cost of storage down to 1 cent per kilowatt hour. So, that really, I think, is going to be the next big thing, and, it will make unlimited energy storage. It will make it maybe too cheap to meter.
1 cent.
Yes.
That is really an interesting goal.
Yes.
I'm hoping that we can reach that even before the 10-year limit that we are putting for ourselves. Well, I would like to thank you both for joining me today. It's been a really a pleasure having you on board, and I've learned a lot, and I will continue learning. Talking to people like you. So I would like to thank you again for joining us today. I'd like to thank the audience and PowerUp Live and SunCast and our sponsors, Wärtsilä. Thank you all, and please enjoy the rest of the day, whatever is left out of it. So thank you very much.
Welcome back to the PowerUp Live Stage. We are about to round out the day, as we always do, with our PowerUp Live Daily Roundup, presented by RSM. My name is Nico Johnson, your co-host for the show. I'm the host of the popular SunCast podcast and the CEO of SunCast Media. I'm joined by Joshua Beck. Josh, why don't you introduce yourself?
Yeah, thank you. Josh Beck, RSM. I am the leader for the renewable energy sector in the family office division, working with a lot of families across the United States who are investing in solar, developing their own lands, tax equity. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah,
it's as fun as tax can get.
It's as fun as tax can get.
Yeah.
I think that's probably, RSM should coin that.
Yeah, as fun as tax can get.
Well, each day on the Daily Roundup, we bring you a litany of experts who have been walking the show floor, interacting throughout the show with lots of experts on different elements of how the industry is moving forward. Sadly, today is the second day, which means tomorrow is the last day. Hopefully you've had a chance to walk the show floor. I certainly haven't. If you've seen me, somebody said, I've seen you like 8 times, always running. Yeah, I am. I am back and forth.
That sounds right.
Yeah, that checks out.
Yeah.
So we have our swag contest. If you have been paying attention, we have a swag contest. If you have brought your swag and left it with our warm staff here at SunCast Media, then you are entered into the contest. If you still want to be in the contest, you have about 15 minutes to bring your swag on down to the PowerUp Live stage. You need to bring your business card for your marketing manager so that we can actually reach out to you. Tomorrow, the winner of the swag contest is going to be featured on the morning show with Lisa Ann Pinkerton.
Nico, I was just back there and I looked at all the swag in that bag.
There's a lot of bling.
It's really cool.
Yeah,
it's really cool.
There's a lot of bling.
There might be $500 worth of swag in there.
Easily.
Yeah.
There's a lot of creativity in this industry. There's a lot of crap in this industry too. So we're trying to separate the wheat from the crap, and try to help you guys actually think more critically about your swag. Because actually, the way you present yourself, kind of like they say, how you do anything is how you do everything.
That's right.
Yep. I'm very harsh critic of folks that have terrible swag. So ordinarily we will do like a daily roundup swag recount.
Right.
So we'll do that tomorrow at the end of the day, 12:30. Okay, I have been loving the RE Plus Connect app as well. It has saved my neck this week. If you haven't downloaded it, you really have missed out on an opportunity because you can actually plot. I'm at the Unirac booth and I want to go to the SEG Solar booth or the ANZA booth, and it'll tell you how many feet in meters, what the distance is in meters, and the estimated time.
Yep.
And of course, I just chop that in half because I run.
That's
Josh,
right.
it's day 2 of the show. I'd love for you to give us a sense of the state of the solar union, as it were. You've been walking around talking with economists. You've been talking with energy market experts. So give me a sense of the stats that you're seeing and hearing from the last 12 months and what the buzz is on the show floor.
Yeah, so Graham, if you can help us with that slide.
We're going to see if our multimedia team is able to support us here.
Next slide. Yeah, there we go. Great. So I wanted to put up some really key indicators that I've been talking to macroeconomists about within our industry, and this is fascinating. So what I was really interested in finding out is what is the true impact of the Inflation Reduction Act? Is it working, right? Is this creating actually a tipping point of private investment across our ecosystem, right? Are people actually taking advantage of these 45X domestic manufacturing credits or the 48C credits to really move tens of millions of dollars of capital equipment and onshore this into operations? Yesterday, we talked a little bit about this theme of trying to consolidate supply chains, getting closer to customers, shortening routes on inland logistics costs, right? So what we're seeing here, some massive numbers, right? 25.8 billion in private investment. This is not governments. This is not state governments doing things. This is private corporations saying it now makes economic sense for me to move my operations into Texas, into Pennsylvania, into Arizona. We're seeing some really big winners, particularly in some of the Carolina states, in the northeastern states, and obviously Texas has been a massive winner, both on the energy integration side with solar and wind, but then also on the manufacturing side. We're seeing lots of foreign trade zones popping up. We're seeing lots of module manufacturers really onshoring production into those Texas markets. And we're seeing a lot of consolidation in those steel supply chains for the tracking and all the racking systems as well. We've got 2 billion of those assets already operational. And I know that we talked about our friend Jim Wood and the team over at SEG, who just opened up their new module manufacturing operation just south of Houston. That would be 60 million of that $2 billion total as an example of the types of companies that are onshoring here. 16 billion are planning to actually be in production mode within the next 24 months. Or I'm sorry, within the next 12 months. So it's amazing to see 39,000 renewable hardware jobs. Isn't that incredible? Incredible, right? Whenever we put that into context. All of these are above prevailing wage, by the way, right? So then what you see here in the delta, 19.25, that's generally on the steel, the mechanical balance of systems. Think old school steel workers that were working at a foundry or a forge. Those same groups are now migrating in at $19.25 an hour on average. On the upper side, we've got the electrical engineering side, the people working on inverters, on all the connector side of things. So the electrical side of the manufacturing is making a little bit more on the economic side. And 142,000 jobs added in Q1 through Q3. Tremendous. What a victory. What a victory for the American economy, right? Yeah. Let's give it. I mean, incredible. We love to see. This is good government in action, right? This policy is actually driving a tremendous amount of activity. And now we've got 39 gigawatts of domestic production annually. I mean, if we would have rewound 5 years from now, that was an impossibility, right? No one would say we don't think it'll ever happen again in America. We're never going to have that type of manufacturing sector again. And here we go. It's all online. And I think it's fascinating, Nico, as we get to the bottom here. We've got the U.S. grid investments. So this is a lot of a combination of, these U.S. grid investments are actually private investments as well. Infrastructure, high voltage, last mile transmission, $168 billion. And you can see the breakdown there between transmission and distribution investments. Now, the elephant in the room is still the inverters, right? 51% of the market is still consolidated out of China, right? And we all know that there's some issues around cybersecurity with those inverters. A lot of them are being white labeled, right? And we can see that 46 gigawatts worth of inverters are going to be shipped from China into the United States just between now and the end of the year. This is a massive total. So nothing wrong with the supply chain here, but it's important for us to understand that as we're onshoring part of it, we're actually seeing very little to no movement on the onshoring of inverter manufacturing. It's one of these areas that seems to be the lagging indicator. The solar modules, the silicon, the polysilicon cells and the silicon wafers, and then all of the steel componentry, we're seeing massive investments. Much less so, it's really hard. You got to dig deep to find examples of that on the inverter side. Interesting, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
I'm working on all the next segments. You ready to segue to Solar Boy?
I'm ready, man.
Fantastic. If you guys tuned in yesterday, you'll remember that we have our Solar Boy, man on the street, Derek Mast, Solar Boy. If you've seen him with the purple hair, the purple shirt, he's walking around asking questions of everybody in the trade show. And Derek quickly summarized a little bit of the sentiment on the show floor. We're going to listen to it right about now. It doesn't work that way. You know what? In Vegas in 2025, it's going to look like magic.
It is day 2 of the RE Plus show floor, and today we're going to be doing something a little different. The solar industry runs on acronyms and abbreviations, but do the professionals of the industry know what they stand for? Today we're playing a game called Alphabet Soup, where I'm having people guess what the abbreviations and acronyms of the industry stand for, and we'll see who does the best. Do you want to tell me your names? What do you do? Who do you work for?
Todd Mitchell, work for Omnidian, Technical Operations Manager.
I'm Tiffany Talley, work for Omnidian, and I'm a Commercial Field Service Manager.
I'm Micah, and I'm with Solar States. We're Philadelphia's best solar installation and education company.
Well, then you should absolutely ace this game then. All right.
Let's do it, Solar Boy.
I'm Sue Stark, Senior Manager Training with Iron Ridge.
I'm AJ Bittner. I am the East Coast Director for Iron Ridge.
Chris Berg, Commercial Solutions Manager, and I work for Unirac.
All right, we're going to start off pretty simple. We're going to start off with IRA.
Inflation Reduction Act.
Inflation Reduction Act is correct. Correct.
Everybody knows that's the Irish Republican Army, or the Inflation Reduction Act.
The Inflation Reduction Act.
Very good job.
The Inflation Reduction Act.
Very nice. You were going to absolutely lose your solar card if you didn't get that.
That's right.
All right, level 2. There we go.
Oh, if you don't get
that. See ya.
Go ahead.
Solar Energy Industry Association.
Solar Energy Industry Association.
Industries.
Industries.
The last people got. I'll give you the point.
Solar Energy Industries Association.
Very good. You're the first person that's gotten the plural to industry. Industries.
Solar Energy Industry Association.
Oh, industries. Plural.
Okay.
This guy. Very close though.
Do you get any
Plural, so-
points for being a member of SIA as well? Maybe half
Not
credit?
if you don't know the name. Very particular here.
Very particular. That's good. You got to uphold standards. You know?
Best.
Battery energy storage systems.
Very nice.
I'm the best.
You're the best.
You know, I can't remember this one. Hold on. Energy storage systems.
Oh, shoot. I'm going to fail this one.
Battery energy storage system.
You were so close.
Battery.
You can phone a friend if you want.
Sorry.
That's a battery energy
Storage
system.
NABCEP. Something we all say quite frequently, but
The National Board of Certified Energy Practitioners.
The North American Board of Certified Energy Practitioners. It's the worst acronym in the world.
true. But you nailed it.
North American Board of Certified Energy Practitioners.
A lot more people are getting that one than I expected.
I happen to be
Nice job.
NABCEP certified.
Yes, she does.
I do too, but I couldn't have told you what it was before making the quiz.
North American Board of Certified Energy Practitioners.
Every single person. I swear I had no idea.
You know-
ICA. So you got to guess. It's the rules. You got to at least try.
I see it. Make something up. That's dangerous. International Contractors Association.
That is wrong.
ICA. I don't know
ICA.
that one. Interconnection Association.
International Code Association.
Well, that's pretty good.
I got to guess something. In case... Aardvark.
Interconnection agreement is what I was looking for.
I've never
very
seen
close.
ICA before. I've
Yeah.
literally never seen
Okay.
ICA as an acronym before. Didn't know
And
that.
maybe it's just me, but you all are at my whim, so I get to decide. PVHCS.
EV Hazard Control System.
Photovoltaic. Man, I'm doing terrible at this.
Well, you started off good.
Well, PV, I would guess, is photovoltaic.
That's what they want you to think.
Oh, hazard control system.
Very good. Yes.
Photovoltaic Hazard Control System.
Yeah.
I didn't know there was an acronym for that.
I know.
There you go.
It's not
You learned
also
something.
not a great acronym.
Not a great acronym, but it is an acronym
It
nonetheless.
is. It is. Last one. SHSI or SHISI.
Now you're really stumping
Last
me,
question.
man. Solar Hacienda Side Institute. No.
Solar.
Health.
This is an obscure one. It is
Did
an
you say
NABCEP
Hacienda?
certification.
Oh, it is. NABCEP has come up with so many certifications. We
Yeah,
only
I
had
know.
PVIP when I was growing up. And now I'm a NABCEP trainer. I should know the acronyms. Sales and Home Studies Institute.
Solar Hot.
What did you
Solar
say?
hot.
Solar Hot.
That's closer than a lot of guesses
Like,
we've
is
had.
it the-
This is related to NABCEP, actually.
Is it? Certified home...
That's certified does not
Oh,
sound
no, it doesn't. That does.
It makes the same. It does make the same sound.
It
though.
does. Solar home system inspector.
Solar Hot Water Certification.
Solar heating system inspector.
Correct.
Solar heating.
Yeah, most popular of their certifications.
Said tongue firmly in cheek.
And when's my turn now to do mine? Oh, that was our turn. I'm sorry. I would have been more involved.
Thank you to everybody who played our game. I had a great time. With that, we're going to go right back to the PowerUp Live Stage.
All right. That was, if you were here yesterday, I can definitely say that Solar Boy stepped up his game today. I'm really proud of Derek Mass because we asked him about a week and a half ago if he would do that segment for us. And he literally did all of these interviews and edited them virtually in real time to make it possible to entertain you with these solar quizzes as they are.
That's right.
Working on some segments for 2025, Ron. We're working on it. All right. As typical, we are going to bring up someone that we want you to learn more about their business because their business is expanding the way we think about how what we do each and every day touches the grid. So without further ado, I'd like to bring up Ben Brown, the CEO of Renew Home. Ben, it is, I've been really looking forward to this interview. When I got a chance to chat with your team, I had like light bulbs going off. And
Fantastic.
I'm sure that happens a lot, frankly, when you get in conversations with folks. So Ben comes to Renew Home with 20 years of experience in the energy sector, contributing significant energy-related projects at the UN and with the DOE. Also started and sold his own energy management company. He was instrumental in founding and development of many of Google's consumer energy products. I think you were most recently with Google Home, Google Wi-Fi, and the Nest Wi-Fi product. He is now the CEO of Renew Home, which I will let you tell us more about. But Renew Home has a very special place in the home because of your proximity to and connection with Google Nest. Ben, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it.
If you don't mind, I'm going to just reposition this a little bit.
Give me that a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. This sounds so much clearer.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for having me. Really excited to be here. So, as you mentioned, Renew Home is the coming together of two great organizations that have worked together for a long time. So, we had the Nest Energy team that had worked on the Nest Learning Thermostat for the last decade. And then we also had the OhmConnect team, who was one of the innovators in the virtual power plant space, being able to work on bringing together devices in the home all the way through transacting in wholesale energy markets in California and New York. And so coming together Renew Home, which was funded by Sidewalk as a spin out from Google, and the coming together of OhmConnect, brings together the largest residential virtual power plant in North America.
Amazing.
Where we have millions of households across the country participating to provide over 3 gigawatts of virtual power plant capacity across the country.
Yeah.
And we feel like this is a moment in time to really talk about why we've been thinking about for a long time, is this a chicken and egg problem? Like, when do we get to scale in some of these distributed energy resource programs?
Yeah.
When do we get to scale where in which consumers are part of driving this revolution in terms of decarbonization and grid flexibility? And we're here to say that, over the last decade, we've been building these programs with 100 plus utilities, with a lot of different device partners, and I think we're getting to that moment. We're here.
I think what's remarkable is the leapfrog that Renew Home did to the industry, because the whole solar and storage industry sort of had this concept of VPPs cornered, right? And arguably, there are those in the solar and storage industry who lay claim to the largest portfolios of VPPs. And Renew Home is essentially turning that whole concept upside down in terms of what can be controlled as a DER to qualify as a VPP. Can you talk a bit about why it is, how sort of the larger context of the electrified home and why this concept of VPP and grid flexibility is so important?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that it's important that we look at a full set of technologies, right? So obviously with solar and storage and even EVs coming into the mix over the coming decade in terms of scale, we still have to look at what most people across the country have in their homes today, right? Over the last 50 years, we have these amazing things that are HVAC systems that are in 80 million plus people's homes. We have hot water heating systems. Those are massive thermal batteries.
Right.
And the ability for devices that are marginal cost to be able to make that controllable, flexible, and drive energy cost savings to customers is something that has generally been untapped, right? Especially at scale. And I think one of the amazing innovations about Nest a decade ago was providing this beautiful enchanted object, this very desirable device you put on your wall. But then it also was this magical in terms of it helped you save money. It gave you more controllability over comfort. It learned your schedules. And the beauty about where we are today is that as energy prices and energy mixes and more renewables are coming online, the volatility real time of energy prices is also kind of fluctuating. And to be able to empower households to kind of participate in that and be able to provide a resource in aggregate to the grid across millions and millions of households, that, by the way, those households that are kind of the early adopters to smart thermostats also tend to be far more likely to be people that are getting EVs, that are thinking about solar and storage, that are thinking about electrifying heating in their home or electrifying hot water systems. And so for us, recognizing that we've worked with those households for a decade, recognizing we have a lot of other partners in the ecosystem, like Honeywell and Rheem and a bunch of folks that we've worked with for a long time, we recognize that we can provide a really meaningful funnel and resource to help kind of grow electrification in the home. So leveraging an existing set of a large resource for customers participating in programs for smart thermostats and HVAC, but being able to provide a lot more than that.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ben. That's so fascinating.
I got you.
Yeah, thank you. One thing that I read your position paper on virtual power plants, and I got to give your team kudos because, man, as a, I consider myself a data nerd, and man, you guys went deep into the data set in order to pull all that stuff out. So well done on that. I recommend anyone read it if you can find it online. I'm really interested to hear your perspective on, from the perspective of critical load shifting.
Yep.
Where do you see the place of residential VPPs as it pertains to critical load shifts?
Yep. Yeah, so I think what was beautiful about and why we wanted to do the position paper is that you kind of mentioned it before. In the space that we operate in, we're always excited about new technology, like the newest thing that's coming. That's going to be the silver bullet that kind of saves us from kind of the challenges that we have in terms of growing load on the grid and the ability to decarbonize. And the reality is, there's just a massive untapped resource, which is these 80+ million HVAC systems across the country. You already have tens of millions of households starting to adopt smart thermostats. We can grow that even more substantially, and that provides an amazing resource. But what's interesting about the last decade is that we've brought in millions of households into these demand response programs through what we call rush hour rewards. And what we've learned through that is not only can households provide a really meaningful critical resource on those 10 events, hottest days of the year, where they're more traditional notions of where the grid has had trouble in the past, but actually on a continuous basis. So it's not just those peak events that are, again, those 4-hour, 3-hour periods 10 times a year where the grid is built for, but actually more and more when renewables are coming online, in which we're retiring more traditional fossil-based systems. It is very important to have that as a continuous resource that is there 365 days a year, that can operate in 15-minute increments, can be able to kind of help support solar as it winds down in the day when other resources are popping offline or online. And to me, I think that is the critical piece of this, which is like supply and demand orchestrated together more effectively, and to empower customers as a huge part of that solution, where in which you're using automation, you're using technology to do that, I think is really powerful.
Ben, I wish I had time for a 30-minute interview with you. I could tell it. I could go very deep on this topic. I was curious, in sort of a parting thought, given the pedigree from Google Nest and the Google suite of products, does Renew Home have sort of an inside track on the use of the Nest product as a VPP?
Yeah, so we obviously have a very strong relationship with Google, and we are their platform for energy management moving forward.
Okay, so it's more or less exclusive with the Nest product.
Absolutely, but also in addition to Nest, we decided to make this an independent company because we wanted to be able to ensure that we could grow the partnership landscape.
Beyond the thermostat.
So it's not just Nest, but we have partnerships with Honeywell, we have partnerships with Rheem, we have partnerships with other vendors across a lot of different technologies, right? So in the EV space and the storage space as well. So we're excited about it. Thank you so much for having us.
Google disrupting once again how energy is made and how electrons are moved. Ben Brown is the CEO of Renew Home. Thank you for coming. I definitely want to get you on SunCast, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for having us. Fantastic. Hey, likewise. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, and as is our tradition, our final panel is a panel of folks. So we're going to bring up
all-stars.
Yeah, we're going to bring up some all-stars, some
heavy hitters,
some legit OGs, and some up-and-comers. I want to first invite someone that I've looked up to for a long time, Ron Resch, to the stage. Ron, come take a seat. Ron Resch probably needs little introduction for most of you. He's the president of Solar Analytics, but he was also the president of SIA for many years. Well known as having lifted us out of the cottage industry. My friend, it's good to see you.
Great to see you.
Welcome to the stage. And he was also responsible for the passing of the ITC, essentially, under your leadership. Yeah. I'm going to bring up someone else who has been making waves in the industry, Mr. Joe Ordia. Joe, would you want to come to the stage? If you don't follow Solar Surge, which is up here on the wall, Joe Ordia is one of the true all-stars on the hunt right now for every product out there on the market. He has a YouTube channel that you should follow. I became addicted to it because he does probably the best product comparisons in the industry, and for good reason. Yeah, and for good reason. He is a, it's stuck under the seat. For good reason, he's a trusted voice for homeowners and installers alike. Sorry, it's a little tight. Ron, you might want to come this way a little bit.
Yep, okay.
It's the first time we've had 5 on the stage, I think, at all. And last but certainly not least, recently joining Heat Map News from Axios to cover renewables and launching The Fight, JL Holzman is a senior reporter for Heat Map News, an amazing vocalist, and someone who has generally impressed me with her acuity and insight into many segments of the market. JL, how you feeling?
Good to be Here. It's really, really good to be here, especially on a 5-person stage. We're all going to be very, very comfortable together.
We're gonna get comfortable.
Jael, thank you so much. I want to start with the first question here. So I would love to know, what has it been like, the move from Axia to heat maps?
Well, so HeatMap is a fossil-free climate and energy news outlet that launched about 1.5 years ago by Rob Meyer, formerly of The Atlantic. I myself came to HeatMap earlier this year from Axios after spending my entire career as a reporter in Congress. I started the week that Trump was inaugurated covering climate policy and energy policy. And now that I work for HeatMap, I can tell you, I can look at myself in the mirror, which is really nice. But, candidly, the past couple of weeks, we've been launching a newsletter called The Fight that is aimed at exploring the local conflicts in the energy transition, places where, honestly, news has been hollowed out, where we can investigate and uncover why projects aren't being built. One of the most important problems everyone in this conference has been telling me about the whole week.
Absolutely. It's exciting. If you haven't subscribed to The Fight, I would highly recommend that you do. That was one of the reasons that I wanted to bring JL on, because I'm really impressed at how you are taking the fight to the local community. One of the things, Ron, that SIA really did, and during your tenure, was take the fight to Congress to really stand up for our industry. You've handed the torch off to Abby. We've now had 50 years as a solar industry association, solar energy industry association. What are you most proud of in the 10 years since you handed off the torch?
Well, I think there's a couple of things. I mean, first of all, the growth of the industry in both scale and impact, right? Which is, we went from, when I started in 2004, that year was a record year. We did 52 megawatts across the entire country of photovoltaics. 52 megawatts. And we're going to do what? Close to 50,000 megawatts this year?
That's right.
Unbelievable. We were at about 10,000 employees, and a lot of them were in R&D, and a lot of them kind of like in this whole solar water heating and other segments, but 10,000 employees in 2004. Now we have 263,833. Exactly. And, and so massive growth. And, the numbers you put up before, Josh, showing all the manufacturing is in addition to what we have right now. So I think what I'm most proud of is we created policy that created a stable industry. We worked with Wall Street so that they would invest in solar and that it was a stable investment and it was bankable, right? We worked with the public so they accepted solar, that it was a technology they want to put on their house. One of the very first, you'll get a kick out of this actually, Jill, one of the very first speakers we had at RE+2, it was solar power at that time, was Lamar Alexander. And Lamar Alexander actually was our sponsor in the Senate for the investment tax credit, even though he wasn't on the Senate Finance Committee. So Lamar came and he spoke, and he's like, hey, I've got one bit of advice. And I had no idea what Lamar's going to say. He's in front of whatever we have, 750 people. And he's got one bit of advice. For every engineer you hire 2 industrial designers, because your product is ugly and nobody wants to put it up on their roof because you're proud of your house and you should have something better looking. And so by getting the customer to accept ultimately solar as something that they want to put on their house, we didn't have to deal with Lamar Alexander and all of his kind of ignorance. And I think that's really helped transform. I'm also super proud of what we have here, right? 40,000 people here, and this show and what Stephen Miner and Gary and all the rest of his team at RE+ have done have really helped grow the industry as much as anything else that any group has done over this time. And so getting everybody together to unify and carry the message and network and ultimately bring a positive message to the public, critical.
Unbelievable.
When I was volunteering at RE+ 2006 in San Jose, my first year as a volunteer badge scanning, I think there were less than 5,000. So to see 50,000 plus here at 10x growth in under 20-year tenure that I've had in the industry is just tremendous.
It really is. It's super exciting.
That's great. Joe, I've got a question for you. I love your videos. I love the product comparisons. Your reviews of solar and battery technologies, just truly fantastic. I'd love to know, as you're walking around the show, what technologies did you see this week that really put a light bulb off, or really you're like, oh man, that's something for me to talk about?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I appreciate that. I wouldn't say that there's any one product or technology that I saw this week that knocked my socks off. More what I'm seeing is a trend that solar and batteries are going from being individual stovepipe systems to more of part of an overall smart home energy management system, where that smart home energy management system might include solar, storage, electric vehicle, how you heat and cool the home, smart home, intelligent load management, maybe even a fossil fuel burning generator as part of the combination. And all of those systems being able to work together in an intelligent fashion seamlessly as if they're part of one platform. So that's what I'm seeing.
That's fantastic.
Rowan, I know you are focused more on the IoT and cybersecurity side. Is there anything that stands out to you about how these assets are being managed?
Yeah, so, I mean, there's a little dirty secret in the solar industry, and I don't want to necessarily drop the bomb here, but the truth is KWH does a really good job every year coming out with a risk study, and it shows that on average, solar is underperforming by 8% under their P50 levels. 8%. There is no other segment of the energy industry that's even close to that, let alone would ever stand for that. But that's our average, right? So this underperformance issue is something that, you know, they're aware of, but everybody's focused on building new assets, right? We're in this rush to build more, which is fantastic. But we've got all of these assets we've already capitalized, we've already spent the ITC on, and they're degrading rapidly, and nobody's really paying attention in order to maximize the kilowatt hours out of these existing assets. What I fear, and a big part of what we're doing at Solarlytics, because we have a whole system to address this, but what I fear is that we're going to lose the trust of Wall Street.
Right.
They're going to say solar's no longer a good investment. You know, we're no longer driven by ESG. We're no longer driven by high returns. Their returns are too low. Or we're going to get a Wall Street Journal article that comes out and says, hey, solar doesn't work at night, now it doesn't work in the day, the dirty little truth about solar. So we as an industry really need to get our act together and not just build new. And new's fantastic, I love it, absolutely, continue to build new, but make sure that we're cleaning up our house and that those systems are performing as well as they possibly can in order to get as many clean kilowatt hours out of these existing assets as possible.
Well, and you hit on something really interesting, Ron, which is trust, right? Bankers need to trust the developers need to trust the tax equity, like all of this stuff. Boy, it's really an element of harmony. My question I'd like to follow up with Ajel, in terms of opposition that you're seeing within the renewable energy market, particularly at the state local levels, like what do you think is creating those headwinds, and what do you think that we as a collective community can do about that?
Well, one of the singular challenges we face as a society today is a lack of trust, generally speaking, in technological innovation. It drives people to want to restrict access to social media. It drives people to not want to put a vaccine in their arm. And it also drives people to not want to put a solar plant on their property. It drives people to be fearful.
Yeah, not in my backyard, right?
Well, beyond that, I mean, the first story that we did for our newsletter, The Fight, that launched last week, was on a project about an hour north of here in the small town of Acton. It's an unincorporated community in LA County where a large battery energy storage site was approved without the community even knowing. And I interviewed people who are involved in the litigation against that project, which did not go anywhere and left them feeling really frustrated. So what did they do? They went to their Republican member of Congress, who now is waging a campaign to tie BESS systems to wildfires and slow down efforts to speed up permitting. That experience taught me that fear is what's driving a lot of this, sometimes founded and sometimes not. I mean, the activists who were against the project told me they'd be fine with an iron flow battery system, for example. They'd be fine with other kinds of technologies. It's very specific, and it requires a lot more focus on community engagement, on community relations. It's something that other industries like mineral extraction, for example, have had a lot more time and experience with, right? Like mining, you spend a lot of time on community engagement. But people are not necessarily accustomed to spending that much on the front end in terms of really waging a campaign to have people understand and buy into the project. So, you know, I think it's honestly on all of us to empathize with one another and try to, as you put it, work in harmony.
Well, yeah, and to expand on that, I think that also to articulate to local government administrators what this means to their tax revenues, what this means to the actual infrastructure that they're trying to create. I find it fascinating that they're like, we just have no idea how the local government's actually going to be able to function with this asset there. It's a massive win for everyone across the board.
It absolutely is. Well, I wish we had time, as I said to Ben, to have a much longer conversation with each of you individually. So I'm going to make a collective ask. As we think about sort of this futurist perspective, 12 months from now, we're meeting again in Las Vegas. What do you think we're going to be talking about as we gather a year from now in Las Vegas? Ron, I'm going to put you on the spot first.
You know, I think we're going to be talking about a massive acceleration that needs to occur, right? You know, and we've talked about growth of this industry, and a lot of it's been organic, and you know, a lot of it's been entrepreneurial. But there needs to be a rapid scale up because we're all experiencing much hotter temperatures. We're seeing that those hotter temperatures are now affecting the efficiency of solar arrays throughout the entire country, which is actually an interesting and sad issue behind it. But I think what you're going to have with the new administration is going to be an emphasis on very fast action to address climate change. The IRA is fantastic. The implementation has been great, but we need some urgency in how we're deploying, and we're going to be one of those industries that has to step in a very different way with real leadership, and really being part of the community instead of just building it, selling it, and moving on to the next one.
Well said. Well said.
Joe?
Well, Nico, I think that's a great question. I think when we look back at the year in 2025, we're probably going to be asking ourselves, what were we thinking in terms of the residential solar installer business model? Because I think what the market is telling us this year is that the super high volume, multi-state, working with dozens of independent sales dealers, that model for a solar residential installation contractor doesn't work long term. And I think the more long-term sustainable solar business of the future might look like today's HVAC contractor service business.
Yeah.
And so I think that's a question we have to ask ourselves is what is the solar business model supposed to look like at the residential contractor level? Because what we've tried and what was tried to scale, we've seen a number of high-profile failures, which unfortunately gave the industry a black eye and left a number of homeowners abandoned.
Yes.
Homeowners that deserve to have good service on a functioning system, we just need to figure out how to provide that better.
Well
That's
said.
what I think.
I hate to ruin the garden party, but what we'll all be talking about next year is going to depend on the results of the presidential election.
Well said.
I think last night, went in a very clear direction as to kind of the priority for where we're going as a country.
They said that in 2016 too.
That's right.
Different candidate, different time.
I remain optimistic as you do, Ron and Jael. I accept your counterpoint. I think that it's wonderful to have such a breadth of perspective from different viewpoints, each of you really covering a completely different aspect of how this industry is growing. Thank you for taking time to join us on the PowerUp Live Stage and be a part of the Daily Roundup.
And thank you for all the work you do. Incredibly valuable.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, as we round out the day, I wanted to take an opportunity. If you have entered our giveaway, now is the chance for you to be present to win, must be present to win. Let's see, when we do this drawing, it's always fun because sometimes I have to redraw almost inevitably because people can't be present to win. So Nicholas Musi, if you are in the audience, Nicholas Musi.
Where are you at, Nick?
Nicholas Musi from Inter Maypro? No? Nicholas Musi? All right, the cool thing is I use this software that makes it so easy to redraw. Federico Oniguez, also from the same company, Interim Pro.
Wow,
no?
What are the odds there?
Let's see. Not around, Federico? Both of you gone. Okay. Michael from Midas Magnetic Management. Midas Management. Michael? We're going to see if anybody is in the audience here.
Should we just
I'm going to
ask if anyone here in the audience went into the drawing, maybe?
Exactly. Raise your hand if you were in the drawing.
Anyone else?
Who else was in the drawing? Graham was in the drawing. You literally win by default.
Let's see here.
Twin Day.
Wait. We have somebody over here.
Oh,
you guys were in it.
I didn't see their hands.
There, right over here. These guys.
We have three. Okay. So, what do you guys do for work? Carpenters Union.
Love it.
The Carpenters
Love
Union.
it.
I love it. And I'm going to donate one to Twin Day Solar because I love you as a nonprofit. So one to the Carpenters Union and one to Twin Day Solar.
Love it.
And now we got Power 52 coming up to give us a wonderful final session today. Josh, it's been fun hosting these daily roundups with you, brother.
Yeah, you as well.
We are way over time. We're cutting into Power 52's time. We're going to bring him up for our final segment. Let me just grab that title for you.
And thank you all, Solar Warriors. Have a great Wednesday night here.
So the podcast for Power 52 is called Power Moves, the Kissing Booth podcast. We're going to have Cherie come up to stage and introduce your illustrious cast. Thank you for being here for the PowerUp Live Stage.
guys. My name is Cherie Brooks. I'm from Power 52 Foundation, and this is the PowerUp Live Stage presented by Wartsila. Hi, guys. Oh, my goodness. So we have been on hiatus over the summer, so I'm a little rusty, but bear with me. Introduce yourselves.
Yes, so I am Marlon Bonner. I am the Community Relations Manager for Power 52.
I am L'Oreal Moore. I am the Operations Manager here at Power 52.
And we have a special guest here on the kissing booth today, and her name is
Annie LePave.
Hi, Annie. Where are you from?
Hi, everyone. I'm the Vice President of Strategy and Impact at Pivot Energy.
Okay, so
coming
this,
in from Denver, Colorado.
All right, so this is the first time Annie's ever been on the kissing booth, and so we're a little wild here, just hence kissing booth. So just bear with us. So listen, hey guys, please check out our last episode of the kissing booth on our YouTube channel at Power 52 Official. PJ, tell everyone who Power 52 is and what we do and why they need to be connected.
Yes, so Power 52 is a nonprofit organization, and they own and operate a private career school where we train individuals to start careers in the solar and renewable energy industry. So that could be solar panel installation, system design, permitting, sales, site assessment, so many different other areas. They get credentials and certifications that are recognized in the industry, and then we also have job placement assistance. So we bring in companies to employ our trainees, and many of them get hired and placed with one of those companies. And we also do so much more than that. We are out in the community and educating the community on their role in the green environment, and doing so many other outreach activities and so many other things. It's a multitude of things, but that's the high level of what we do.
That's right. So we are training up tomorrow's workforce. So if you want to get in touch with us and be a partner, support us, because we are a 501c3 nonprofit, please visit us on all social media platforms at Power 52 Official. Now, before we jump into our conversation, did you guys go to last night's block party at Angel Stadium?
Yes.
Oh my goodness, did you enjoy yourself, L'Oreal?
I did. I did a couple line dances, had a little drink, had some good food, so that was good.
And so we really had a good time there. But so let's get into Annie and what she's doing over at Pivot Energy. So Annie directs Pivot Energy's federal policy work and spearheads the company's social impact strategy. She directs community engagement, community investment, and corporate social impact work. Annie has over 20 years of experience managing exceptional teams and driving progress on solar energy and energy justice advocacy campaigns. So we are thrilled to have Annie here. Like I say, Power 52, we operate on the front lines of environmental justice, and it is through our partnerships that we thrive. So we need people like Annie in our lives. So Annie, what inspired you personally? And I don't know if we talked about the topic. Power moves. Doing well while doing good. Okay? So I just wanted to point that out. So Annie, what inspired you personally to get involved in the clean energy sector?
Gosh, so that was a long time ago now. I always wanted to work on environmental studies. I grew up in California, big outdoor family. My dad was a adventure action cinematographer focused on big wave surfing and climbing.
Oh, wow.
So I spent my childhood in the backcountry. And then when I got to college, I learned about the connection with the energy industry and all of the different environmental issues. And basically, when I graduated, I moved to DC and have worked on clean energy policy ever since.
Okay.
So that was in 2002. And then I eventually made it to Vote Solar, which is a solar advocacy organization, in 2008. And that's when I started to focus on solar, which was a wonderful chapter. I was there for 15 years.
Oh, nice.
And around, 2016 or so, I got really interested in energy equity. And started asking the questions of whose work is Vote Solar helping? And had some really wonderful mentors that pushed Vote Solar to focus more on energy equity.
Okay.
And since then, my career has really shifted into still being focused on solar, but really focused specifically on making sure that solar is reaching low-income families, disadvantaged communities, and that we're changing all the institutions we're part of to focus more on energy equity in our work.
So what was that aha moment? Was there an aha moment that you said, you know what, I love that we're doing great things as far as renewable energy in the earth, but is it equitable? Was there an aha moment? If so, tell me a story.
Yeah, there really was. So at the time, my husband was working for a group called the Alliance for Climate Education. And they were really ahead of their time, I think, in terms of embedding energy equity into their work because they had so many young people on their staff. So their mission was to teach high school students about climate change and get them activated. And he was the executive director of this organization. And we'd come home and we'd have discussions at dinner, and he would just be telling me about what the really awesome young people at his organization were pushing him to do, which was really focus on equity in their staff work, in their external presentations. And I was just listening to it and thinking, why aren't we doing this at Vote Solar? And that question of why aren't we doing this at Vote Solar led to a really long, 5 years of changing Vote Solar to work more on energy equity.
Wow. Yeah. I didn't know that. Thanks for sharing that.
So what would you say would be some of the biggest, you find maybe, since you've been working in this field for 20 years, some of the biggest challenges that energy companies might face to balance being profitable and also being equitable, in this sustainable energies sector? So what would you say some of the biggest challenges that they might face?
Yeah, thanks. That's a great question. I think so much of it has to do with, have you slowed down and taken the time to evaluate your development process against, there's so many frameworks out there of how you can embed environmental and social impact into your projects. I actually don't think it's a cost issue. I think it's more of at the leadership level at a lot of companies, is there a drive? Is there a passion for energy equity? Are they waking up and asking themselves, who is this company benefiting? Who are we delivering impact for? And at the top of a lot of companies, the answer is still no. People aren't thinking about that. So I think it's more about getting advocates embedded within these companies and pushing for change internally. One of the things we did at Pivot, which I think was critical for us, is we joined the Clean Energy Buyers Institute. This is a great working consortium of groups that are interested in impact. It's called Beyond the Megawatt Working Group that they host. And we evaluated ourselves against 50 different metrics of social and environmental impact that SEBA put forward and helped us, evaluate ourselves against. And that was so eye-opening for so many people at Pivot, and what it turned into is a 3-year roadmap where we've evaluated the parts that we need to make improvements on, and we're giving ourselves 3 years to really drive towards higher impact, higher focus on energy justice and equity.
Okay, and so how is Pivot Energy making sure that renewable energy actually reaches these marginalized, underserved communities?
So I think there's a multi-part answer to that. We have a new partnership that we just announced with Microsoft.
Congratulations. That's so awesome. That's huge.
It's really exciting. It's our largest impact partnership to date, and I think it's the largest DG impact partnership really in the whole space. And this is kudos to their environmental justice team. They came up with this framework. So with these 500 megawatts, there's 4 distinct ways that we're going to be focusing on serving benefits to disadvantaged communities. One is we're going to be diversifying our contractors and making sure that we're working with local, BIPOC, women-owned, veteran-owned solar contractors to build and construct and provide engineering support on our projects. Number 2, we're going to be doing workforce training and hiring, making sure that we're partnering with workforce training organizations that are trying to reach underrepresented groups and bring them into the industry, make sure they have a career pathway onto jobs. The third way is we're going to be investing in an environmental justice impact fund that Sustain Our Futures, which is an environmental intermediary funder, is going to be in charge of that strategy. And their focus is on creating community level advisory boards to advise on the grant making strategy. So we'll be directing money towards them for them to do their incredible work. And then fourth, we're going to be bringing additional savings into our projects to direct to low-income families. So going above and beyond what's required on state-level community solar policy. So that's one partnership that shows direct benefits. And I think in general with community solar, one of the great things is wherever your project is based, you can focus on finding subscribers in areas where energy burdens are really high. And so community solar, to me, is a really cool tool to solve energy equity and injustice. Yeah.
So are you going to be engaging with community-based organizations that are already there in the community, or are you going to have your own, team that you send out into these communities? What's your strategy with that? Like creating trust. I know we were in a session yesterday, and they talked about ways to go into communities and create trust.
Yeah, so important. So for the specific Microsoft partnership, the Community Foundation or the Community Impact Fund that we're working with, their whole model is about, going into communities and listening to the trusted nonprofits that are already there doing great work and asking for their advice on the grant making strategy. So it's not trying to create anything new, it's trying to build capacity at the organizations that are already the backbones of these communities. So it's a trust-based philanthropy model that is really cool and beautiful and tested, so I feel very confident about getting the money through SOF out into communities that we'll be doing it in the right way.
Okay, so will Pivot Energy be volunteering in any way?
I hope so.
Because you want to know, what are, I've served on, served as reviewers when organizations are applying for money. And so for me, I hear all the time, and I have seen on several of these applications where they're saying, we're going to partner with this organization or that organization. However, they don't really talk about what they're doing internally so that even through these partnerships, things feel genuine, because it's going to echo from your organization onto your partnerships. And so, how are you guys going to address that?
Such a good question. And we would love all your advice and all your help. Pivot is based in Denver, and we have folks who work across the country, but I'd say the majority of our staff is in Denver. And one of the things I love about Pivot genuinely is our culture of service and volunteerism. We have a very active staff. I think last year we volunteered thousands and thousands of hours of volunteer service. And it's one of the things that is truly part of our value system at Pivot, which is about kindness. And so I think we'll bring that ethos everywhere we try to go, but of course our main backyard for us is Denver. So we partner with a lot of organizations locally to support different initiatives. And one of the things we just did is we actually built a solar system on a new low-income affordable housing unit called Clara Brown Commons. And all of that was 100% donated, labor donated. Wow. So everyone at Pivot, or a lot of people at Pivot, were involved in that project, just as a volunteer project. And so that's just one example of the type of volunteer projects we do in the community.
Well, that's awesome. And so just, I'm kind of like tugging at you so you can just talk about it. However, I do know, because we've had so many people from Pivot volunteering.
Your event. Yes, that's right. That's right.
Yeah, we have had people from Pivot volunteer, because at PowerUp 52, as you know, we definitely do training, but we do a lot of community outreach and just impacting the community, addressing needs and barriers. And so I think that that's what makes us different. You can teach anyone to, train them to, install a solar panel, but if you're not removing barriers and talking to the person, then really you're not going to have an effective outcome.
Yeah,
essentially.
I think that's 100% true.
So back to, and not unless you
No,
have a
you're
question.
good.
Okay. No, so I do have a question about why do you think some companies don't lean into DEI, wanting to be inclusive and those types of, do you think that it's a financial thing? Or, because here, this is our time for us to have a conversation so that someone, some, company, business owner listening could say, I can do that. I thought that it may cost us, more money or, whatever their reservation may be. But we're here again to talk about doing well while doing good. What do you think that you guys like, even internally? What were some of the things you shared with people that said, "Oh no, are you sure we can do this?" And then, you sparked something in them.
Well, one thing I have been struck by at Pivot, and so, I went through this process at Vote Solar, right? We went through a change management process to embed energy equity into who we are and what we do, and that was also during the racial reckoning period. It was a really intense time, and just being now at Pivot and seeing this process, one thing I really love about Pivot, and kudos to Jackie Murphy, who's our Chief ESG Officer and our Chief Legal Counsel.
Okay.
She really feels strongly that employees and giving employees an opportunity to shape the company is just good business practice. And when you do that, just because of generational shifts, we have so many awesome young people that work at Pivot, and they care about inclusion and diversity in a way that maybe 3 generations above just didn't wrap their heads around. And so it's happening very organically when you give people opportunities to help shape your culture. So at Pivot, we have our ESG committees, and those committees are really empowered to make change. And the Social Impact Committee, they have a really strong, and the Governance Committee have a really strong focus on JEDI, Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion. And so we're just getting a lot of organic ideas from those committees, and the leadership is really open to implementing it. So it's just naturally happening.
And I definitely have to agree with you. I know.
Yeah, I just was about to say representation, it just is a powerful thing, especially in the time that we're in. We have just advocates all over in different types of arenas, just pushing, representation, and it's really what matters. Even like for me, when I'm going out into the communities and telling them about what Power 52 does and recruiting them to come and join our program, even of course it might be a male-dominated industry right now, but I have to tell them, oh yeah, we have ladies that come in our program and they're sometimes more successful than the men. So it just makes a difference. Like for example, just being here at the conference, and it might seem insignificant, but we went through NAVSAP and they had a pen of construction workers, and they were just of all shades of colors. Just those different representations. Well, and you don't know what that impact has in somebody else's life or somebody else's perspective. And so us being here at RE Plus and being with so many, just not national communities, but global communities, and seeing the representation of just the world, I think representation means a lot. And diversity, it means a lot.
Yeah, and even to the point, and it makes me warm my heart a little bit to say that your legal counsel said, hey, kind of let everyone pour into the way that we're shaping the Pivot
Company
Energy.
and culture,
Exactly.
yeah.
The company and the culture, yeah. Because at Power 52, that's how I like to do. And so I don't want to, of course I have the vision, but I don't want, to just say, we're doing it this way, we're doing it that way. I want for everyone to give and feel inclusive and take ownership. And so even down the way that we do that, it trickles down to even our students. And so because we have that and we let them, pour into us, by telling us, what's going on, what's happening, and then that creates a bond. They take ownership when they're in-house. They trust us. Oh my goodness, we could tell you story after story after story of them calling on us when in need. And And so it's just a good thing.
Yeah.
Yes.
And just one other thing about the solar industry right now, there really is never been a better time to invest in energy equity strategy because there are so many price signals out there. If that's your only concern, you know, you just want to make money and you want to be a successful business, fine. But there, thanks to the good hard work of so many advocates, there are policies now that are in place through the Inflation Reduction Act and state level policies that are pushing folks towards serving more low-income families and you know, including other energy equity provisions in their project structure. And then you have the corporate actors, and they're pushing for social impact. And so the stars are just aligned.
Right. And I think that's a phenomenal segue because we're running out of time, but I think that's a phenomenal segue if you see us here with our Power Up the Polls. It's just like Annie was saying, it's more than, it starts on the local front. So it's us being able to vote in for our local officials that are going to impact our communities locally, and then on the state level, on the federal level, and joining other organizations to advocate for those same things that we want in our communities. That's why we have on these shows Power Up the Polls, so we want you to make sure that you are registered to vote. So if you are not, please make sure you do all the things necessary to register to vote, because your vote does matter, your vote does count on all levels of the government. So please make sure you are voting, okay?
However you're voting. We're not here to tell you to vote one way or another, but vote for people who are supporting clean and renewable energy.
Right. Right.
Exactly. And also, ways to support. Lori Andrews, you've been quiet over here.
Yeah, you know, that's usually how I go. So we have many ways that you can help support us. Number one, you can always go to our website at power52.org/donate. Of course, you'll see all our swag. We have shirts like these, other things like our wristbands that you can stop by our booth and get that say things like remain humble. That always helps. You can just make a monetary donation there as well. Make sure you follow us on social media, every social media platform at Power52 Official. Sign up to volunteer. Like we mentioned throughout the episode, we do so much community outreach. And so having you there talking to the community members about you and the things that you're doing helps them feel more comfortable to accept those things. And so by doing that, you help our work as well to make our individuals want to come into the program. So go to our website, check it out, participate, come to our golf tournament. We turn 10 years next year. We have so many big things in store. So subscribe to our website, subscribe to our social media.
And guess what? You too can have a Power 52 model in your city. Contact us if you're interested in finding out how, because we are looking to scale and it is replicable. So we are trying to take this show on the road. So we want to give some thank yous. Thank you, RE Plus, Sia, SunCast Media, Wade Barton, and definitely Leslie Foundry for allowing us to bring the Kissing Booth all the way to LA. It's through our partnerships, again, that we are able to thrive. We cannot do what we do without you. So thank you so much. Hey, thank you, Annie, for coming on.
Thank you.
We look
Thank
forward
you guys
to
for all your
working
work. It's really beautiful work, and I have long admired Power 52 and continue to admire you now that I know you even better.
Thank you. So, hey, guys, remember, life is short, so remember to forgive quickly, love truly, and kiss the community with your gifts. Until next time, bye.